Alright. Recording check. Recording check. Everything seems to be good on my end, microphone volume wise. Alright. This should be the part of the recording proper then. Hello to whoever ends up editing this later. Why don't I hop into the Discord and make sure that I have that side set up as well? I've been getting a lot of pings from my own diplomacy game here over the last few hours, but I am going to have to wait. I have to wait to check all of those for a little while because I got a different diplomacy game. Time for me to get set up and ready to go in for. Okay. Let me make sure my screen capture is on. I believe I should be good to have my screen capture on just straight on the Discord. Uh, if I am not, then I will make sure that I about anything when I'm editing. I think I'm good. Display capture. Capture the whole display. That way you catch any images I end up looking at. Are you not? There we go. Thank you, OBS. Oh no, you know what time of day it is for me. No. Okay. Let's join the VC and see if I have speaking perms. Hello? Hello, hello. Alright. Mic check. I believe Discord's got me. Sick. Absolutely beautiful. Hello, audience. I have no idea how the Discord stage feature works. OBS has got me. Yep, OBS has got me. Probably play like some sort of audio. OBS capturing that. I'll do that later. Ooh. Wait for either Flare or Damien to get back. I have muted myself in the Discord, but I have not muted myself on my OBS side. I'm doing a little bit of pet sitting at the moment. Got a cat in my lap. There are two dogs downstairs. So if I need to step away for any minute, it's probably because the dogs have gotten rowdy. Alright. How does this stage feature work in the slightest? How does this thing work? It's so weird. I have never used this feature of Discord before. Good news is that all of this gets cut out in the edit, which is lovely. It's added a lot of features that I not fully understand, and I probably need to. Right. While I'm here, while I'm doing stuff like this, I'm going to do two things. Real quick, double, triple check and make sure OBS is good on my end. I believe it is. I'm going to check my Twitter and Blue Sky. And then I'm just going to try and figure out how this stage feature works. I don't know. If I read the announcement correctly. I believe I did. We're going to start up again. Yeah, 5 past the hour. Me will be 105. Beautiful. Beautiful. We're definitely good. We're definitely good. All right. Wondrous. The annoying thing is that I don't know if the audio capture is working on my end correctly here. You know what? I can test that. I'm just going to turn off display capture. Because I've made the mistake of streaming my Chrome bookmarks before. I don't want to do that because I have university stuff in there. Yes, cat. Turn that down a bit. Shoutouts to if anyone knows what that is. Okay. Play capture back on. Audio's working good. We've got about 15-20 minutes. My pings and stuff. I'm specifically not checking my Discord pings though, because I know for certain that my Discord pings contain stuff about my dip game, and I don't want to do those. I don't want to touch those because I don't want to be thinking about those while I'm thinking about the Blitz game. You know what? These look like accidental creations. Let me just like clear all of these. I'm not reading them. I'm not reading them. I'm not going to read them yet. Don't worry. I'm not reading them. I have made a I have made an effort to specifically not look at the map. I have no idea what's happened so far. We're halfway through the game, and I have no idea what's happened so far. I think that'll be a very, very fun idea. All right. I am probably just going to sit here. I really shouldn't need to have recorded all this. I'm paranoid and just wanted to make sure I recorded everything before I even opened up Discord. But I'm probably just going to sit here for another 5 or 10 minutes. And then I will begin talking to hopefully somebody. You have a post and announcement. I just looked up and saw that pop in. That is trying to. Why is that in announcements? Stop spoiling me. No, stop spoiling me. Don't put that in announcements. No spoilers. People are talking down here. I thought we weren't doing game press. What is this? What is this? I'll figure it out. Justin, hey buddy, hey. Can't have you staying on the. Nope, can't have you sitting there. Don't want you messing with the touchpad. Sorry, buddy. Did you get off my keyboard? I'm sorry. Can't have you on the keyboard pressing hotkeys. All right. Still good? We're still good. Right. Oh, I ping back there. Start getting into it whenever you're ready. Hear that? this over here? Excuse me. Jeez. Clearly, I need to get this caffeine in my system. Dang. Look at this. I might have to bookmark this site. Dang. This is useful. That's lovely right there. Keep that in mind. Here, let's go ahead and unmute myself here. All right. All right. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 or 2. All right. We're good. Hello, everybody. Damien should be unmuting soon. Flare should be back shortly thereafter. I still have no idea how this stage. Interesting. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hello,
Yep,
hello. What's good?
not much. We still got 9 people in the audience, so
Indeed, indeed.
people are hanging around. Probably going to pick up a little bit more once everything kicks off again.
Indeed. So, I have done something very funny as far as Game
What's
Press
that?
goes. I have not looked at the map at all.
It's a good start.
Yeah. I think it would be very funny to just get a recap thing. And if one of the people is completely uninformed of what's going on, well, that's a good avenue to discussion point into that.
Perfect. Sounds good to me. All right, do you have the map open now?
Not yet, not yet. I wanted to wait until Flair was in here as well,
Alrighty.
or the sound of me opening my Dr. Pepper.
Wise choice of beverage. We're going to need some caffeine to make it through the day.
Indeed, indeed. I have seen little bits of the chat, including the somewhat disturbing fact that they're saying in the public chat that it's only been 3 years?
Yes. I mean, the plan was 4 years per phase, so it may end up being 3 years per phase.
Fair enough. I'm just. We do have a set time limit, correct? Or is there like a set year limit?
Uh, I mean, we have a schedule. I don't know how strongly we're sticking to the schedule. I will tell you that for a 3-year game, a shocking amount has happened. It's been a very, very, very high tempo game.
Interesting.
Yeah, but it has in fact only been 3 years.
Well, I suppose we'll have to discuss that and figure that out. Hello, Flair. Goodbye, Flair. Probably just some mic issues. I wanted to make sure I wasn't having any of those myself. As a matter of fact, can you say
No,
something real
you're
quick?
good.
Oh, that works beautifully. I am recording on my end as well, just to make sure I have a backup, just in case.
Hello there. Oh, wait, damn, that was loud.
Hello.
Yeah,
How are you guys doing?
you're a little loud.
Yeah, sorry.
Doing well, doing well.
Thanks. Awesome. And by the way, yes, feel free to record Sports Ball. It ended up being only King of Prussia recording last session because I had to make sure my computer could do as well as possible, pretty much.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Uh,
Well, I will be recording
for
Um,
quick
then.
adjudications.
I will be recording and we'll have
Uh,
commentary for both saved and potentially edited down later.
Alrighty. So, Sportsball was just asking for a recap of the game at its current state. Are you okay with me taking that, Flare?
Yeah, go ahead.
Open up the maps channel and we'll see just how much this has happened. Oh, those are some interesting places for those colors.
So,
That
starting from the
There's-
northwest, we've got the Inuits. They're doing okay, I would say. Not great, not terrible. They had a short war with the FAP, the pink guys. I'm not sure if that's ended up in peace or not. We weren't real clear on whether it was actually peace or if the Inuits just felt like they couldn't make any more progress. Shoshone obviously looking like they're doing fairly well as far as regional powers go. Haven't really come into too much conflict with the Spanish. They definitely have fought a fair bit with that, but seems like again it's the fairly army dense there, so I'm not sure how much more progress we're going to see one way or the other. The French position obviously is totally collapsed. They are effectively dead in North America to the benefit of the English. That came about due to a turn one stab by France of both England and Spain, which we were not real sure how well that was going to work out for them, and I think you can see the ultimate results there.
Yeah. I can figure out how that's gone.
Yeah, so
Yeah, not super well.
England and Spain seem to have been fairly buddy-buddy. I don't think we've seen any real conflict between them. Maybe like a few swaps here and there that we weren't sure about. One thing that I think is fairly unusual is that the Aymara and Mapuche, whatever these guys are, Mapuche, there we go, are actually fairly closely allied. So they have been working together well. I'm not sure how much more room there is for them to ultimately stay friendly, but so far they seem to be making it work. They are pushing the Portuguese out and doing pretty well overall. So shifting over to Europe, we've got the French position there collapsing as well. Again, largely due to them stabbing Spain, and then being stabbed by the Dutch very early on in. England has played a mostly static game, just sitting on their island, and the Portuguese are doing fantastic, obviously. Doing well, expanding into Mali's territory and Iberia. I think probably the most impressive that I've seen is Abyssinia, who is doing just absolutely fantastic, mostly at the expense of the Ottomans. Mali has collapsed due to, well, just all four of the colonizers organizing very well together. We haven't seen any divisions or infighting between the colonizers yet. I don't know if that's going to hold given the fact that Mali is mostly eaten up at this point. So curious to see how that pans out. Congo has been fighting the Netherlands mostly successfully, and I think there's stirrings of them fighting against the Portuguese as well. So Adjuran did very well against the French early on. They took over Madagascar, and now they seem to be kind of sort of losing to Portugal. And let's see, the Safavids are mostly dead, I would say. They've got like 3 centers left, right? 4 centers. It's not clear who will kill them, though. That's one of the last things we were discussing is, yes, their position is mostly collapsed, but everyone around them doesn't seem overly well prepared in order to take them over. So maybe they'll survive for a little while longer. Russia is doing surprisingly well, which I know looks awful. But we thought they were dead from turn one. They got attacked by Qing, Sweden, Poland, Safavids, Ottomans. Like they just were completely collapsed on by all of their neighbors. And so, all things considered, this is a pretty good position for them. I know it looks dire, but the fact that they still exist, I think, is means that they've done a good recovery. Poland is in an excellent position. They've been allied to Austria pretty much the whole game. Sweden has kind of seesawed back and forth between fighting Russia and fighting Poland. I think that they're at peace now, but we'll see how long that lasts. Okay, moving over to Asia, we've got the Mughals. I think that they've been doing reasonably well. They haven't made any real inroads into southern India, and that's mostly just because Portugal and England have stayed pretty solidly allied. Ayutthaya, honestly, I mean they're doing okay, I guess. Not great. Netherlands seems to be doing pretty good in the region, which is bad for them. Ming, complete collapse. It's mostly because they built two fleets randomly, which we strongly questioned when it happened, and then basically as soon as they built those two fleets that were completely useless in their position, all the land-based powers neighboring them just collapsed on them, and they died. So Qing seem to be doing quite well. Qing and Tokugawa have been closely allied the whole game, and that seems to be holding. And I think that about covers it.
Okay, we're only waiting for one player, and then we're ready to start again. So
Fantastic.
that's very nice.
Indeed. Thank you for
Awesome,
the
awesome.
recap. I had somebody.
Yeah, very nice.
Somebody asked for map coverage. The chat. I can just share my whole screen.
Oh,
How we're
yes, that
capturing
would be awesome.
I'm on the recording end, so
Thank
what
you.
is shown in the call will also be shown on the recording that way.
That sounds like great. Awesome. Sweet. Great.
Cool.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the main player to show up.
I'll sub.
Ming is not doing that well. I had
Ming
forgotten.
could probably just NMR for the rest of the game. It would be okay.
Yeah, sadly, I think that is the case. If they don't show up within 3 minutes, we'll resort to that.
Sounds like a
Yeah,
plan.
I don't
Yep.
think it will impact the game at all.
No, it shouldn't, because Shane can just support into Nanjing and Mughal just support into Chengdu, and it's over for them. So
Yep.
Fortunately, it's a very unfortunate position for them. It seems at the current moment.
yeah, I believe there was a small throw involved in all that, which sucks. But
Try again to get a higher quality map.
yeah, if you open it in your browser, it should be high quality.
I can just save it and open it that way.
Or maybe they have sent a message in their order channel. Let me check. No, they have not. Let's see.
I'll be peeping my files now.
It's okay. I looked through Flare's bookmarks to make sure there wasn't anything too ostentatious in there.
I made I even mentioned this on the I've even mentioned this on the recording. I made specific mention to not share my Chrome bookmarks so I don't accidentally just have an entire docs on exactly what university I go to on the entire recording.
No.
That opens it high quality. Okay, no download needed. Beautiful.
Okay, we will start the game now.
Fantastic.
All right, and we're off.
While we're off and everyone's getting back into the first phase, I kind of want to talk a little bit about leaderboard standings and how we think everyone's going to do. what are y'all's favorite picks for as far as powers that we think are going to do very well here?
So we discussed it a bit right before the break, and the the Diplostrat duo in England is of course doing amazing. They have really managed to concentrate their American holdings really well so far. I think Ezio is responsible for that half of the empire, so they're doing really well. You liked Abyssinia, right,
Hmm.
Damien?
Abyssinia and
Yep.
Poland were my two picks, besides England, that I thought were gonna do
Yeah,
fantastically going
Poland
forward.
has had a quite amazing opening. Hopefully, they'll be able to uh, do something with it from now on. Uh, I think one of my favorites is Austria,
Yeah,
played by Ice
Austria.
Cream Guy.
Rare,
Austria also has an excellent position.
rare Austria back
Mm.
here. It would be incredible to see Austria come out the winner of the E1 Blitz game here going on. Austria, of course,
Yeah,
having
that would be quite amazing.
Austria had statistically the worst performance on this map in the A2 playtest, so seeing them come out in the Blitz game would be very nice for them.
Yeah, that would be really fun.
I want to put specific mention here. Again, I have not been following too well. I do not know what press been going on. I think I like
Mm.
King's position best, genuinely. I think if
Yeah, Ching is
King, sorry,
doing really well.
if they stay allied with Toku and are able to clean up Ming, Russia, Googles thereafter potentially, I think they are regional that is most likely to suddenly develop into a game contender here.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and one way to evaluate somebody's position is how good you think their neighbors are going to do. And so, from that
Mm.
perspective, I think that Qing is phenomenal because they only have one neighbor that really is any threat at all, and that's their ally Tokugawa. So
Indeed.
Yeah.
it is possible that one or the other decides to stab and really bogs them down each other. Like
Mm.
people usually stab in a game of this size, but either opportunistically or because they feel like they're forced into it. And I just don't see either of those conditions really being met for either of the powers. You know what I mean? Like there's no great stab for them because they have an ocean between or a sea between them. And neither of them are forced into stabbing due to lack of opportunity elsewhere because they both have great expansion options away from each other. So I feel like these two are going to do quite well.
Indeed. I think it's very possible
Absolutely.
that Toku has good avenues not expanding into Qing at all. They're looking very good. They've
Right.
put
Mm.
a lot of fleets around Spanish Philippines here. Look like they're going to start trying to work against Oceania in general, perhaps even more further into the North America region and start fighting Ute and Inuit.
Yeah.
And none of those
Yeah.
powers are superstars by any stretch, right? So like you're not sitting there going, "Oh, do I really want to fight this guy?" That's like, "Nah, I can take him." You know, so
Yeah.
Indeed.
Very nice.
You also mentioned earlier, we talked a little bit about how Aymara and Mapuche have been aligned at the beginning. It's a little difficult to tell right now
uh
because obviously the regionals that are around, the colonials that are around those are doing quite well still, and it's hard to fight them. However, I do think that should Mapuche be able to handle what's remaining of these Portuguese fleets here, and Aymara be able to fight back into
Mm.
Dutch, it could be a surprise rusher for the contender. Mapuche has already landed in Cape Coe, and that's a very good sign for
Yeah.
Mapuche making solid progress. Mapuche can stabilize
Yeah,
against
for sure.
Portugal.
And the
I think they have a shot.
mm,
yeah,
yeah,
and
in the first half of the game, we had a super strong Portuguese uh, position, and we'll have to see how they keep on going. But if you look at, for example, their Arabian colony or their Chinese colony, they're pulling off like these small colonies pretty well, and it's very cool.
yeah, and they got a year 2 plus 11, which I don't think we've ever seen a plus 11 by anyone.
That is fantastic indeed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the second year,
yeah.
very cool.
Very cool.
They're doing very well.
Very cool indeed. I want to quickly mention a couple of other powers. We talked about Abyssinia already. Do we think Congo stands a chance with Abyssinia doing this well?
I think
So
so. They go on.
yeah, I think that they are allied. Now, unlike the situation with Ching and Tokugawa, I think there's a much higher chance that one of them stabs. But that being said, I don't know that they're necessarily forced into it. I think that Congo probably feels a little bit more constrained just because Portugal seems to be pouring all of its strength into Southern Africa, and uh, I don't know. I think that there's at least a reasonable chance that those two go the distance together.
It would be very interesting to
Yeah,
see as well.
because right before the break, we had a Congoan stab on the Dutch. Before that, they were super chill, and
Yeah.
they just built these two fleets in Kinshasa, and Soyo took Saint Helena and Oyo, and so the Dutch could be on their downfall here a bit. But I did see something in in the press, or rather void, of there being some sort of um, English-Polish alliance of some sort.
The Captain
That's
Meme
gonna.
Captain Meme Salt Alliance?
Ooh, this is spicy, huh?
So
uh,
my
mm,
thoughts on that is that even if the Dutch fall in Africa, I don't think it ultimately affects their game that much. So I think that the places that are critical for the Dutch are South America and Indonesia, and that if they even if they get wiped out in Europe, um, I guess technically if they lose their capital, they can't join in impunity. But other than that, like it's really the thing that's going to determine the fate of the Dutch is Indonesia and South Africa, or South America rather.
Indeed. Though don't let that capital fact slip you by. The Netherlands are one of the only powers wherein needing to keep their capital is not exactly guaranteed with them having such a high VSCC. So they will definitely need to make sure that they are staying strong with at least a handful of their European neighbors in order to make sure that they can participate in the winnings.
Yeah, but they have Paris. Come on, that's a better capital than Amsterdam.
True.
No, I do think that the Netherlands probably almost uniquely, maybe tied with Portugal, suffer from this fact that they can be doing fantastically elsewhere on the board, but lose their capital. So definitely something to keep in mind.
A small quick notice: I do not have access to Wade's press channel. That's just not
ooh,
something
let me grant you that. Sorry.
need because I want to make sure that I am able
Mm.
to follow through with those.
Yes, there you go.
Thank you very much. We'll be making sure that we get those tied on quite nicely.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I know in the first half KOP was doing some reading. I can't search through that much press. That would just hurt my head. So I've just been
Yeah,
looking at the
same.
map. But he was definitely poking around and letting us know what some people were saying.
Yeah, I could never.
I'll likely just be
Too
following.
much reading.
Oh, there's a channel for people talking about the game as well. I did not have access to that either. Hello, everyone in the stage who's been
Oh
trying to
yeah, the
ping
popcorn
me.
throwers.
I could not see you trying to talk to me.
Oh, okay. Fixed now at least.
It's all good. It's all good.
Oh yeah, the map isn't turned on anymore. Sorry. Uh, do you think you could share the map again, Sport?
The map should be live on my end. Is it not going through the stage?
No,
Oh,
not right now.
why did that happen? Interesting.
Not sure.
My fault. My fault.
Okay, map is up again.
Map is up.
Awesome.
There we go.
Great.
Yeah,
Okay.
spectators keeping an eye
Awesome.
on interesting press as well to keep a track on. That is good as
Hmm?
well.
Yeah, we've had a little squad here working for us, which is awesome.
Indeed.
Okay, we have about 10 minutes left on this spring phase of year 4. It doesn't feel like this game is only in year 4. We have had so much exciting gameplay already.
Indeed.
Flare, do you think
But-
we're gonna try to still make it to year 8, or what's the plan?
I think year 7 is gonna
Okay.
be where we're at, sadly. If we're gonna push to year 8, we're gonna sit here until it's after midnight for me. So
Yeah. Be a little tough.
yeah, so I don't think we'll have an actual impunity on the board, which is
Mhm.
unfortunate. But for a trial of what this format can do, I think this has still been a success so far.
Oh, absolutely.
Uh,
It's been a success
Indeed.
for sure.
It does want me to ask a question here. I somewhat mentioned this with Damien here when we were starting. We've only gotten through, what, 3.5 years at this point? So,
Yep.
No, 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah, this is spring of year 4.
Dang. The question then is there are we going like a time deadline? Once we hit the deadline that was at the end of the time, are we stopping? Or is there a year deadline? Or are we just going?
So basically, my plan here is I should probably clarify that again to the players. But when it looked like we won't, when it looks like we only have 1 year of gameplay left um, before the final deadline, like if we pass it with 20 minutes, who cares? I'll say that now it's time for the final year, and after that final year, it will either be a forced impunity if there is one, or a draw if there's none
Okay.
available.
Interesting.
So
So if nobody ends up over 100 VSCC by the end of this 4-hour session, it is considered a draw.
yes,
I
the
mean-
first ever draw in Imperial Diplomacy history.
I mean, you can decide, you can claim victory based on your position on
Yeah, exactly.
the chart, but
Yeah, if you have a board top, we could count that as a win in this case. I think
Interesting.
without it being super unfair, since we have a time limit.
Interesting.
I wonder what I think for if we ever do like tournaments of Blitz games like this, it might be worth it to do 2 shorter sessions. No, two like I don't know 5 or 6 hour sessions. But um, during like a weekend, we have 1 session every day.
Probably,
So
yeah, probably like what people do at tournament as well. You just spread it out over multiple days. Put it over the
exactly,
weekend.
I think that would be necessary
I think so as
to
well.
give
Especially.
enough time.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was done.
I was just going to add, I think that there are some powers who definitely need a long number of game time in order to make sure that they can reach their
Exactly.
VSC. Like, a power like, say, I was already talking about them, Mapuche. Mapuche really struggles to reach VSCC within the first 7-ish years. They're going to need
Yeah.
probably double digits to get that much leverage on the board because they spend their entire time fighting Portugal.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and often like towards like Austria and such often need a bit a bit of a closer game, longer game.
Is there someone who's talking to Flare right now? Can y'all in the chat not hear me?
Oh,
no, we can hear you.
Guess what, chat? Guess what, Discord viewers? You're gonna see my OBS window. Yeah, my mic's coming through all right here, so I think we should be good.
they say that Sportsball is very quiet.
You can always right-click my
I
name
can
and
hear
just
you
turn up
fine.
my volume on that side, and that
Yeah,
should
right
help as well.
on Discord. Just okay, interesting.
My OBS window here definitely sees my mic coming out to max volume here, so if you cannot hear me on your end, I'm sorry. I do not know why that is the case.
Huh, that's weird. Oh wow, okay, that's interesting.
Interesting. Here, let me leave the Discord call and rejoin it. That sometimes works.
Mm.
One chick, stream's
Yep.
gonna go down for a second.
Have a couple of minutes left on this phase now. What areas are you most excited to see the adjudication in?
So
Damien?
I think my big question is, do Ching and Tokugawa stay allied? Which
Mm,
I think that they will, but there's always a possibility. I think I like to see how Abyssinia does if they stop to kind of consolidate or if they just keep pushing in order to collapse the Ottomans further.
mm.
And
All right.
I'm curious to
Yeah.
see how
Go.
Spain and England, if they continue to be peaceful or
Mm.
if we start to see that flare up a little bit. How about you?
Yeah, that would be interesting. One thing I'd also like to see is how this triangle of Poland, Dutch, and England plays out. Uh, because I think there's potential for funny dynamics there.
Yeah, I think so too. Um, we've been there's been kind of an open question as to how firmly allied Poland and Sweden have been at various points. It seemed like there's been some tension, and then they kind of get back together, and then some tension. So we're not, without being able to see the press, it's tough to know for sure.
Mm,
So that's
yeah,
another
for
one
sure.
that's to
Yeah,
keep an eye
maybe we
on.
can check out the Polish Swedish press channel.
Uh, audio check. Am I still very bad? If so, I'll try and fix it, but not too much more I can do.
I've been able to hear you fine the entire time, so
Right. There's also a setting
I'm.
on as far as stage goes. I remember there being a Discord setting that
Mm.
like some people will be louder than others in the stage.
Oh,
Perhaps there's some
let
setting there
me.
enabled.
I'll see what I can find.
Let's take a peek
I'll see.
into voids here. Let's hop into Polish void here. Post game restart. Salt. First line I see. I don't know what the plan is. So that's
Oh, lovely.
oh, and
I
of
love
course,
that.
most recent message. I hope Captain Meme forgives me after this is over. This is
Oh,
Oh
oh,
God. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not looking good.
oh, that is lovely. Who else is? Let me just clear voids real quick here, and let's see who's being really active.
Mm,
I just click like this, and everyone who's only sent like a few messages, auto
mm.
clear. Not too much longer left in this phase, so I'm curious to see how this first turn that I will be here commentating.
Yeah, it's gonna be really fun. While I adjudicate, I will of course, or rather, I will mute a little bit, and let you guys take care of the talking for a minute. But
yep.
I'll be back hopefully soon.
Oh, good. We're gonna continue covering like
Mm,
press and stuff here that we're covering. Austria
Yep.
here, Ice Cream Guy is throwing a lot of press into their section here, so I'm definitely
Yeah,
gonna wanna try and talk about it. Giving
yeah.
predictions on
In
how they.
general, Ice Cream Guy voided a lot before the game as well. So they've been keeping up.
Indeed,
Wait.
very, very excited to see that. I know, especially with 20-minute turn timers, when you have so many people that you need to talk to, it can be very difficult to try and
Mm,
keep up with an accurate void. So, very happy to see that we have a lot to go off of. I'm just going to go ahead and scroll to the bottom of all of these so we can see when new messages
mm,
pop in. Say a few things as
sounds
well,
good.
just to talk about, uh, once again, the more technical side of things. King of Prussia recorded their end of the recording for the first half,
Yep. Yep.
and I am recording second half here. King Pressure, I believe, said that they were going to upload just the raw file of their half. I will either upload
Mm,
the raw file. Sorry, go ahead.
I think I'll go ahead and talk to him, and maybe we can coordinate and upload it to the Imperial Diplomacy channel instead,
Nice. Well,
or something like that.
I wanted to discuss that because I will either
Mm,
upload my raw video file as well, or I can try and make
mm.
like a quick edit to try and get both the halves of the VOD together.
That would be quite amazing,
Indeed.
especially if we upload it
Yeah.
on the same channel.
I would just need King of Prussia's
Oh,
footage, and I can very easily just put them together, stitch out the intermediate sections between the breaks and any other parts that need to be trimmed out, and then that's
mm,
very easily uploadable. like
Sounds
a
awesome.
live watch VOD.
Yeah, there's a
Okay.
there's a chunk of KOPs that's going to be. I think from his perspective, I'm going to be all broken up because he was all broken up from my perspective. Somewhere in the second year, I don't know if it was just internet or what. So
I didn't hear him break up at least. So
all right, well,
uh,
hopefully you can make out
okay,
what
I'm
I'm
just
saying
gonna
at least.
quickly go ping the Netherlands because they're missing some stuff.
All right, interesting. I was not able to see settings in there. To all of the people watching on the stage who are saying that I'm quiet, some solace because I'm recording from my end. I'm getting directly my OBS volume pickup as well, and as you can see, my volume
Sure.
compared to the other commentators in the call is good on OBS side. So at
Yeah.
the very least, it will sound good in the recording, and unfortunately, that's the only
Oh,
solace I can offer.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
awesome.
It's like I said, I've been able to hear you just fine. So
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Let's go look at a couple of these voids here. I saw more Polish void stuff come in. Oh, that's just Salt ordering in the wrong channel. More
Amazing.
more ice cream guy updates here. Let's see here. What do we want? Austria suspects that both Poland and the Dutch are probably going to start fighting them here.
Ooh,
Unfortunate for those of us looking to see some.
that's exciting.
Unfortunate for those of us looking to see some Austria victories here.
I'd be a little surprised to see Poland turn on Austria. The Dutch, I would believe.
I'm not seeing anything in the Polish void about it. My quick read over, so we'll see if it actually ends up happening. Most of the Poland void is about a potential stab on England here, so
Mm,
see what else we have.
interesting.
Ayutaya says, I hope you all are enjoying my misery. I don't know.
Nice.
You're not.
Loved it.
I think you're underestimating that you're in a more solid position than you may realize. You do have strong
Mm.
neighbors. Mughal seems to be going very well, and you have Colonial Dutch here. But I do definitely think you have position to stabilize. In a blitz game, is that enough?
Yeah.
But I think you are in a stable position.
I don't. I think that Ayutthaya is doomed. Unfortunately, um, there's just like their neighbors are very very strong.
Mughals. By the way, I have to point out how I am, of course, commentator sports here. Mughals players is sports with a Z to my sports with an S, so that's not going to get confusing in the slightest. Mughals players here says, please let this work, please let this work, please let this work. Lovely void commentary here from everybody. It's genuinely fantastic.
I'm trying to figure out what the Mughals even could be attempting. No, I mean it's got to be something against Portugal, England. I guess is the only thing that makes sense to me.
Seeing if there's any other void commentary here that is worth mentioning. Updates on the Minecraft map from Firelord. Not the time nor place for it,
Oh.
but that is very cool. I suppose if you have nothing else to do for the next 4 hours, if you're France in this position, I guess that's what you do. Molly Void Press involving players and spectators. Very nice. Let's see what we have here. Molly's planning here. Tried to flip back and forth between the map and see what exactly that they're trying to plan. Especially the orders are about to come through, so we'll be able to comment on it. Not seeing much else here. Ottoman's commenting, dear God, there's 6 of them. They're trying to gobble me up.
Yeah, that one's accurate.
That does seem very accurate. Ooh, Portugal here posted their orders into their void here. Oh wait, no, that's in scoreboard updates and the orders update, I suppose. They've also said they are predicting that England is going to try and grab a dot from Greenland. I wonder if that's going to be a correct prediction.
It's pretty reasonable.
It is a very,
Although,
very reasonable grab dot if they are not trying to stay aligned for very long.
yeah, the problem with that is that it would probably have to compare it with a stab in India, which I don't think really suits either player.
Interesting.
But
Oh,
we'll see.
update on the King Void that I want to mention real quick here. King says that they considered the Tokugawa stab. It says that if they were going to do it, they needed to do it last year, and now I think it looks like they're just going to be all in on staying with Toku here.
Actually, I think I agree with both sides of that statement. I think that there was an opportunity for the stab, and I think the opportunity has passed. So, but I also think that King will do quite well staying with Tokugawa. So,
Like we previously mentioned, they don't have a ton of reason to start fighting each other in this stage. It would take a lot of build
yeah,
commitment for them to turn around and start fighting each other at this point, so I don't think they have much reason to start fighting each other.
yeah. I mean, it's definitely easier for Tokugawa to pull off the stab than it is for King. It's the advantage of being a naval power when you have a sea between you and your so-called ally. But the thing is that even if Tokugawa did pull off the stab, how many coastal provinces can they even take? One, two, three, four, five, six,
Not many.
7, 8. Okay, I mean eight is good, but uh,
It is good, but it's not
then
game
you
winning good. Is the thing.
yeah, and then you have to hold them with only fleets. It's kind of miserable. I think that Tokugawa has better opportunities to expand into Indonesia and North America. So,
Indeed, and I think King is probably better off finishing off Ming here and then probably going into Russia thereafter.
All
would
right.
they
So after a bit of a buggy bot break, the new moves map is now out.
All right.
perfect?
So we have some moves to discuss finally.
Indeed.
Good, 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 good.
Let me go ahead and pull that map up. I've confirmed everything here. Get to the most accurate map here. What strikes most here to you all? I think my eyes are first drawn to.
The Netherlands and England have gone to war.
Oh
Ooh,
shit!
yeah.
No, for real?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I said that about Netherlands. You
Mm.
definitely need Oceania and South America to go your way, but you are fragile in Europe and you need to keep good.
Oh no.
We also see a
Yeah, this not
Polish
look good.
Polish move from Brennan to Munster as well. That's not good for them in the slightest.
Shit. Yeah, this is bad.
Yeah.
This is very bad.
I think that
Ooh,
this
this
is
is spicy.
this is Netherlands trying to preempt a stab and maybe a little too preemptive, I think. This would have been so much better if they had coordinated it with Portugal, but they may just not have trusted Portugal, so I am curious to see whether Portugal jumps in against England now, because if so, England may really struggle, but Portugal may just stick with them, so we'll see.
Possible. England has also supported themselves into Greenland Sea. Is that a move against Russia, perhaps?
Mm,
More so
I
against
don't know
Sweden.
what that is. I think that looks more defensive than anything to me.
Very possible. Portugal is continuing to try and fight along the Iberian Peninsula here against Spain.
Spain's collapse has been pretty surprising to me, to be honest. I generally tend to think of Spain as just a really, really, really powerful. Like I think they're number one out of all. They're probably the sole occupant of the S tier in my mind. So to see them losing so convincingly so quickly is Although I say that, but their Central American territory is still completely fine. So
In North America, they seem to be doing well, minus the fact that it seems that Ute is turning against them here at the north end of that. They have also
I'm not sure what there's a random. No, I guess that's two moves. I don't know what Arapaio to Apache is about, but I think Shoshone is still pretty much fighting a Thap, so tough to say.
indeed. You also want to mention as well, regardless of standing in tier lists as far as normal diplomacy go, it is really important to address just how much the time scale it makes a difference. We have been playing
Oh, for sure.
Imperial Diplomacy has been played with multiple day phases, lots of time for press and strategy and planning. When you skim that down to the tiniest time scale, knowing that it's going to impact both how much time you have to make moves and also how much time you have in the game to be able to make moves, it changes a lot of how you approach strategy. This is
For sure.
very fun in that regard. What other
I think the reward for most improved position has to go to Sweden. Because Sweden got one build in the first year. One. And they're doing pretty well now. So
they've even gotten Russian support into Pskov here, which means it looks like Russia's trying to get any allies they can, and they might have found a taker in Sweden.
yeah, I don't know about that.
We'll see how much of that is actually following through with that, but we'll see.
I mean, they did tap Moscow, and move into Karelia. So
Indeed.
I would be the Swedish position looks more like they are kind of hedging, feeling like they could be enemies with Poland, they could be enemies with Russia. They're just kind of solidifying their position in my eyes, but
Indeed. I'm seeing some messages here from the Popcorn Throwers chat here. A couple of things I want to point out. Tokugawa South Pacific and Tokugawa Solomon Islands here. I love the Solomon Islands territory here. I think it is very funny territory and leads to a lot of very interesting plays when it comes to approaching Portuguese position here. Tokugawa seems to have made an interesting move, and let's check out this void here. Telling me to check out the King Void. What do we have here? Uh-oh. King is saying that Toku doesn't see the stab. Was there a King? King did move into Kurilsi here.
yeah, that looks pretty hostile in my eyes.
Are they talking about that in press? I have no idea how these press channels are organized. Let me see if I can find it. Toku.
For your information, there was a bit of a misadjudication from the bot. So I'm working on remaking this adjudication real quick. So some stuff will change in Europe if I'm not incorrect.
Good to know. Good to know. We will follow through with that when we get the accurate map.
Yep. We'll also have the actual retreat paths on the map again, because they disappeared for some reason. Okay, there we
So
go.
I'm mostly looking at the moves map here with all the arrows because I think that's a interesting way to follow. While we're doing that, let's see what else we have. Look around here. I was curious if we would say this. Portugal is vacating their aggressive front against Mapuche here. Perhaps they traded back against in Africa, perhaps? I wonder what the idea is there. Moves
yeah, I'm not real sure. I think that it's more likely that they just feel like they can't hold in South America, but
very possible. Let's grab an updated map here. Let's take a look at the clean map. Looked at the arrow map for a while.
I apparently have not been paying attention because I have no clue how there's Spanish army in Bahia. Like, how did you get over there, buddy?
Oh, yeah, I wanted to ask about that. There seems to be a slight miscoloring over here. Should that be an orange unit? Are we sure that's a yellow unit?
I gotta say, Amara and Mapuche seem to be doing pretty impressively well.
They are turning it
They are
around.
making good progress, yeah.
Looks like the Dutch are staying off of Aymara here. Let me go and double check those moves map while we look at that. It does seem to look like that the Dutch are trying to stay off of Aymara here. And if Portugal is backing out, I don't know how much time they'll have to make moves, but they are making moves.
Yeah, the Spanish position seems to be collapsing on pretty much every front. Pretty shocking to me, but I think we're going to see the end of Mali as well this year, looks like.
Yeah, Mali is getting collapsed on in the near future, although it does look like they have some potential outs. Both all right, both Poland and the Dutch supported themselves with strength 2 onto the Portuguese center here in Carossa, which means I'm pretty sure that means that Portugal just keeps it.
It does. Besiege garrison. But
Oh no,
they
because Mali went into the attacking unit, the attacking Dutch unit. So the attacking Polish unit went through. Ah, that would have been very funny. Very, very funny. Yeah, I think very possible here that Mali will be going out sooner rather than later. It's unfortunate to see. Mali, another power that does seem to do well, though their strengths are in their defensive holds. And since the colonial powers, I think, are much more likely to stay aligned in a blitz game than they are in a standard game, that doesn't speak too well to Mali doing well.
yeah, but at the same time, there's been a lot of successful coordination between the colonial powers in West Africa, which is more difficult in a blitz game. So I think that speaks more to the strength of the colonial power players. I don't Mali didn't do anything drastically wrong. I don't think, except for, uh, I mean, maybe if they pissed somebody off in their diplomacy channel, obviously I wouldn't see that. But like, just in terms of tactics, Mali has played about as well as they could. They just faced a completely united front. So
Indeed. The chat here is saying that it seems like Austria is not wanting to follow through against the Dutch here. It's very interesting because if the Dutch moved aggressively against a power with these moves, it is towards Austria.
well, I mean, the Dutch also attacked England, so
True, true.
I mean that's actually more reason to attack them, though, right? Because they're overextended now. So
Agreed. I would not want to be these Dutch players here. This is a nightmare situation for them to stumble back in after the break.
yeah, and it's probably worth noting that the Safavids are effectively dead now.
I haven't even.
Ottomans made good progress against them.
Oh, dang, that is quite unfortunate for them. I had not even realized how badly that turn went for them. That's real unfortunate. Unironically stealing tactics from this game. Hey, when you have no time to press with anyone else, your tactics are largely just going to be your own moves and maneuvers. And sometimes your own maneuvers, not tainted by anyone else trying to get you to do what they want to do, sometimes that's the best.
I I just don't like the Ching stab on Tokugawa. I really think that they could have uh, stayed allied and just cleared out Russia, but
Read.
we'll see how it works for them.
When I was reading their void, it sounded to me like they were saying that they weren't going to go through with it, though. Now they're saying that
So
they have gone through.
no, I think that it actually is a reasonable stab right now, and that's just because Tokugawa is unlikely to get much in the way of builds. They might get like Manila, Macau. So like it's tough for Tokugawa to respond effectively to this stab. And if they can't build back home, then the fleets just wash over them. But I don't know. I don't think it was necessary. I think that Ching may have done better allied with Tokugawa, but
We'll see, though.
we'll
We'll
see.
see. King is still, numbers wise, the regional that is doing the best.
Right.
We'll see how that carries into the following phrases here. One other thing I want to point out here that I only am noticing now on the retreat map. King is retreating into East China Sea here. That might leave Toku on defensive plays as far as that goes. Maybe Toku's position is not as good as we might be thinking it is as far as
I would
attacking
not be
into these areas.
surprised to see Ming just disband that fleet.
Very true as
Put
well.
themselves out of their misery. you know.
Hey, fight till the last fight is done, you know?
I mean, yes, you can survive with one fleet in Okinawa, but then you have to keep sitting here and playing the game. So,
A message from there here. Let me read. Versus he'll rejoin midway through fall. Need to breathe after a chaotic adjudication. Flare, you are more than fine. Take your time as you need it. All right, another map update here. Let's make sure we're on the most up-to-date maps.
I think it's probably worth letting Flare know. Oh no, there is a valid retreat. I was gonna say like the bot thinks that the Astrakhan fleet can retreat to a bunch of locations that it can't, just because it's non-trivial for the bot to understand that, like, just because it is a coastal province with the Caspian Sea doesn't mean that it can move across the land. But there is one valid retreat, so hopefully the Russian player enters a valid retreat.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where this is. Ah, yeah, there it is. I can see, I can understand why that got tripped up with a bot check.
Yep.
I can understand why that
Yeah.
got tripped up.
It's a pretty unique scenario for the bot to have to check for.
Problem with the commentators calling the Toku stab not great is that Tokugawa with 3 builds and a friendly king to stab is far more devastating. I don't know.
No, I mean that's actually a fair point. Is that you may just want to get the stab out of the way because you predict that Tokugawa is going to stab you, and the Tokugawa stab is more devastating. So, and then that's valid. I don't think it's wrong.
I'm not huge on the whole stab for a security stab, if you will. Not huge on that whole thing, but I can understand the concerns. So there is merit in it.
Yeah.
I love
Best
chess.com
turn to
analysis
stab.
icons in the other tab. The first thing that I noticed when I got in here and into the live stream like chat was that this link was posted here, and I'm like, yes, please. I would like to bookmark this for later.
I've always said the best turn to stab somebody is the turn before they would have stabbed you. So by that metric, maybe the chink stab was an excellent one.
Perhaps. Where would you rate this if you had to give this a chess.com analysis icon?
Book.
Book stab.
Yeah. No, I think it's fine. It just comes down to how much you're willing to trust, and the correct amount is probably 0. So, but I do think that they had one of the problems that you have moving from a vanilla mindset to a map like this is that at the end of the day, in a vanilla game, you have 6 enemies. You can't win the game. You can't solo with anybody else still on the map. And in this game, you totally can have a group of 3 players work together from start to end. So you kind of have to adjust your trust mentality a little bit, or not. Just stab for the sake of security.
See how it plays out.
It's definitely, yeah, it's definitely more possible to have long-term allies in Imperial Diplomacy than it is in vanilla.
Indeed, by the sheer metric of you have 25 players to work with, and multiple players can win together. I'm a believer of that means that long-term alliances should be more commonplace, but it's still diplomacy. So,
Right.
want to catch?
And
Sorry, go ahead. Finish your thought here. I want to move on to a different thought afterwards.
so you're always stuck in this catch-22 when you are the land-based player, which is that if you ever want to successfully be able to stab your island-based neighbor, you need enough fleets. But you can't, like, in the mid-game, once you've already reached a certain critical threshold, Tokugawa can't be faulted for continuing to churn out fleets. It's just what his power is going to do. And at some point, you're going to say, okay, well, now I can't do the stab with just 3 fleets. Now I need 4 fleets. Now I need 5 fleets. And so the earlier you pull off that stab, the easier it is to just build up the critical mass of fleets necessary to pull it off.
Indeed. Of course, once you start
so-
generating those fleets, then they obviously are going to become paranoid of the stab because unless you have a better reason for those fleets, they're going to see what's going on. Highlighting
Yep.
this meme, by the way, real quick. I want to put this one on the screen so it could be video thumbnail here. Video thumbnail here. We'll see. We'll see. All right, I wanted to talk a little bit here because Ice Cream Guy is once again coming in with some
Shoot.
very nice void fill outs here as retreats are coming in. I wanted to see what they were viewing as far as things go here. Talking about tactics against Ottomans here. Who see here? Should have snuck into Onion. Yeah, I suppose. Hindsight's 2020. You always see all the moves that you should have made when you should make them later. They are saying
I'm
that
impressed by the fact that
Sorry, go ahead.
that Austria has 3 fleets and the possibility of building a 4th one. Like, considering that they only have one place to build a fleet, like they're doing pretty solid.
Indeed. I think I'm pointing out that the most up-to-date French moves mean they retreat into Bordeaux, which is very, very real point to make as well. Also commenting that that Austria is planning to stab both the Dutch and the Polish at the same time. I'm curious what you think about that. Is that what you should do as Austria in this situation?
Absolutely not. You're completely out of position to stab either power. I mean, maybe if you get a bunch of builds and you could just drop an army in Vienna, an army in Prague. Even still, I mean, you're just very out of position for it. Is it even a stab on the Dutch? I feel like the Dutch and Austria are semi-hostile at this point, so
True.
I think that you keep pushing forward on all fronts as Austria has been doing. Maybe if you get the go-ahead from Sweden and you coordinate something, then you look into doing an attack on Poland, but it's tough. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
It's tricky to tell. Again, I would really like to see Austria come out here at the very least with a strong showing, because I think Austria does have potential, and we saw that potential on the A1 map. On this A2 B1 map, we have just yet to see any Austria really show what it's truly capable of. I feel.
That's interesting. And you said that they did statistically the worst. Is that right?
For those of you who don't know, I'm gonna go ahead and say this now. I hesitate to say this. I'm basically the editor in chief for the Imperial Realm newspaper that we do for fun. I don't like calling that. I put everything on a paper, but that is the most comparable role to what I am. But I also do some funny statistics analysis as far as game goes. I have a couple cooking, but the most recent one I did was showing the highest VSCC that each power achieved at some point across the A2 games. And Austria was by far and away the furthest behind in that regard. The best Austria player did significantly worse than the best that the other powers showed that they were capable of in A2.
So I'm curious because I haven't seen every single one of the final boards, I don't think, but that means that Aymara did pretty well. It sounds like at
Aymara-
least once.
Amara got a victory
Okay, see, that is crazy to me, but
by Tyler, no less. As well, shout out to Tyler.
fair enough.
Amara had a victory. Most powers had victories. There were a couple of powers that didn't. I think if I remember correctly, the powers that didn't get any victories in A2 were King, Qing. I keep mispronouncing that. I'm sorry. We have Qing, Sweden, Ayutthaya, and then by a notable last place, Austria. Austria's best performance, I think, was only up to about 80% VSCC, and that was in a very competitive A2H game, to be fair, but still, I would love to
Well,
see a good Austrian showing. Looks like we
I
have.
don't believe that anything of the map has changed between A1, right? And we had a winner in A1, so give him some credit there.
True. There were a few. There were a few European changes in A1, though. I believe the biggest one being in regards to how the Switzerland territories were carved up. Somebody who is more knowledgeable on that regard, though, please feel free to.
Yeah, actually, the Ottoman Austrian border also changed. I do remember that.
True.
I don't, so that may play a role.
Yeah, King hit 100% VC, but didn't win their game because that was the game where we had 160 DSCC Poland, which was wild to see. Let me go ahead and pull up the retreat maps here because we do have retreats
Wait,
in.
Austria retreated to Bordeaux?
I
Interesting.
believe that is what you should have done to do in that situation. When you're given the option for a forward retreat, I personally like to go for forward retreat simply because it forces your opponent to have to deal with that nuisance. Nuisance armies, nuisance
Mm-hmm.
fleets are things you have to deal with. If you don't put up the units that you need in order to stop the nuisance, they will steal dots from you. The forward retreat into Bordeaux, while it definitely can be punched back from, it's something that those units have to do instead of making forward progress anywhere. And Spain and Aquitaine as well, so very possible that they're main Austria cooperation? Question mark.
Yeah. I think that Spain is probably more focused on retaking Iberia, but then again, they just have the three fleets, so I don't even know what they do really.
To be fair, they did
Well,
get
I
back.
guess they.
They got back Gibraltar this turn.
Yeah, I don't think they're keeping it.
True. Any other notable retreats? Did no Ming did in fact retreat to East China Sea. That's very annoying for the Toku player. Means that Ming is fighting
It
it out. Good
is.
for them. Stay in it. Stay in it.
I mean, I
Mapuche,
think that they just disappear. Tokugawa probably just covers both centers,
indeed. It's very
and
easy for
Ming is full.
it's very easy for
Go.
Toku to cover those centers. Sorry, I don't mean to keep interrupting here. I apologize.
No, you're not at all.
It's very easy for Toku to cover those centers, but every unit they use to cover those centers is a unit that isn't making progress against Spain and the Philippines, against the Dutch and Portuguese down here in Oceania. It's more time that they have to spend defending than making actual forward progress. And in a blitz game, time is your enemy. So it's very possible that that may be a much larger headache for them.
Good news is they probably want to retreat those units to counter the stab from Qing anyway. So they're headed in the correct direction regardless.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Catch up with voids as well here. Map errors post. Good here. Updating the Qing void. What are they saying? Maps are making it whack. Uh-oh. You have accurate maps now. You have accurate maps now. You're good. You're good. On the Inuit void as well. Orders typed in the wrong area. That's unfortunate. We are in the fall phase now, so we're going to be seeing a lot more interesting press here. If you all in the stage chat here, the Popcorn Throwers channel, notice a particularly interesting press channel. I am not going to sort through every single press channel here. There are literally thousands. But
I guess 25 times 25, right?
not 25 times 25 because you can't have a channel with a conversation against yourself. Well, if you consider that a void press is a press channel
Okay.
with yourself, I guess it is 25 by 25.
Yeah.
It kills me. I understand that is entirely a mispronunciation on my regard. Please feel free to flame me for my terrible pronunciation of Ching. That
So it's funny because there is a player in the game called King55, and I keep thinking that's who you're talking about. And I was like, wait,
Hello there. I'm back now.
Oh, and
which power is King playing as?
we're also dogging on my.
Actually checked how many messages there had been today so far.
Mm-hmm.
22,000
That's amazing.
Wild.
yesterday.
Wild.
Yeah, that's twice the number of messages we had the first day of the Chaos game, and that game was insane. So quite crazy. A lot of press going down very quickly. So what have you guys been discussing? I needed to brief for a moment after this weird adjudication. What's going on in this space?
We've been talking.
We were speculating on. Go.
Sorry, we just been talking about everything. Spectators are both dunking on my bad pronunciations and also my bad fast math, which they should. Those were both very bad. But mostly we've been talking about the moves and how we think they're going to impact the board. Jing stab on Toku potentially being a notable thing that's going to be happening over the next few turns.
Ooh, exciting. I see
James?
that Mughal did very well against Portugal this turn.
Yep.
Have you guys looked at that?
I have not actually looked at
We haven't
The
actually
convoy in the
discussed.
Bidjapper. They convoyed in the Bidjapper, which is super cool.
Lovely. Let me pull up the move arrows map.
Yeah, that one.
I think it's also worth noting that Ajuran seems to have somewhat recovered. I think their position is still quite weak, but they're definitely doing better.
For sure.
Adran
Very
did make
cool.
a comeback as well. I did not notice these moves at all. That is very exciting here.
Yeah.
And that's
It's
actually
very cool.
one of the reasons why I didn't agree with KOPs about putting Portugal in the top 3. So it's just because I feel like Portugal's play has been fantastic. I'm not dissing it. I don't feel like they made any major mistakes. The problem is just that in order to succeed, you need to consolidate into a very centralized area of power, and then project strength outwards from with a safe group of centers that can't be assaulted. And that's something that you're seeing from, like, say, the Shoshone, for example. Even with a relatively small amount of territory, they have a bunch of provinces that are not really assailable, right? Except for through a stab from Spain. And so I would rate the Shoshone as stronger just by virtue of the fact that they have excess units that they can use in order to make conquests, whereas every single one of the Portuguese units is involved in defending its territory in some way. It's tough for them to really make progress.
Portugal and the Netherlands both have that issue of, yes, having a lot of different outposts is very strong, but because those outlets are sparse and not very centralized, it's very easy for even just one of those to go wrong. And if just one of those goes wrong, you're suddenly much further behind the colonial powers that have more consolidated regions, like Spain, like France. So
yeah, for sure.
It becomes difficult to keep up.
And Portugal and the Netherlands specifically suffer from having a very high VSCC. So if you lose one of those regions, you don't have that strength of the starting position anymore, and yet you still have the VSCC working against you as you go into the later game.
Indeed.
Yep, that makes sense.
You have, every province that a Ajuran takes, for example, or Abyssinia takes, for example, is just worth like 1.5 provinces that Portugal or the Netherlands takes, or almost double, I think, right? With how the VSCC calculates out.
Very nice.
Not to say that
one thing I think is.
Please go ahead. Sorry.
I really like the Tokugawa stab on Portugal here, both in Macau and over on Papua.
Indeed, we were talking about Solomon Islands as well, just being. I love the Solomon Islands tile. It leads to so
Mm.
many fun interactions because it's the only
Mm.
tile where the North Pacific powers and the South Pacific powers really are both going to want to try and struggle in as a maneuvering tool. So it makes it a surprisingly valuable tile to hold.
Yeah, for sure.
Getting
Very
that
cool.
getting that flank isle onto Danny is really what allows you to either control all of these Portuguese centers here or start to crack into them. Because tiles like Coral Sea and Arafura Sea become really difficult for you to defend once you have an enemy unit in there. So getting a crack
Yeah,
in
for
through
sure.
Solomon Islands, and then Solomon Islands being able to go directly to attack Danny or further set up position into Coral Sea, it becomes very problematic. So Goku
Mm.
making good grounds in that regard.
100%.
I
And they
mean,
also have a guaranteed Formosa by the looks of it, if they want it.
the problem with Tokugawa's position is that sure they're making inroads there, but their fleets are badly out of position now to defend themselves from Qing, right?
Of
So
course. Yeah, if King actually attacked them here,
I think
that
it's
would
pretty.
be really bad.
I think it's pretty clear that this is a Qing stab. I mean, Qing may be
Oh
trying.
yeah, but currency, all
Yeah,
that.
they may be trying to play it off. Um, oh yeah, I'm just sending my guys out defensively, but I mean, we all know what's
Yeah,
going to really happen.
yeah, yeah. I want to see a convoy into Kyushu. That would be brutal.
That would be very nice to see. Convoy to Kyushu, maybe even
Mm.
convoy into Ezo up here. That's less valuable
Yeah.
because you
Oh, yeah.
can't
They could convoy there as well. That way you still have your fleet in possession.
indeed. You can't walk from Ezo to Amon though, so I doubt
To,
that's what they're
nope.
planning. But
Yeah,
convoy to
it's just a
Kyushu,
lone unit up there. Yeah, that one could be fun.
very fun.
Mm. Very cool.
Are there any other powers that we haven't
How's
talked about much here as far as moves go? Anyone in the in the stage here wanting to see us talk about particular power? There's 10 minutes left in this phase.
Yep. I really like Salt getting into Africa more here as Poland
Indeed, he's
with the complete chaos that's going on in the Mali home centers right now.
we were discussing that having both
Mm.
Poland and Dutch powers put 2 units on Portuguese center, but the Dutch one being pushed out because of the Mali front. That's the lovely
Yeah,
bit of
exactly.
chaos from that. It's glorious.
Mm. Yeah, I'm very sad to see Dutch like crippled here because I thought they might have the potential for a pretty strong game, and I'm always a Dutch connoisseur because I think it's a really cool power, but looks like they're on their way down.
Unfortunately, they have just been struck back. Perhaps they were at the top just at the wrong time when the break came for everyone to be like, "Ooh," because that 1 hour break is the longest time that you will have to actually plan things out that we're going to see. So
Yeah,
perhaps they were at the top at just the most unfortunate time there.
yeah,
So I don't think that the Dutch are going to do fantastically, as because their African holdings are collapsing, but I think that they are reasonably secure in South America and Indonesia.
yeah.
Um,
That's good.
so I think we'll see them somewhere around the middle of the pack, and again weighed
Mm,
down by their VSCC. I, their position in Europe doesn't look too bad to me either. Uh,
mm.
I don't know. We'll see how much England wants to
Yeah,
commit against moving against them.
yeah, exactly.
Because if England wants to push in against the Dutch here, I think they can push in, especially if they have
Mm.
Polish support.
Yeah, with Polish support, it might be very possible. I've been looking at a convoy from Plymouth to Normandy, perhaps, which could help putting more pressure on Ghent as well, which would be nice for the English.
Indeed.
Um, and maybe, oh no, never mind. I was looking at if Bay of Bengal and Andhra coast in India could take the Andaman Islands, but the Dutch probably have enough support holds on that to make sure it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I believe the Dutch are fairly secure in this region over here, especially if Portugal's not planning to turn around and attack them. So it's possible.
Yeah, which I doubt at this point with the Japan attack.
Indeed. There's been like no coring.
Well,
You have time to core in a
yeah,
Blitz
there's
game.
been
I don't think you have time.
yeah. I saw Poland core the Kiel,
Yes.
which is I think is important if they get past England and Sweden here.
Very true.
But Poland isn't doing amazing, honestly. Sweden is slowly coming back, though.
Sweden has
Yeah, I think Sweden
Uh,
gets the award for most improved after their first year.
for sure.
I have not seen the
Yeah.
maps, but I will trust your word on that. It definitely sounds like they have the progress here. Update on the
Yeah.
on the Qing Void here. I think it's very risky for Fawn and Krasnoyarsk here. I am not familiar enough with the map to know. Don't peep my files.
Oh, so they're going for both those two centers? That makes sense. I can see that working.
Making progress on the Russian front.
Yeah.
That can definitely work, especially with this almost sneaky unit, Ansu here down being able to attack Trafan.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like an anti-China unit, but
Sneaky.
I think for sure.
Oh well, it's Blitz we live on. So true, bestie.
We do.
So true.
Yeah.
What other
All
void
right,
updates
just
do
a
we
couple
have?
more minutes, and then it's time for adjudication again. Hopefully this time it'll be a bit better on my end.
Imara
But
also commenting on how well they're doing. The stovetop is on for Imara.
are they cooking?
They're cooking. The stovetop's on. They're cooking.
Awesome.
More
Great
updates.
to hear.
More updates from Ice Cream Guy here talking about how they're doing on the Ottoman front. Guaranteed +2, they're saying. I believe that sounds about right from what we've seen so far. Let's see.
Yeah, from Naples. Yeah, they just need Rome to support all there. And what's the other one? Is the question?
Let's see here.
Is it
I don't think
Targo Vista, maybe?
they've just put guaranteed +2 from what I've seen here.
I consider if Poland is going Targo Vista to Ochakiv, while
Yeah, I mean,
Austria is taking Targo Vista.
I think that he might be counting retaking Dijon as his other +1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They also
That would make sense.
another comment here is just talking about if Austria is going to be able to do much if England starts running away with it. I think
No, Austria can't interact with them in any meaningful way.
not really. But
Yeah, I think generally they like England being strong because they can attack Poland, they can attack Netherlands, they can attack France. So I don't think Austria has anything against England being a strong power.
it's interesting.
That's my perspective, at least.
Do we think England's going to start to snowball over the next few turns? I wonder if they're going to have enough pushback from their neighbors.
Yeah, if the stab is getting well executed in the Americas against the Dutch, I could see it. Like if they manage to consolidate the Americas even more.
I think that the big source of gains for England is going to be taking Spanish territory in Central America. They
Yeah,
have
for
a
sure.
bunch of fleets there, and Spain's already
They're well set up to do so.
really struggling, and they just don't have. Spain just doesn't have anything in position in order to really contest England.
English fleet,
Awesome.
Gulf of Mexico here is disastrous for Spain.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they can't stop that.
Yeah.
Oh, England's in a fantastic position here. I don't even think we clocked that. England's in position.
Yeah, no, that's.
Are we actually going to see English impunity here? Hold on. I'm seeing the
Wait,
lines.
is there even like a single Spanish fleet in the Caribbean anymore?
No, because it just got
Cartagena,
disbanded
but
in Havana.
Yeah, there's only one in Cartagena, but that's
Yeah.
it.
Yep.
Holy crap! Wow.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh
That,
my
be,
god, this is
that being said, I mean, obviously the coast can be defended by armies, but
yeah,
there really aren't armies in position either.
Not at
yeah,
all.
no.
Spain has
Wow.
very
Yeah,
little
this
in
is
North America here. A lot of their units seem to be in South America. I think England maneuvers for a stab against Spain, starts to go repeatedly +5 every year. English impunity
yeah.
definitely on the horizon. Will the players be able to do
I
anything
could see
about
that.
it?
Interesting. This will be exciting. Very cool. I'm starting my adjudication now.
All
So I'll
right.
be back in a moment.
So in terms of players that are able to fight England effectively, I would say the Mughals are at least positioned to be able to do it. That being said, Ayutthaya seems to be taking centers off of the Mughals.
Update.
And
I want to point this
go
out
for
though.
it.
Sorry, quick update here. Once again, thanks to Ice Cream Guy for being very, very informative in their void. Ice Cream Guy says that they're going to be working with Salt in Poland to make sure that England doesn't get any of the Dutch dots.
I think that's a smart move. I think that staying allied with Poland in general for Austria is good. They just don't really have a particularly effective stab on each other at the moment. Um,
And the popcorn throwers here. I love that channel name, by the way. Popcorn throwers here pointing out the Ching Tokugawa chat. Tokugawa. All right. Well, Ching is trying what they can to make it not look like a stab. Everything from missed orders to I must.
yeah,
Is that a fake orders list? Hold on. A fake orders list in a Blitz game.
that's impressive.
Wait, really? That's
I'm looking at
insane.
the Ching Tokugawa press, and Ching has a copy pasted orders list here that I don't think is accurate.
Whoa. That's insane. Wow.
They are
All right,
cooking.
I'm going back to adjudication now.
Do it. They are cooking there. All right, we need to give Ching some credit for that. It looks like Toku's taking the bait. Toku does not seem to have the red alarm going.
That's a tough one.
They're offering Koryax. They're straight up offering Koryax to Ching. Wow. Okay. Ching is pressing this incredibly well. Congrats to them.
I also have to point out that France has an army in Greenland.
Wait, Army Green? Hold.
France has an army in Greenland.
Hey.
I have to assume that that was convoyed there by the Inuits, since it's the only possible way that could have happened.
What is that doing there?
My guess is that France said, "Hey, convoy me to Robert Stark so I can take Brattahlid." That's the only thing that makes sense.
It must be. Hold on, let me look at the moves map. Go back to the moves map here. Where did this come from? Hello? Is this an inaccurate moose? Oh, it must have been. Yeah, it must have been an Inuit convoy here. You can see the
Yeah.
convoyed unit on convoy order on the Inuit unit, just not on the French unit. It must have just been there with the map that we're looking at. I must not have the correct one pulled up. Very funny. Spain is over-investing in the Mediterranean, which makes sense for the capital, but now England is going to profit. Indeed, I think England is in a strong position. I think they have the potential to snowball into a win here.
So one good way of doing the metric is to count the number of centers and count the number of units in any localized area, right? And those numbers should be roughly equivalent. So let's take a look at the Mediterranean. There are 4 Spanish dots, which is Barcelona, Valencia, Baleares, and Genoa. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Spanish units. So that's 5 Spanish units that could be somewhere else defending some other dots that are instead in the Mediterranean and need to conquer something in order to justify their existence. And honestly, I don't see how that happens. So
Yeah,
basically, if you have 5 units that are not supported locally in any one theater, that means that there's 5 units missing from another theater. And I think that it's pretty clear that the the units are missing from the Central America, the defense of that coast.
the defense of the Caribbean centers here.
Yeah.
Uh,
But
The new moves map is out now, by the way.
we should give credit to where credit's due. It's possible that a lot of the Spanish units being out of position is just due to good diplomacy by the English player. I mean, that's possible. I don't know who. Yeah, okay, so this is a. It's not even that strong of a stab, honest. To be honest, yeah, the English sent 1 fleet into the Gulf of Mexico, but the rest of it, they seem, yeah, they're still working together. The English are supporting the Spanish into Caracas. This isn't even really a stab. I think it looks. I'm speculating that the Spanish decided to hand over like Florida or something token wise to the English to try to stave off a stab. Is my guess as to what's happening.
Interesting. We have.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can find their press channel. Maybe they said neither of them updated their void. Not quite alphabetical
So
order of the press channels.
unshockingly, the Ching stab is a legitimate stab on Tokugawa. And Tokugawa at least somewhat retreated a little bit. No, not even. Oh my god. Tokugawa didn't even really do that much of a fallback, to be honest. Tokugawa's just, I think, done. It looks like.
It looks like a lot of the English moves to support Spain rather than stabbing them were an English plan. A lot of these were
Yep.
suggested by Ezio, so I'm curious where the tactics plan is for that. Perhaps make it not so obvious that the potential for that stab exists. That's probably a fair shout.
No, I would not be. I'm just speculating here based on my knowledge of the players, but I have a feeling that the move to Gulf of Mexico was the Spanish player saying, "I will give you a dot to not stab me," and that it was legitimately agreed upon. Now, whether that holds into the next year or not, who can really say? But I think that you can offer up a dot to stave off a stab sometimes. But Tokugawa is done. They lost Koryax, at Ezo. They lost Fusan. They lost What's that? Amami.
Mommy,
Yeah, and they're just dying all across the board. I guess they got Danny,
input a self bounce over
and
Edo. They got
which
Formosa
is
here, at least for them, but and Donnie, but
yeah,
not,
those that
Yeah,
self
and
bounce
both Hainan and Macau.
they get
self bounce
So I don't.
absolutely needed to be
I'm
putting
not.
their units into defensive positions. So
Is Tokugawa even disbanding?
they lost one,
they
2,
They're neutral
3, 4.
they
They
went
lost 4 centers.
they went up for.
and got 4.
They claimed
Okay.
Yes, they're neutral.
they claimed 4, but the 4 they claimed are much further south. They do not have the units to
Yeah,
be able to defend home territories here.
very true.
Well played
Yep.
by Ching. Well played by them.
Yep. Ooh, I love seeing Sweden up in Spitsbergen. That's fun.
Swedish Spitsbergen, nice.
Yeah, Qing also, it looks like, made good progress against Russia as well. So Qing looks to be doing absolutely fantastic.
Indeed, if we look at this map here, they did in fact get both Krasnoyarsk and Turfan. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but Krasnoyarsk. No, I think that's correct. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The
Krasnoyarsk.
chat has pointed out something important here. I think we have our first elimination, and it's not Ing, it's Athapaska.
Wait, shit. Really?
Athapaska
no.
is
Yes,
Athapaska is our
Athapaska
first casualty.
Yep.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Look at these moves here.
Yeah, that's what it
Wow,
looks like to me.
that is just like perfect collapse for them there. Wow. You hate to see it, but well played by Ute. Perhaps we should be keeping an eye on Ute Shoshone. One to be looking out for going forward.
I mean, their southern neighbor is Spain, so not much of a threat there. In fact, basically just free territory once they get around to it. I do think that they will have a little bit of trouble expanding past this point, just because they don't have much in the way of fleets, but I don't know. I think that they're destined to be at least at the midpoint of the leaderboard. I'm also trying, I can't tell for sure, but some of those moves, yeah, I think it looks like Sweden stabbed Poland, I'm guessing, is what happened.
Take a look here. It does certainly look like that at the first glance. I've also been told to look at the Polish void, so let's go check in on that here. Oh yeah. So foreshadowing both their collapse and also English solo here. That's not good for them. Oh, more more dogging on my terrible pronunciation. I'm sorry, I am uninformed. My apologies. How many powers is that I have? Not even counting territory names. Territory names are difficult, but mispronunciations of power names. We have 2 nickels now, chat. You've got 2 nickels now.
What's the second one that you mispronounced?
I have pronounced King and Ute. Apparently, Ute is supposed to be Ut.
I mean, I just call them Shoshone, so.
There. Isn't it Shoshone, though?
I don't.
Uh-oh.
Shoshone.
Shoshone? Oh,
Is it?
no.
Then I've been mispronouncing it ever since they were a power in Civ 5, so whatever.
Right. Ute.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Ute, like the log in Minecraft.
They're saying,
that's all I know.
I'm being informed it is pronounced Ute Shoshone.
Well, if they wanted to be called Shoshone, they shouldn't have had an E at the end of their name. Sorry. Anyway, pronunciation stuff aside. I mean, it can't be any worse than the first Imperial Diplomacy video where both Captain Meme and Ezio called Abyssinia. They called it Assyria the entire video.
Oh, that is very fair.
I was like, Assyria, no, stop it. Okay.
Speaking of Abyssinia,
none of this is easy.
Speaking of Abyssinia, I'm told to look at their moves here. Convoy across to further attack Ottoman units here. Not a lot of centers gained this turn, although they did get into Knim, which is see, but making some good position headway. Also, the Portuguese unit just sneaking into Baghdad here.
Yeah, the Ottomans are in a tough position. There's no doubt about it. But just issuing mostly defensive orders when you're surrounded on all sides and under attack from all sides. I mean, I always just, maybe it's just personal preference, but I like to go down swinging. Defensive orders just don't feel like the way to win here. But
It's a tricky position regardless, but I do agree.
yeah,
I like to fight till the
I hate to criticize because I don't think that they have a winning plan on offense either. So it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But regardless, they at least have their +2 from taking provinces off of the Safavids, and they did try to retake Cairo, even if that was unsuccessful. So overall, I think that it's too little too late in terms of response to Abyssinia's threat. And just a tough position overall for them.
Another thing being pointed out here, Netherlands down 9 this year. Hey,
Yeah.
England.
That's a tough one.
England got into Amsterdam there, and that's probably not a good sign for them. They've lost ground. Africa as well. Still doing all right, Southeast Asia, but Aymara snuck into Jé here, so that is very bad for them. Oh man, Aymara is cooking. They've got the gas type is running. Walk into Jé. They are nice. Almost feel bad for
Council of
Toku, but it's the
Nations.
best result of everyone playing logically. Interesting. I don't think I thought, and I said this before we actually got into the break here. I think Qing was in the best position of any regional by far, especially now that they've gotten the Toku stab as well. Qing is definitely the power to look out for here.
Oh yeah, I think that the fact that they were able to continue the offensive against Russia successfully while stabbing, I mean, it's just a really good spot to be in. I still think that Abyssinia is an extremely powerful regional, but Qing definitely seems to be doing much better,
Indeed.
just in terms of growth. I just don't feel like Tokugawa responded correctly to the stab, whether that was due to diplomatic, efforts in order to convince them, and Tokugawa decided to kind of go half and half or whatever you want to call it, but they're just not in a position to respond effectively to Qing's moves now. So
There is a future where everything in the northern hemisphere is either pink or red. That is a potential future that we're looking at. That would be funny. Athapaska getting eliminated doesn't do quite so well for that dream. That is interesting. I think it's important to mention as well, because this is a blitz format, the powers that are doing well need to continue to snowball here. The powers that aren't right at the top need to be doing as much as they can to prevent snowballs where possible. And right now, if there are two powers that can snowball effectively, I think it's England and Qing.
yeah, I agree with that. I don't think Poland is doing well enough in order to justify a top 3 finish at all. I think that they'll be somewhere in the middle of the pack, but just the fact that Sweden now does appear to have an effective attack against them means that Poland is unlikely to reach the top of the board. So
Agreed. I think Poland's in an unfortunate position here. Third place as well. Portugal. Portugal is doing very well, but I think for the same reason we talked about the Netherlands being struggling here, I don't think I see Portugal being able to get close enough to the top to be able to contest here. South America has started to go poorly for them, and South Africa has hit a wall, it looks like, though they're making progress. They've managed to kick Ajaran and Abara, so they are making progress. Largely South America, though, they are losing units there, and that means that that one area falling makes the process of them getting to VSCC quickly that much of a hurdle.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that England is just well positioned to make progress against the Inuits in North America. They're going to make good progress against what few Dutch units still exist. Spain obviously has virtually nothing there. I don't know. England is well positioned to do quite well. However, we do also need to remember that Qing has the VSCC advantage. So every province that Qing takes is actually worth more than the provinces that England takes
Indeed.
in terms of percentage. So
In terms of percentage, that is true, but in terms of number of centers needed, it's still very close. England needs 14 more centers, and Qing needs 16 more centers. So it is still quite close. Compare that to Portugal, though, and Portugal needs, what is that, 27 more centers? It's nightmarish for them to try and get that many in just a few years.
it's true. And I guess no one else is anywhere near their VSCC, right?
Everyone else is below half the SCC, from what I can tell. I
Yep,
can
that
just
looks
I've got
about
the
right.
leaderboard posted with all the VSCC scores if you want to take a look at that.
yes, indeed. Up this as well and get a look at this. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. England is, in terms of number of centers needed, England and Qing are about even. However, England has a lot more to work with right now. Both, I think, are still contenders, and we definitely want to be keeping an eye on both of these players because I think my money is on if we get an Imperial Unity, it is going to be one of those two powers. The question now is, will everybody else be able to stop that?
I'm actually shocked to see Spain at +5. I don't know where they got all the centers from, but
I think
more power to them.
it's +5 builds. It's not necessarily +5 centers. I think they disbanded units a couple of places, so I would have to go back
I
and
mean, it kind of has to be. I can't imagine.
read.
Um,
I'm gonna take a moment here.
Tokugawa. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna take a moment here. I'm gonna put the video feed here on the map. I'm actually going to step away for the restroom. Please continue.
So Poland is fourth, which I'm a little surprised by, given. I mean, they have 20 centers, which is quite a bit. It doesn't look like that much on the map, does it? But North Germany is worth a lot, and I think that's where most of their strength comes from. And we're gonna have to see how Sweden does, whether they have an effective attack or not. I want to say, it's going to be kind of a stalemate, and then we have to see whether Austria decides to weigh in against Poland or not. Other than that, I'd like to see Spain shedding some of its Mediterranean units and rebuilding them in North America. Don't know how they would go about doing that. They need to get them disbanded somehow. But they do have the +5, so hopefully they build those units in North America. That's actually probably one of the most important decision points that are left in the game is where Spain decides to build its units. Because if Spain doesn't build units, specifically fleets, in order to try to counteract England, I think England may cruise to victory at this point. It's pretty easy to see England taking 14 centers over the next 2 years, especially if Spain doesn't put up effective resistance. But then again, Qing also likely has a bunch of centers that they can take. I guess really there's only four Yeah, 4 Japanese centers left that they can take. So Qing needs 16 to go. And that's going to have to mostly come from Russia, Mughals, and some Japanese territory. Maybe some Inuit territory.
All right, I'm back. Apologies here. Everyone mentioned.
How dare you have biological needs?
I'm sorry, I downed an entire bottle of Dr. Pepper. There's a question here that I did want to address
These
here
things happen.
for the posterity of the game as well. Somebody was asking what the time frame of this game is. I believe we settled on that there are 2 hours and 15 minutes left in this game from the time that I'm saying this message. Should one of the powers reach VSCC and declare impunity during that time, then they have won. And otherwise, it will be considered a technical draw. We'll obviously be congratulating powers who did well if should we reach a draw, but it will, for the sake of the scoreboard, be a draw.
Specifically, it's not just that they need VSCC, they also need to be 25% ahead of the second most player. So
Indeed.
That would mean that England would need to gain, and this is why VSCC really hurts the powers that start with such large territories. England would need to gain 14 provinces before Qing was able to get to 75% of their own VSCC, which is what, 19?
75 of 30. They need 31 additional, so 75% of that is, I believe, 8. Minus 8, so they would need, actually exactly 8 more centers. England would need to get 14 more centers before Qing gets 8 more centers.
7, actually.
7, my bad.
If they, well, it's I mean, you had the number right, but if that would put them on par, they need to have less than 8, so 7. Yeah, and you have to think that Qing is going to be able to get 7 centers over the next 2 years. Like this, it's just almost inconceivable that they won't. With 4 provinces in Japan just flat out open to take, and them making good progress against Russia, there's no way they don't get 7. And Spain would have, and England getting 14 is doable but challenging. So I was actually saying while you were gone, the fact that Spain is building 5 units, I mean, they have to be fleets in the Caribbean, right? Like, they just have to be.
I would think so, though. An important update that Flare pointed out, there was a small misadjudication. Spain is only building 3. So the point you're making still stands.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot more sense to me. I don't know how they just didn't seem to have made enough progress to have +5, but
I think anything less than fleet builds in St. Augustine and possibly Saltillo as well, I think anything less than that is going to give England such a dominant position.
they actually, yeah, that's actually all that they can do. They have a fleet in Mexico City already.
That's
They have
West
an army in
Coast.
Panama. Yeah, I know. I'm saying, like, they really can
Sorry.
only build 2 fleets to even try to counteract England, and I don't think that's enough.
Indeed.
England has a mess of fleets.
And if Spain is gonna willingly give this to England, then that is a lot of dots for England to scoop up and make some very big progress towards. I do want to take a mention though to chime this in, so it's on the commentary track here. We do have a couple of updates from King of Prussia. King of Prussia unable to join in the commentary for this second half. I was unable to join in for the first half, so it worked out nicely. But King of Prussia is chiming in with a little bit of their insight as well. We did cover a lot of this, but I do want to go ahead and say what they think here on the Qing and Tokugawa situation. They are saying that Tokugawa really did misplay their position quite a bit, which is unfortunate for them. But I do think I have to agree. I don't think it's much the Toku misplay as much as it is Qing did very well in their press from what we were able to see in order to get Toku to let them get this position against their centers. Portugal mismanaged some relations, especially with regionals. So it's likely that they're going to struggle. We did talk about that as well. England stabbed the Dutch, which has solidified England's position, although England hasn't gotten many centers directly out of it. True. We saw in Ice Cream Guy's Void that they are trying to work with Salt here, and Austria and Poland are trying to work together to make sure that England does not be the benefactor of this Dutch stab. We'll have to see if they're successful in that regard. And more Eastern Europe chaos, a little bit of talk about how Poland is in a dicey position against Sweden now. Very good insight there from King of Prussia at a glance. Thank you for your additional commentary.
Yeah, okay, so Poland's building +3 and Sweden is at +2. So I've got to think that we're about to see some more fleets in the Baltic. I feel like if you don't, well, actually, Poland can only build one fleet in Wilno. I'm probably mispronouncing that. And so really, Poland can only build a single fleet in the Baltic, whereas Sweden can build two. Yeah, I feel like Poland's not going to do well. I know that I picked them as my number one at the end of the third year, but the attack that the Swedish have against Poland now just feels a little too strong for Poland to be able to really ultimately do very well on the scoreboard.
Indeed. Should we do a quick little power rankings thing? I don't. Has that been something that you all have been doing at the end of each year?
We have not, and I know that that's like one of the Diplostrats thing that they do, and I think it would be great to. Let's see, how much time do we have before the next one? Because we don't really need the builds.
Orders are locked, and then we have 20 minutes for phase.
Yeah, we
phases.
we can go through. Why don't we? Do you want to throw up like a tier list or something? Or you don't have to do anything special.
I have a drawing.
We'll just say we can just say like A B C E or S A B C D. How about that? F S A B C D F, and we'll just assign one to each power. So we'll start with Inuits, and we'll alternate who goes first. So you start with Inuits. What do you think they are?
Inuits. I think Inuits.
S A B C D F.
I think Inuits have an interesting position here with Athabasca gone, but I think Ute stands to be the bigger benefactor of Athabasca being eliminated here. I think it's very possible that Shown just ends up pushing in against Inuit here, and that doesn't look like it's going to end up very well for Inuits. Their position is not bad, though. I think they definitely have the potential to contribute on, so we have a... Hold on. Thank you to whoever did this in the chat here. I was just going to draw on the map. Your list maker. Scroll down in the chat. We'll just work on this. I'll pull it up. We have it on we have it on my end as well.
Perfect. So I'm going to I mean I agree with everything that you said. I think that given that Inuits went +4 this turn, and Shoshone also went +4, I'm gonna put Inuits at a B. Does that sound good to you? B?
I think I would say either B or C for Inuits. It's hard to tell because I haven't looked at the map as far as everyone else is concerned in order to figure out where I would rank them.
Right.
I think if anyone is in B tier, I think Inuits is in B tier. They have options, but they're definitely going to have problems. So I think Inuit B is probably a fair shout. I see the potential lines for them here. Also,
this is pre-builds.
Yes,
the
pre-builds.
Map that I'm looking at, but given the fact that Spain is going +3 and absolutely must dedicate builds in order to holding off England, and Shoshone basically have an open field to go into Spain, and just there's no threat from the Tokugawa across the sea. England isn't in any position in order to threaten them. Shoshone have to be A tier in my mind.
Shoshone definitely is above Inuit, and I if there's another regional aside from Qing that is going to do well, I would put that money being on either Yuchon or on Austria. I think those are the other
Okay.
two regionals that we definitely need to keep our eyes on. And if a regional belongs in A tier, I do think Shoshone being an A tier makes a lot of sense.
All right, Spain. Spain. I'm gonna put them at C tier.
Hold on. I think something very relevant just happened for how we're going to rank Spain. Build map just came in. According to the chat here, no Spanish fleet builds in the Caribbean.
That's just a throw.
I I don't know if I would use the
Yeah.
word throw, especially because it seems I hate when people use the word throw when it can really be attributed to solid press. Like, I think England is
No,
maneuvering the situation well. I don't think it's necessarily a Spanish
Oh
throw.
my god.
However,
The
yeah, Spain
Netherlands
is not
disbanded.
fighting
Yeah.
this well.
Well, I will say that it's no longer an open. That definitely hurts Shown, and the English position is. I don't know. I'll keep it the same. I will say C tier for Spain.
I would rather put Spain into D tier. I do not see Spain coming back. I don't think they're in F tier. I don't think they have literally no shot. I do not see a line where Spain makes meaningful progress on this board right now.
And I will agree with you on the D tier. And my reasoning for moving them down is because you need to keep in mind how much their VSCC weighs against them.
Agreed.
That Spain, by virtue of its VSCC, is expected to do fantastically, and even then, that's like barely good enough by VSCC standards. So, like, there's just no path for them to have a decent score due to their VSCC. So I think D is fair.
Agreed. I would like to
I'm our
can we quickly go ahead
shoot.
and just get the good ones out of the way and put both England and Qing into S tier. I don't think that needs to be argued. If there's
No,
impunity from those two, if there's impunity, it's going to be from those two powers. I really don't
yeah,
see.
you can throw them both in S. I don't think anybody would contest that. Um, I will say Amara. I'm gonna put them at a B, I guess. There's
I
no
think
like clear threats to their
yeah.
position, but they're
I think
just gonna have trouble building or
I think
trouble
Aymara is
expanding.
in line with Inuit and how I analyze them. They have lines. I see the lines, but I think they are going to struggle here. It is not unwinnable, and they have potential to make a lot of ground, but I don't see them doing well if Netherlands play their defense here well, for example. Although Netherlands did not build much here at all, so perhaps I am wrong in that assessment, and we really should be placing them higher.
No, Netherlands had to disband a
Right,
bunch,
they had to
but
disband.
Net they disbanded out of North America, and
Oh wow,
so they're just going to lose
wow.
that territory, and then
More
I assume the
more
rest of it
fodder for the
disbands.
Diplostrats victory.
Yeah,
All right, hold
and
on.
give
I need to do something real quick here. These are some notable developments here, and I think I think no one is going to object to me making an SS tier. Hold on, I'm gonna do the Sonic Riders thing and call it X tier.
okay, so uh, the Netherlands actually disbanded all 5 units that they had in Africa. So
Really?
yeah,
Wow. Yeah, Netherlands
no,
not doing
believe it or
well.
not, I actually think that's the correct play. I think that like I was saying about an army justifying its existence, you have to have a ratio of armies to centers, right? And they have 2 centers and 5 units. So by disbanding those 5 units, they are sacrificing 2 additional centers, and they're also like they much more easily could have justified keeping their North American units, but again, they're just going to lose them to
Indeed.
England,
I
and
think
and and who's going to rescue them? So
I think I'm going to, based on the discussion we're having, I'm going to argue Netherlands for C tier. They are still holding. If they didn't have a strong defensible position in Southeast Asia here, I would put them in D tier with Spain. But they have a holding that I think is not going to fall. So I'm putting them above Spain for that reason.
I will also point out that Ayutthaya built 3 armies, which is just incredible for the Netherlands.
Oh
Like
wow.
I don't understand how how Ayutthaya justified 3 army builds there when it's just going to take more than a year in order to even get those armies into position. So
Get the map with the
just the
circles. My bad.
based on the 3 Ayutthaya builds being all armies, I mean that's like borderline like misorder territory. Like how I don't understand the Ayutthaya army in their capital. It's a full year and a half away from any other centers that it could possibly threaten. So,
I
uh,
agree. I don't know what Ayuttaya's plan is as far as where they stand to game. I do agree though. This is
yeah,
along the same lines with Netherlands. This is a stable position. I don't think they're getting cracked from this position, but I don't see
no,
them
and
making gains.
that is an excellent point. I think that Ayutthaya may have just made a judgment call that they're going to, you know, what is it? Round in the circle up the horses, circle in the wagons, and say, I'm playing a defensive game from here on out. And I don't think that's an unreasonable decision. Uh,
I'll put them
they
into.
don't fit.
I'll drop them into the C tier with Netherlands there for that reason. If we're gonna want to make sure we
Yeah,
get all of these powers on the press on all these powers on the power ranking. Sorry, we're just gonna need to speed through a little bit here.
yeah, yeah.
Molly C
So,
tier for staying power.
no
Molly
way. Molly is got to
Molly
be F tier.
Molly built, but the Netherlands disbanded. I think if anything saves them here, Netherlands completely disbanding everything saves them, does it not?
Uh, Maybe give them D.
I,
Let's
I
give them D.
I'm giving them D instead of F, but I do agree. I don't see the line where they stay for very long. I don't think they make it to the end of the game. And while we're talking about powers not making
Okay.
it to the end of the game, Athapaska, just drop that in there.
I mean, are they even on the on
J-
the list anymore?
All right. What else is an easy? What else is an easy grab as far as ranking goes here? As far as powers go,
France is going to be an F tier, I think, right?
I think France is F tier. They're not complete. Oh, they have disbanded in a lot of places. Unlike Spain, unlike Netherlands, I see zero potential. I see zero potential where France makes any meaningful amount of anything this game. I think France is out.
France has 2 fleets that are defending one island, Corsica. I don't understand that one. Um, but
F for France.
yeah,
F
okay,
for
so
France, indeed. F for
F
France.
F for France. F's in chat for France.
France tier.
Portugal. Portugal's an interesting position.
I agree. Portugal is there is a lot of nuance to the Portuguese position. In terms of raw VSCC, it is important to keep in mind they're third and quite a bit of a ways above fourth for that matter.
Yeah, and I think that they do not face enormously dangerous opposition in terms of their enemies. They like Congo and who else? I mean, the Dutch, I guess.
They're facing
Spanish aren't going to put up any serious resistance. I actually think that the Portuguese position is quite good.
if it wasn't for the fact that they have lost almost all their ground in South America, I would agree. But I think them all but losing their South American holdings here, their only unit is now an army in Mato Grosso. I think they're giving up those dots there and not going to be able to get them back. And their VSCC requirement being so high from there on is going to make it difficult for them to make gains. However, they're making gains in Europe. They're making gains in Africa, both North Africa and South Africa. They're probably going to,
They control Baghdad.
if there is anybody that cracks this Dutch position in Southeast Asia, Portugal is the only one. Although it doesn't look like that's their intention. They're probably just going to fight the Tokugawa push in. I think
Yeah.
I think Portugal A tier is very reasonable. I don't think they're any higher than that, but I think an A tier from Portugal makes sense.
A or B, I would give them.
I think A tier, but I'm going to keep them lower than Yuchishon here. I think
Yeah.
I think it is more likely that Yuchishon wins than Portugal wins. So I'm going to keep them in A tier, but lower half in that regard there.
All right, Austria. I
Austria,
gotta say A
I
for
agree.
Austria.
I agree. I said it already. If Austria is the only regionals I see winning this game with any sort of potential is going to be Qing, Ute, and Austria. I think those are the only powers with potential to win this game.
Yep. Poland. I will. I mean, they went +2. They're fighting Sweden. Sweden has no enemies. Poland. I'm gonna say B or C. Probably B.
It's tricky because it really depends on how exactly Sweden wants to fight it. Notably, Sweden did not do what I thought they were going to do, which was Fleet Narva. I was expecting Fleet Narva build from Sweden if they were really going to push into Poland, but they have not, and I think that means Poland has much more breathing room, so I'm willing to give Poland a B tier here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that the Fleet Trondheim and Army Stockholm is very pro-Polish. Also, no fleet in Wilno means that they must have talked something out.
Yeah,
So
there must have been some sort of
I'll give them a
negotiations
B.
there. I think B is very fair. Are we throwing Abyssinia out of the possible regionals winning list? I do not. I think if Abyssinia is going to win, they are going to have to get a stab in Congo, Ajuran, potentially even both of them. Abyssinia just does not. Abyssinia is making strong moves against the Ottoman centers, but the Ottoman centers alone are not going to be enough for them. Right now, Abyssinia they're only getting one build this year. They only have 12 centers. They still are 20 centers out. No, Abyssinia, if this had a longer year time frame, if this was going to year 10 rather than what we're expecting, which is year 7, I think Abyssinia has a chance. I do not think Abyssinia is going to be fast enough to win this game.
And to be honest, they just are not in position to get a good stab in on either of their neighbors. So
Agreed.
I'm willing to put them at a B.
We put, with the exception of Mali, do we put the three? I think we put all three of the remaining African regionals at B. Well, Ajuran C.
No, yeah, Ajuran C.
I'm fine to put Abyssinia and Congo both in B tier, though below Inuits in Poland in that regard, and then Ajuran in C tier here.
You can throw Safavids into F tier.
Oh yeah, Safavids are it's a yikes. That's a yikes.
Yeah, and Ming can probably go in F as well.
Agreed.
I honestly kind of want to throw Tokugawa into F. I mean, they probably more realistically are a D, but
I see Toku holding. Toku holds some of these centers if they can get back against Portugal here. I do not think that players like Ming or Safavids are going to hold anything. I'll agree Toku is now probably lowest. Toku's above Mali. Toku's above Mali. I'm sorry.
All right, I'll give it to you.
I see.
But they're definitely D.
I don't see much potential, but I see potential for Tokugawa not dying, which is the difference between D tier and F tier for me. F tier are powers that I think will be dead by the end of this
game. Who do we have left? Mughals?
Mughals, yes, let's discuss Mughals because there is some interesting discussion about Mughals because they just executed moves against Portugal incredibly well. This year went very well for Mughals.
Here's the problem. England just built 2 armies in India.
True.
So, I mean, I can't if you're facing down aggression from the board leader, I can't imagine putting you above a B. That being said,
I like.
Yeah, and Ayutthaya also with the army builds. Ugh.
Yeah, it's tricky.
I don't know.
It's tricky. Both England and Ayutthaya building armies here makes the position rough for Mughals. But I think top of B. I don't see them winning. I think they have too much oppression against them with those army builds for them to have good odds for winning. But I think they can mount a solid chance here. I like their chances more than I like, say, Inuit or Poland.
Well, I would be impressed from their position if they were able to hold the line from here. If they don't collapse, I think that they've done well from this position.
Interesting.
Um,
I see it in a completely different way. I think that they have a very good potential to hold the line if they can flip these fleets from Goa and I'm sorry, I'm not going to try and pronounce that territory while I'm being recorded. If they can flip those fleets around to the other coastline, take a year or two to do that.
Ahmadnagar,
Yeah,
yeah. Um,
they do have some oppression. There are going to be some oppression though. They don't have a lot of defense like up here against the English armies in Rasam and Kolkata. I will agree about that.
yeah.
Okay, that I'll agree with you there. That does bump them a little bit lower. I like their potential. I like their potential. We have not put Ottomans on this list. Are Ottomans in D tier or F tier? What do you think? I think D.
Oh, there's no way they're an F. I mean, they're gonna be alive at the end of the game, but
I agree. I agree.
not they're yeah. eh, Let's call it D.
I'll put them top
And
of D.
maybe
I like them more
yeah.
than Spain. I like their position more than I like the Spanish position. If only Spain had
Mm.
built fleets Caribbean. If only. Then this top tier wouldn't need
Uh,
to exist.
I mean, when you see somebody make weird builds, it's easy in order to say, "Oh, they made a mistake," but it could just be good diplomacy by their opponents. You
Indeed,
know?
indeed. Like you should not discredit the English play power here. They are they are pressing very well. There is a reason they have a top tier to themselves above the top tier, which is solo by another power. All right,
Yeah.
let's put these last four in here pretty quickly here. Aymara and Mapuche. I think I think I like Aymara's potential gains here. Netherlands can't fight them very well, but I don't see Aymara making much gains thereafter.
I want to put them both bottom of B, top of C.
I'll agree with that. Let's see here. Bottom of B. I'm alright with bottom B. Let's split BC between them because I want to point out for Mapuche here that especially now that they've gotten kicked out of Cape Koe, they are not making progress over here. They got kicked out of Guinea. They are not making progress over here. Mapuche is now much more walled off. And I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
In order for either of these two powers to make headway within any sort of reasonable amount of time, they need to stab each other, which is unfortunate for both of them, but they are at the point where their alliance will not be able to secure this game quickly enough for it to matter.
I just don't think the geography supports a long-term alliance for either of them. Like you can't in order for to make an equitable split of South America, you have to be stretched so badly that you just don't have secure borders. So that's actually one of the reasons why I don't feel like Aymara. I feel like Aymara is an F tier power along with Sweden. Um, for that specific reason is that they just nobody wants to be your long term ally when you're Aymara.
That's very fair. That's very fair. And that's coming from somebody who's in A2 was a part of a long-term Aymara Mapuche alliance. It's very
Yeah.
difficult for those two powers to make progress unless the game goes like 12, 14 years, which obviously is not happening in a Blitz game.
Yep.
Sweden, we talked about Sweden when we talked about Poland here. I think Sweden, I don't know where Sweden plans to get the remainder of their dots, is the question. If they're not fighting Poland, who are they fighting for dots? Is it England?
I mean, I'm just impressed that they're not dead. So, I mean, I'm willing to give them B just by virtue of the fact that I wrote them off year one, and they look to have a very a very good position now at this point.
I
They are allied with England, and England isn't going to be looking to make enemies. So I like they have a solid alliance structure, uh, and there is the possibility that Austria turns on Poland, and if that happens, then Sweden's just going to feast on them. So I'm willing to give them a B.
I agree with that. I think they have strong alliance structures. My only reason I'm not going to rank them much higher than where I'm going to put them is that I don't see where their plan is. I'll have to go and check and see if they have anything in their void or anything. I don't know where their plan to play further from here is if they're not attacking Poland right now.
Yeah, and their builds were very pro Poland, so
Agreed.
uh,
And
it, They're not attacking England. I mean, they could, but it would just be a pretty poor idea.
All right,
So
we've been given some.
they go for it.
I just want to point out real quick, we were given a lot of extra time here because some bot issues, as far as adjudication is concerned. We've been given a bit more time to finish this out. But let's very quickly put Russia on this tier list. Russia is interesting
F.
because I almost want to give them D, if only because of sheer tenacity. Like, they're obviously fractured. They're obviously not doing well. But keep in mind, some of the powers that are fracturing them are like Safavid and Ottomans, who are both also very low on the list.
Sure, but Ching is going to clean them up.
Ching is going to clean
it's
them
an
up.
Easy F.
Yeah, Ching is going to clean them up. Yeah. That's unfortunate there. All right. What do you all think about this list ranking here? I think this looks pretty solid. England, tier of their own. Qing, tier of their own, right below that. Only other powers I think can reasonably contest at this point are Yuchishon, Austria, and Portugal. Even then, Portugal's a bit of a long shot.
So I will make an argument in order to knock England down to S tier. As crazy as that sounds,
It would have to be a very convincing argument. Is all I'm saying.
Down to S tier. I still think that they're S tier, but I think that England's VSCC works against them, and the later the game goes, the more pertinent that VSCC value is. That the strongest player is always going to be a small regional with a low VSCC who has exploded in size, just because they have more growth potential than you do. And
go ahead, finish your thought.
go.
Sorry.
I just whenever I played in A2, the Aster game, and I worked a lot with Spain, who went on to solo that game, and we worked so hard, and everything that you do is weighed against you so hard when you are a power with the max VSCC, and you're trying to fight against. In this case, we were fighting against Athabasca, and Athabasca had like all of North America, and it's just like, how do you even fight this guy? Because every province he takes is worth like 1 2/3 of the provinces that we take. So, given England's VSCC issues, I do want to say that they're probably on par with Qing rather than a whole tier above them.
I would agree if it wasn't for the fact that England has already made up a lot of that VSCC deficit already. If you look at the scoreboard,
Yeah, you're right.
in terms of VSCC, England is nearly 20% VSCC above Qing already. They are on par with number of centers still required in order to gain. And if you look at the English position, it is very easy to see where a good number of those centers are going to come from. Definitely not highlighting a specific area of the board here. No, that would be insane. We're definitely not looking at like all of this here. I don't know. This would be a lot funnier if my drawer tool was working, but it's. Oh, I've broken it. Okay.
And you're right. I mean, the Netherlands just basically threw to them as well with by disbanding in North America and Africa. Spain didn't put up any effective resistance. The Mughals are, but there's only so much the Mughals can do. I mean, it's possible that Sweden is going to fight England, but I kind of doubt it.
Their build suggests it more than them fighting Poland, at least, which I'll give them that. But if you look at where England is going to get centers, I think they get centers over here. I think it's very possible they get centers over here. I think they may even pick up the Dutch centers in Africa here. I see where England is getting a lot of dots very quickly. I see where King is getting some dots. Ooh, gotta get off the touchpad here. Everyone say hi to my cat. Hi, buddy. I see where King is getting some dots. They're getting some dots from Turku and some dots from Russia. But I don't see where King is getting, what was it, 16 dots that they needed?
Yeah, I mean, they get 4 from Japan, they get another 4 from Russia. Maybe they take some centers from Mughals, but yeah, I agree. I mean,
I see where
if
England.
you want to call them X tier, I will. I guess I'll concede the point.
Fair enough. My point is just that I see where England gets 16 more centers. I see where King gets 8 more centers. And 8 is still enough to put some pressure on England, and that is important. but I don't see where King gets 16 more centers, and I think that's why I wanted to distinguish England from Qing. And I've been saying King again. I'm sorry. Okay, we have missed a lot of Void talk here, and everyone has been telling me to talk about Void talk here, and it also looks like we're gonna have moves to discuss here. We need to talk. Apparently, Poland and Austria both know that they're going to be fighting very soon here. And Poland has recognized that Austria is probably about to stab them. Ice Cream Guy, I have 89 messages. Ice Cream Guy, you legend. I love that you're voiding this much. We'll definitely have to read through that, but I'm going to have to read through that in a moment. Is there a new map?
No, not yet. We had 3 bot crashes
Uh-oh.
during this season, but we're soon getting to moves.
That is
So it's a bit rocky right now.
That's all right. Take your
Sadly.
time. We'll discuss voids while you do that. There's actually a lot of void talking going on here. Let's look over this Austria void because I've been told to look it over here. A lot talk about Ice Cream Guy trying to keeping in mind the timer, which is very important. Again, I think Ice Cream Guy, if we're going to assess as well, not just powers in terms of tier list ranking, not just powers, but who is playing which power, I think Ice Cream Guy is very aware and very knowledgeable about what is going on and what they need to accomplish in order to win this game. And I think that helps them out tremendously.
I think it's also worth noting that Austria can't really effectively fight England, so they're like, who really fights England in order to stop them is the question, right?
Right. It's a very important question to talk about.
Is it if it's not Sweden, and I don't think it will be, I don't see anybody. I mean, Portugal, maybe. It's
I don't
definitely
think
not going to be Netherlands. So
yeah, I'm highlighting this message here as it's being turned into salt. Do unto salt as salt would do unto you. In terms of stabbing here.
that's an eye for an eye, the whole world goes blind scenario right there.
Other notable voids here. Inuit pointing out that Ute might have made a mistake as far as their moves go. Interesting. Not seeing a lot. Looking at a couple more interesting things here. A lot of these are just people posting the scoreboards. Ching talking about how they feel bad about lying to Toku.
Yeah.
That's very funny. All right. Molly congratulating being alive. Very good.
For
Moogle's
long.
calling the double army build from England. Hopefully they'll be able to navigate him. I believe they are going to be capable of navigating it, though we'll have to wait and see. Single message from Netherlands. We're cooked. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a lot of the void caught up there. Oh, hold on, Akru. This will be my greatest one dot stab ever. I love these press voids here. This is fantastic. Thank you to everyone who is trying their best to keep up with void pressing. Love to see it. Power trip has officially. I'm sorry we ranked you so low. All right. What is that? Is that yeah, order lock in there? Is there anything else that we want to try and address before we move on while we're waiting for ring turn to be adjudicated here?
I think we covered all the powers pretty well. I made my argument against England, but you countered it pretty effectively.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think it's
I think there are
we'll see.
I think there are worlds where England loses this game. I think they do exist. However, if I was a betting man, I'd put the odds at England winning right now at about 70-30 England winning versus anyone else winning or even a draw. I think England just has the positioning and the units to both put their muscle on this game and be able to clamp it down.
So, uh,
Sweden
I,
higher
I
on the
can't.
tier list. I don't know if I agree. A tier right here on the tier list are the powers that I think could potentially contest to win this game. I do not see Sweden winning this game.
I think B is already fairly generous, which is what we gave them, right?
Do the commentators know about the Spain soft throw? Oh yes, we have discussed this. Don't worry. We have discussed the lack of.
Is it a soft throw? I mean,
we have discussed the lack of fleet builds in the Caribbean here. That is one of the reasons why England is in X tier. Love X tier, by the way. Very funny.
yeah, I don't even think it's a soft throw. I think it's pretty hard.
In press, Spain has said they're fine with England eating them for the win. Wow. Okay. Well, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
we got moves.
Moves are
We got
in.
moves.
Moves are in. Let's take a look at these,
Yeah.
shall we? All right.
Wow, it is loading incredibly slowly for me.
Lots of errors come in. Noticing a couple of arrows here. First thing I want to zoom in here is Northern Europe. Look and try and figure out what the plan is against with England pushing against the Dutch here. England did convoy to Normandy. Very good for them as far as putting pressure on both Ghent and Paris.
Wow.
Austria moving to cover these French centers that remain
I just want to
expected. Yes. Go ahead. Sorry.
I want to point out that Gulf of Mexico held. Gulf of Mexico held. So
This
Spain
is
and England are staying allied for now.
this is an incredible amount
Yeah.
of restraint to
Like
be
I said-
showing in a Blitz game. Like, I will give them the respect for that.
I
They didn't cap Havana. They are not moving to cap St. Augustine, Chichimacha. Sorry. Yeah, is it Chichimacha or is it Chitimacha?
well,
Sorry.
I mean, without having looked at the press, I'm gonna have to say that England must have said something along the lines of "I will spare you if you don't build fleets," and they agreed not to build fleets. It's the only thing that makes sense to me.
It must be something like
and
that.
now,
Although,
yeah,
I wonder what we're going to see here. England's moves look weird as that misorder. This army here is a misorder. This army does not reach this territory here. Let me pull up the scene map to see if that is registered clearly. Am I wrong?
Stockholm tried
no,
to.
wait, no. Yeah, got him.
I don't know what the heck Sweden is doing. It looks like Sweden tried to convoy into Gdansk, but didn't. And then
Poland
self-bounced in small links. I don't know.
Yeah, again, I just don't understand what Sweden's game plan is here. If they had built against Poland, I would have put them higher, but I do not see where Sweden thinks they plan. I don't know where Sweden plans to take dots. I just don't. What are they doing?
Well, I mean, Poland moved strongly against Austria, which I think was the correct play. I just don't understand why Sweden is dithering.
I do agree that Poland moving against Austria here is probably the correct play, although it is really unfortunate because I think Austria has much better odds of winning than Poland here does. So for Austria not to have a significant fight back already is really not good for them as far as potential odds. England, hold on. I've been told to check England Void here. Yeah, lots of misorders from England. Okay, dang. That is potentially something to keep in mind, though. I still think England is just in position very well.
Oh wow. Yeah, England and North America did some silliness.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. This is the spring turn. If you look at them for the fall turn, they get Seneca, they get Philadelphia. They are probably,
right.
if they want any
right.
of these Spanish centers, they can have Havana. They can have Chitimacha. They can probably get territories like Caracas. They just claimed New Courland. England is still in a dominant position, and I haven't even looked at their Indian moves here, which No, actually, Mughals defended pretty well this turn. Mughals did pretty well to fight back against England this turn. So, all right. Look, that's what we wanted to see from Mughals. That's why I thought they had a shot, because they did. Netherlands, what are you doing? This was such a defensively good position around Andaman. Why are you trying to push out into... Oh, no. Oh, no. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
No. This is good for Neverland. They get into Andaman Sea
They get into Andaman Sea.
because the convoy is broken.
Oh, I thought England was gonna get it. Ah, yeah, the convoy got broken. Okay, I thought they got in
Yeah,
behind
exactly.
them. I misread. I
Nope.
misread.
So it's looking good.
What else is around? What else is notable that we should discuss here? Let's look at the other powers.
Tokugawa coring in southern China is just such a beta move.
Toku, what are you doing? You were doing so well.
It's just like, yeah, I accept that my homeland is gone forever. I am rebuilding down here.
You were doing so well. Did they do anything over here? Nope. They core Danny and they have gotten out of Solomon Islands.
Wait. Why Tokugawa supported a Qing unit into Amami? Why? Why are you supporting the person who stabbed you?
Oh, don't do this. Don't do this.
I'm so confused.
All the better for Qing, though. Speaking of which, I do like Qing's orders here are about what we expected. Cleaning up against Ming, cleaning up against Toku, cleaning up against Russia. Yep. I wonder what their plan is from here, though. It doesn't look like their next target is Mughals, because they intentionally did not move Turfan towards Mughal centers. I wonder where they're going next. That's really my only hesitant for why I don't want to put Qing as high on the percentage of how much I think they're going to win. I see them getting centers to get to 6 or 8 away from PSCC. I don't see them getting enough to get to PSCC.
The fact that France decided to core Ceylon is amazing to me. We are now in India.
This is our home now.
Yeah.
Let's look at the other contenders that we want to try and see if they have any potential here. Shoshone.
Yeah.
Remaneuvering against Inuit very well. That's very good. Locked in behind them. Like I said, this is why I put Inuit much lower. I think Shoshone just ends up being the benefactor much more. Correctly called the Spanish move into Kiowa here and ended up blocking them there. Very nice for them.
Yep.
Did they get into Mexico City here? No, because that does mean support. What is this? No. The Tio move here that's not gonna work. Yeah. You got into Mexico City here. Okay. Shoshone actually making a good amount of progress, and they pushed hard against England here as well to move eastward. They're in Illinois. They're up here as well. Again, not gonna attempt to pronounce that. I like the Ute Shoshone position here. I think they're my number 3 right now. I already had them at number 3 on the tier list, to be fair, but I really like the moves they're making. I think they're definitely struggling. They're definitely a tier below Qing, who are a tier below England, because both of those just have a lot more explosive potential. But I like their options. I like how they're maneuvering.
The other thing about the Shoshone position is England has to stab Spain, right? There's just no way that they don't do it. And so when that happens, Spain's going to have to pull a lot of units off the board, and that's going to be at least partially gobbled up by the Shoshone. So I agree 100% that the Shoshone are a solid third, but they are a very distant third in my mind.
Agreed. I think they're third. I do still think that they are a tier below Qing, who are a tier below England. I like their moves. They're making the moves that they need to make in order to try and secure a better position. So they're making good moves.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that
Who snipes Mawak? Oh,
don't-
didn't even see that. That's unfortunate for them, yeah. Okay.
Alright, I'm finally back from a long adjudication. Okay,
It's
sweet.
Flare!
You guys are saying hello there. Shizone is doing nice, I hear.
Yep.
They're not doing as good
I need
as
to
Ching or
check out
England.
their position.
They're not doing as well as Ching or England, but I like their position, and I think they will be making gains here rather than losses.
Very cool. Nice. Ooh, yeah, they're in Mexico City, huh?
And it's been pointed out they're probably not going
They
to
are.
keep Mexico City here. They have 2 units to Spain's 3
Yeah.
if Spain tries to push back against them, but
Mm.
to be fair, Spain is
Yeah, fair
also
enough.
a lot of this has to do with the fact that Spain is I think Ute is doing worse because Spain is not fighting against England. If Spain was actually trying to fight back against
Yeah.
England here, I think Ute stands to be even better, but Spain has shown that they are unwilling to fight back against England here, so it's hard
Yeah,
for it's
makes
hard in
sense.
that regard. What other
Oh, I also heard heard the discussion about Austria Poland fighting.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Poland
Oh
moved
yeah, Poland
south.
is in Targoviste.
Poland moved
Mhm.
hard against Austria here.
That's cool. It's very sad to see that Salt didn't manage to capture the tempo that he got from the early game. Because there was a lot of potential. I guess he's done in Bakshisaray now as well, but his little expedition away towards Verkuria lost him a bit of tempo and all that. So,
I think that the tempo loss was not continuing the attack against Sweden and letting Sweden
yeah,
recover. Yeah.
yeah.
Agreed.
Sweden is slowly becoming quite strong here.
Yeah.
Not super strong, of course, but
I like them better than a lot of other powers,
you
but
actually have to watch your back.
as we were saying, I don't know where Sweden intends to go from here. It seems like they're trying to go into Poland, but they didn't build aggressively to go into Poland, and they're also not succeeding in trying to move towards Poland. Like they chose to hold Copenhagen rather than try and make progress, for example.
In fairness to Sweden, if Poland is determined to move south, you might as well let them move south before you stab, right?
I suppose so.
They're going to be further out of position. So
I suppose so.
yeah.
Yeah, I think even with England fully admitting that they put in misorders this turn, I think it is either my mind really is sitting 70% England wins this game, 20% this game ends in a draw, and then like a distant like 6-7% someone like Ching ends up winning the game. It's this is England's game to lose is how I'm viewing the
Well,
situation, and I think it'll be interesting to see if they can figure out where these misorders came from and then actually make progress from there.
yeah, I don't think the misorders are going to have much effect on the game. Like you said, they're still going to take both Dutch centers in North America without any problem. I don't. Yeah, I don't think there's enough time for anyone to really be able to overtake England's dominant position. There just isn't enough years left.
Agreed. As far as time-wise goes, we're not even going to get 7 years. We're getting 6 years. It's just
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate.
it is, but lessons for next time. That's not a problem. Lessons for next time. Additionally, when given the time frame of a blitz game, given that we are getting 6 years, there are just going to be powers that are succeeding better because of that. And I think Portugal still doing fairly well is also worth noting in that regard, as far as a power that can succeed with a very small time frame in order to do so. However, I think the merits and what should be done about the next Blitz game should be discussed after this Blitz game has concluded, and we should focus on this one here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, I disconnected for.
Are you all right?
My internet is very weird. I missed a minute there.
That's all right.
No
Uh,
worries.
yeah, but this is of course like a very experimental experience.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Uh,
And now you
the
know
bot
what.
has never been under this pressure. us GMs have never done something like this. We don't know how much time we need. We don't need how much time the players need. So it's gonna be very interesting. I think I'm gonna put out like a feedback form after this game.
If it's any
Just like
if
go
it's
on.
any consolation, first thing I view when I scroll down to voids is Imara saying, "This is so much fun." So
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I think it's a hit.
Yeah. I think there's so much potential in this kind of format.
I
Uh,
I am.
like mm,
This might just be to my unique
go
situation
on.
because I largely played regular diplomacy in a blitz format just due to time constraints.
Mm,
I really
yeah.
enjoy I really enjoy how blitz makes you approach conversations and game plans.
Mm,
In regular diplomacy, when you have enough time to properly try and worm into players' ears and get them to make these stabs, it's very fun. But I really enjoy when part of the skill set of blitz diplomacy forces you to really be able to tactically make those moves with such a small time span. It really does. It really does
yeah,
showcase a lot
for
of
sure.
those factors more, in my opinion.
Mm,
Yeah, I agree.
yeah. Yeah, I haven't played a lot of Blitz. The only like major Blitz games that I've played have been Gunbot, which is of course very different. So I'm having fun just trying to understand this game.
Ollie could theoretically go +1 this year. That's a sentence I wasn't
No
expecting to
way.
hear.
No way.
I don't think
That's amazing.
they're in AHA. England let them into AHA even. Wow.
Whoa. Ah, funny.
Molly with
Again,
the comeback.
England showing a lot of restraint, and not just saying, "All right, let's win this game." Did we put Molly in
Yeah,
F?
they sure are.
We put Molly in D. There you go.
Against my protest, I think.
I think the English colony in India is very interesting. It's such a long line along the coast.
Has the English army in Puerto Rico done anything all game?
There's Army Puerto
Maybe.
Rico. There is just
There's
Army
an
Yes.
Puerto
English
Rico right
army.
there.
The unit in Barbuda at the start of the game is an army.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Uh, my uh, my like hope usually is that the England player finds a fun convoy for it sometime during the game. Uh, so maybe we could see that unit like convoy down to South America or something um,
So
quite soon.
I can tell you that in Aster, that
Mm,
army it was actually useful all game, but it never went
mm,
anywhere. It was mostly on defensive duty against the French,
yeah,
but I never managed to
makes
get it
sense.
convoyed anywhere.
Sad. So
Yeah,
sad.
Yeah.
that
Ooh,
accurately describes my entire game during Aster. It's sad.
I want to see the army in Puerto Rico convoyed through Sargasso Sea, South Atlantic Ocean to Mondon or something, so they
Yeah.
can reinforce Africa.
So we
Or
actually
maybe,
had
if they're
go.
super sneaky, convoy to Saint Helena.
That'd be
I don't
We
know.
wild.
we had an Inuit player who had a lot of fun with convoys.
Mm,
Our Inuit player in Aster ended up
mm,
with he ended up with an army in Galicia. He ended up with an army in Mandan, which is in Mali's area in Africa. Um, he was all over the place, and he was having a lot. He basically had given up on winning and was just trying to negotiate with people to convoy him all the way across the world.
Hey, when you have nothing better to do, you do funny.
Yeah, that was basically what he was throwing to Athabasca, and I was throwing to Spain. So I say throwing, I mean soft feeding your territory to the winning player.
Indeed.
Damn, I'm just watching Abyssinia here. They are really starting to take shape.
Yeah,
Taking some of the home centers of Ajuran by the looks of it.
Are
That's
they
pretty cool.
are they moving towards Ogeron? They've made
They have an army in Marig.
Yeah.
they've put an army there, but they don't have a lot of other pressure here.
Yeah, no, they don't back it up.
I'm surprised at the demilitarization along the Abyssinia Congo border here. That is
Yeah, it's wow,
a long. Those two players are putting a lot of trust in each other, which is surprising because
for sure.
I do think that at this point it's not going to happen. But I would have expected one or the other of them to have made that effort to stab in order to try and get to that point of contention.
For sure. I could see a Congo stab.
There's
Um,
just not enough time left in the
Yeah,
game, I don't think.
there's not
yeah,
enough time. We
like
have
a Hossa State to Panem and Nri to Mandara, and Nectarne supported into Darfur. Could
Yeah,
work.
yeah, that'll get them too.
Well, Burundi up to Bunjuro, so it could take a Sunday.
okay.
There's potential.
There's more potential in Congo stabbing Abbey here than I guess I realized. I'll give you that much. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, time is just not on the side for them. There's 3 turns left in this game. This is spring year 5.
Yep.
Almost certainly fall year 6 is the last turn.
Yep. That's fun.
So I really just think time is against them, and they're not going to have the ability to really make that capital gain. I wonder how much time, if we were to establish Blitz format to be a more, if we were to do this in a more regular fashion as a Blitz game, how much time should
Yeah.
we have for a game? Is 8 years enough, or should it be
Yeah.
longer?
I think it needs to be longer. I think we want to give the players at least 8 years, maybe 9,
So,
to leave potential for early Imperial unities.
this might be too broad of a question for
Mm.
this format, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. What do you think being gunboat would do to the format? Just in terms of like
Ooh.
making it like would the colonials just get blown out without the ability to negotiate and coordinate, or do you think that there'd be like a meta for, just like how people coordinate in gunboat and vanilla, right? You just
I think
order
that would
supports and
work. I
yeah.
don't think colonials are as weak as people make them out to be. As long as you can like manage to find another colonial that you think you can trust, strong colonial alliance is always pretty great. Um, but of course that might be easier said than done. But I think the colonials still could work out, at least some of them.
Someone in
But
the chat
some
here has
powers are of course weaker.
someone in the chat has made a good point here. If you restrict the gumbo game to players who are very experienced with the map and how the play patterns usually go, especially as far as colonials are concerned, gunboat probably could work.
Mm. Yeah,
Yeah,
makes sense.
I
I
agree. And then
think. Oh,
go on.
sorry. No, go on. Go on.
I think
I was starting another discussion, so you can go
no,
first.
I just think that the advantage of gunboat would be that the turns would be faster, so we could get a
Exactly.
10-year game in within, a
Mm.
reasonable time frame.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, otherwise we gotta do like the 2-day games of 2 like 5-hour sessions or something.
Yeah.
Which is a bit too
Yeah,
much.
it's unfortunate because a total of 8 hours of just game time has been dedicated to making this work, and we've gotten through. We're gonna get through 6 years from the looks of it. And obviously, this is the first test
Yeah.
run. We can optimize and smooth things out a lot better going forward. But
Mm.
it's very fair to say that if Blitz is to become a more regular thing, which I don't know about everyone else, I would love to see semi-regular Imperial Diplomacy Blitz games. Absolutely would
Same.
be
I
very
I
excited for
already
that.
love this.
But if we are to go
Yeah,
forward and
I'd
do
love
that,
to see more
then
of
it
this.
looks like more time would just be needed to be invested. 8 hours is
Mm.
somehow not enough time.
Yeah. Before we start thinking about something else, think we should look at Dutch Indonesia. and
Sure.
the Portuguese units right next to all the Dutch home centers.
Agreed. I was saying it earlier that if anyone was going to crack the defensive position that the only defensible position that Netherlands still had, it would be Portugal. And yeah, the Dutch have moved completely north, allowing for Portugal to very easily get in. They're guaranteed Batavia, they're guaranteed Monado. They're going to start making builds and pushing further north into there. It
Yeah,
really is not looking good for the Dutch here,
yeah.
And
I'm
they continue to pursue the attack on Ayutthaya despite Ayutthaya building 3 armies. That
right?
to me is just a misplay.
Yeah. I think like Portuguese Timor is one of the most interesting colonies on this map.
I love
Uh,
Portuguese Timor. Having been both a Netherlands player and a Mapuche player, Portuguese
mm,
Timor is really fun to try and negotiate and maneuver around with.
yeah, because it's just one center, but it has so much potential,
Yeah, I
and
agree.
it's so fun. Anyways, the thing I was gonna talk about earlier was that if Blitz is gonna become um, happen more regularly, I think we need a website. A website where you can enter orders like on Backstepper.
Ooh,
Because
interesting.
that allows us to shorten the turns by I think 5 minutes at least.
If cutting
As order entering will be so much easier.
being able to cut 5 minutes out of each phase, not just move phases, but also retreat phases and build phases, just by being able to adjudicate faster, that would definitely help with time
Mm,
saving.
yeah, yeah. Just like having a fully automated system for adjudication would help so much. And
Yeah.
if this is something the community like really wants, and we want more blitz games like this one, like we can probably try to make that happen.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
Same. Okay, we have a couple more minutes, 4 more minutes, but then it's time for adjudication. Uh,
Indeed. Is there anything else that we want to discuss about Spring Year 5 here? I think we've covered all the major notes. Hopefully, England does not
yeah, I think so.
disorder this phase coming up.
I really want to see how long like Dutch, no, English India can
the
keep going,
the
because
snake.
yeah, like if they can actually break Mughal somehow, that's awesome for them. But I
England,
think they are at least like set up to hold the line quite successfully.
yeah, it especially if England is just putting their fleets like Banga Bengal and Andarkos towards completely
Mm,
other endeavors. It,
yeah,
I've said it multiple times now. England is showing a lot of restraint for being the board topper in a blitz game. I wonder.
yeah, but they really are.
I know that they recognize that time is ticking and they don't have many turns left. They still.
I have to think that's the influence of Captain Meme rather than Ezio, because Captain Meme's a pretty restrained player and Ezio is not, and that's why they make a good team, I think. But
I'm not honestly like. I think Ezio can play very restrained if he wants to. Just watching the Chaos game, I think is a very good example. Like Ezio stayed chill for almost the entire duration of the game. Just slowly progressing his position. So I think Ezio can definitely do that as well. But I agree, Captain Meme is still the more slow and methodical of the two.
mhm.
How many dots does England need exactly? England needs exactly 14 dots. Let's see if we can try and pick out which dots we think they'll be getting here on this
Ooh,
board.
shit. Uh, Philadelphia and Seneca to begin with.
Yeah,
Those two are pretty
those two are
clear.
pretty clear. I'm actually gonna make this a different color here. Make this a really
Mm.
vibrant magenta. stand out.
They got Missouri already, and
True.
call it
Uh,
Florida for sure, St. Augustine and
yeah,
Havana.
Shitimacha, Havana.
Yeah, there's
Uh,
those 3 up
the
there. We
New
definitely
Curland is something they're getting here too.
New Curland. Yeah, they're getting New Curland here. Definitely gonna get 2, if not
And
3 centers from up here.
Udni in India is forced.
Indeed, someone put that in the chat. Over here in India, how many
Yeah,
centers do we think they're gonna get in India? Is the question I imagine here. They can
good
force
question.
UD. They can probably get into like Hyderabad over the next few turns here.
Yeah,
But Mughal moved very well this turn, and I think we have to give them credit for that. It's difficult to tell just
yeah,
how
for
much
sure.
England is going to be able to piece from this. And
Hmm.
England moved to indicate that they don't want to take any more African centers, which I think is wild.
Yeah, I think they're just bunkering up at this point. Which I think it wise because they really don't stand to gain that much. They really need like
They don't
2 more armies in the area.
they don't stand to
they're
gain
scared
much,
of the
but
Malian juggernaut.
Mali reverse sweep coming at you. They're not F tier
Exactly.
for a reason.
The only way I see this working out for England in Africa is if they convoy the unit from Puerto Rico to London and build an army in Cormonton.
That would be very
Yeah, it's
That way
interesting.
definitely
they
possible.
That would be
that way they
very
can
interesting
get
to
2
see.
armies in Africa at the same turn.
Puerto Rico's kind of tough in order to convoy out of, though. They'd have to go
Uh,
through Sargasso Sea, I
yeah,
guess.
Sargasso and South Atlantic.
Yeah.
To be fair though,
Anyways, I'm gonna go adjudicate now.
go adjudicate.
All right, go for it.
To be fair, England is in Sargasso. England is in South Atlantic. Like, we could see it. We could see it.
Yeah.
As far as
I really want to see it.
real quick to finish up this conversation, though, let's try and see just how many dots are they getting. I think Seneca, Philadelphia. What dots are they getting? Seneca, Philadelphia, Missouri. I think those all feel very confirmed for this turn. So it's hard for me to find any more far North American dots that they're going to try and contest. They might contest Cree if they can get this fleet out and turn that into an army instead. But I think those 3 dots feel pretty good. They're getting Spanish dots. Chitamacha, St. Augustine, Havana. Probably Satillo if Spain's going to let them. New Courland. One of either Cartagena or Caracas. That puts them at 9. Okay, well, if they're at 9 already, I imagine it doesn't matter what else they get.
It's possible that they take dots in Holland, Netherlands, but in the European region. But
Agreed.
it's also possible that they lose some there. So
I think they can get one of either Nantes or Paris. I think they can get one of those. And I think they can get 2 dots from India here guaranteed. That is only 12. I did just count out 12. I'm sure there are a lot I didn't count though, just because I think they would have to push in a lot more in that regard though. So
yeah, they also could take Andaman Islands off of Netherlands and
very
down in
true.
India.
Very true.
So it's
I think this goes back to what I was saying earlier. I can see England getting 14 more dots. I don't see Qing getting 16 more dots. But I can see
no,
Qing
but
getting like
Qing,
8 dots, which would be
which is
problematic
all
for
that they
England.
need. Yeah, it's all that they need to get within 75%.
But
That secures them a draw in the second place, which is really the best that they can hope for.
indeed. Let's look at the Austrian void here. Yeah, Ice Cream Guy talking about how there's not much time left here because I wanted to talk about this. They're ranking expected endgame results here. I'm surprised that Ice Cream Guy hasn't. Maybe they're just not paying attention in North America much. I do think that Yuchishon is doing well. I do think they'd be better if Spain was not giving England a lot of their centers, but I think there's a lot interesting. They also point out that Congo Congo's doing well, and to be fair, Congo is doing well if there was more time. All right, I wanted to map into the Discord here because I wanted to pull out this image here. If everyone in the chat has any funny screenshots or good images that I imagine, high chance I end up being an editor. I am definitely putting, I'm definitely going to stitch both halves of the recording together into one video. I'm doing at least that much. So I'm telling y'all right now, there's good odds that I'm going to further edit this video and try and do something, though. We'll see how much sanity I have for that. If there are any fun images that I can compile into a thumbnail collage, definitely could see some good ones there. Orders are locked. We're going to see adjudication here. I guess we'll be doing another tier list turn here. One last tier list turn. So now we only have to adjust tier list rankings, which will make it speed up fast. We have some images coming in now. Dutch fleets. The fleet. Sorry if everyone could hear any sort of creakings coming in, by the way. My seat is...
Moves map are out.
Ooh, alright. See what we're looking at, shall we? Where do you want to look at first? Where would you like to look at first?
Let's start in North America.
Let's look at North America here.
They stabbed, which is good. And by they, I mean England stabbed Spain. I was going to be worried if that didn't happen.
Agreed. If England had held off much longer, I think we would have seen some. It would have been problematic, but they got Havana.
Yeah.
They got Chitimacha. I actually don't think they get St. Augustine here. They get bounced from St. Augustine because they let the Dutch sneak in. So they're definitely securing it for next year.
Yep.
Let me pull up the clean map as well. The funny retreat lines.
Tokugawa managed to sneak into the west coast, so that's always fun.
Indeed. I think we briefly pointed it out, but Ute was unable to really prevent that based on how Toku moved. Toku's just being a nuisance at this point, now that they have lost a ton of position over here. It's unfortunate for them, but do what you gotta do, I guess. Unfortunate for you, is really what it is. Yeah, they get kicked out of Mexico
Portugal
City as
controls
well.
a little bit of Japan, so that's always nice.
That is very funny. I imagine Qing are going to be pushing back against that here. Qing also do not attempt to grab Okinawa here, or contest Okinawa. They definitely could have. I think Qing get a lot of the dots here that we thought they would. There are a few others that I thought they didn't get. I thought they were going to try and get to Tara here, but they are opting not to. Instead, ooh, yeah, kick the English fleet out. I think that is a smart idea. You've got to... This is whether or not England wins or England draws is going to come down to, does Qing get enough dots? Does England get denied enough dots? So making sure that England gets out of this center here is probably a safe idea, even if it does mean that you'll have to work a little bit harder to secure this center next year rather than this year.
Yep.
What else is good to mention? Let's look at Mughals. Did Mughals get another turn of defending well? It looks like they got Undi force, like we called Undi would be force, but otherwise they defended well again. England is not making a lot of progress in India here. So, yeah, they're doing all right.
Yep.
England also opted to convoy Ayutthaya to Andaman rather than take Andaman themselves, which might be a mistake. again, we're coming down. It's very tight, the number of dots that is going to distinguish winning from drawing. So I think allowing a different dot might be a mistake. To be fair, though, that's
I'm
going to
gonna
depend on if the
let
Netherlands are going to turn around and then help defend Andaman with Ayutthaya in there, which it doesn't look like they will.
if you got to see the maps from Aster, Captain Meme loves convoys. The longer, the better. So
Fair enough, I suppose.
he was in the middle of a war with Aymara. He convoyed an Aymara army all the way over to Australia just for for the memes, I guess. Everybody was like, question mark? Like, aren't you guys at war? Like, yeah, but he messaged me and we thought it would be funny, so we did it.
Sports, you miss it. Trust me, but trust me, you're relevant. I don't know entirely why the chess.com icon references are in the channel, but it is the other open tab that I have, so I know they are going to be a funny. Also, love this image. Can you please put bottom text as bottom text on this image? New Tokugawa bottom text.
Yeah, I do have to say not hugely impressed with um
Oh, hold on. England did.
Abyssinia.
Can I give one more
Abyss
England
Go
critique
for it.
before we move on here? England did not do very well on approaching the European coast here because they lost Normandy. They did not get Nantes. They did not get anything here. They got Ghent, but they lost Amsterdam in the process. England is struggling to catch out this solo impunity win here. That might affect how we're going to view them here, though. I want to wait until we see the actual scorecard. Been gone for an hour.
Yeah, I
Did
was just
Qing and Tokugawa
criticizing.
make peace? Very much no. They did not make peace. Qing stabbed them.
It's the piece of the grave is what they made.
The piece of the eternal slumber, I suppose.
Yeah, when every last Tokugawa soldier is lying in the dirt, that is when we will have peace. Um, I was just saying, Abyssinia has not really managed to live up to my expectations. I know that's probably a little harsh, but I just feel like they had more opportunities than they ended up managing here,
It's an
and
it's unfortunate. I think the
it
time
seemed to have
limit,
just kind of stalled out.
I worry has played a large factor in that regard. I do agree that Abyssinia had some solid lines that I just don't think they're taking here. Congo is taking those lines though and trying to make progress. Congo convoyed to Maritstad, and if that hadn't been called by the Netherlands here, that would have been incredible for Congo. Spain dotted Portugal with the one army that they have in Bahia. That's actually hilarious. Wait, these South American moves are actually so funny. Let me look at the clean map here. These South American moves are so funny. Poland's been kicked out. Portugal's actually been kicked out for good now. But I hate to say it, that is not a fleet. That army cannot go there.
Yeah.
Portugal is completely out. Yeah.
Also, France now has a center in Greenland, so props to them.
Props to them.
Yeah, they think they're going to end the game with Corsica and Greenland as their two provinces.
And Ceylon.
Which, guess what?
And Ceylon.
That means you. Oh yeah, good point. So three mutually defensible provinces, right?
Indeed. In spite of the Polish stab against Austria here, Austria actually looks like they're coming out of the benefit here. It looks like they pressed Poland into backing off. Yeah. Austria showing that they have good
Everywhere except
position.
for Nuremberg. Poland still
Uh
picked up Nuremberg.
oh, true. They did dot them in Nuremberg there. Austria went
I-
very positive this year.
I would not be surprised if that was an agreed upon swap, though, because Poland also supported Austria into Constantinople, so it was
True.
probably part of a deal. You can take Nuremberg if you support me into Constantinople, which honestly, this late into the game, you don't really have any reason to follow through with that kind of thing, except for, uh, and you're not supposed to carry feelings from game to game, but realistically, there's no reason not to, at least leave somebody with a semi decent impression of you. Why stab on the very final turn over nothing?
I
So,
suppose so. Chad is saying that they both came to the conclusion that this isn't going to work out well for either of us and decided to work together to have any chance at doing well this game. Which it's
yeah, I think that's,
pretty
yeah, it's
fair.
reasonable.
Like an
I
actual
don't even
war
really
would ruin
hate
their
the,
growth.
the
Yeah,
Poland. I don't even really hate the Poland stab, to be honest. I don't think Poland has, like, once Poland lost the momentum against Sweden, I don't really think they had a good path forward. So,
agreed. What were Sweden's move this phase as well?
All right, I'm back now.
Welcome back.
Uh,
Yep.
just,
I'm
just
I'm still confused by these Swedish moves. I don't know what they're doing.
it's just defensive maneuvering is all it
yeah.
is.
All right, so England is at 48.
Let
They would need 8 more centers to solo or get into 100% this last year now.
me open the most up to date map here.
Which means that they got 6 this year, right? So
Correct.
getting 8 more is not totally unreasonable.
We're gonna be doing some math here. I'm gonna be doing some math here. Basically, number of centers that England needs to secure versus number of centers that Ching will get.
Ching. Yeah.
At this point,
Yeah, this
Ching is the contender.
yeah. Wow, Austria is in 3rd place at
Yeah,
16 centers.
Austria. Austria
That's
is
so whack.
yeah, whack is correct.
Yeah, no, this Austria is amazing. Love it.
Let's actually very quickly readjust our tier list here to see how we think we should adjust it. I think everyone in F tier stays in F tier. I don't think that changes. Aside, we could
Can you bring it up visibly, like so I can see
sorry,
it?
we could put Russia in D tier. I don't think Russia is dying anymore. I think Russia is living this game. We
I know I've already made this point, and you can argue against it, but I really do think Ching and England are in the same tier now at this point.
I think we can have a good conversation about that here.
Yeah.
I think there is some merit to that. I want to adjust the lower end of this tier list a little bit more.
hmm
France goes up. Russia goes up. Sorry, France does not go up.
Hey, France is not going to die. Okay, they've got 3 centers.
Yeah.
France
I
And
love their tiny little outposts all
I
across the
yeah,
world.
I
It's
think
awesome.
I
This
think
is what we
France.
truly call a colonial.
I think France is alive
yeah.
purely because of the good graces of others and no other reason.
Yeah. Oh my god, you guys have France here? I haven't checked the tier list
Yeah,
because I've
France
been busy, but
F tier is France tier.
that's
Yeah.
amazing. Love it.
Any other? Let's see. What other adjustments should we make? Ageron. Ooh, Ageron actually lost a lot this year. I think
Yeah, they're down to only home centers? Yep.
Ageron's down to D. I think Netherlands is also down to D. They are no longer defensible. They're one place where I thought they would be defensible. So
Yeah, sadly. Yeah, Portugal getting this very nice stab on them
indeed,
uh, is great for them. Sadly, Portugal still isn't like building this year, so that sucks.
yeah. Ayutthaya and Mapuche are about the same. They're more stable, but I don't see how they do much from their position right now.
Yeah,
Mapuche, Mapuche is actually a lot more stable than they give them credit for, but it's the same sort of situation. I don't see anywhere
yeah,
where
they really are stabilizing.
they're
They're
stable, but I
12.
don't see
Nice.
anywhere where they expand. Not within any
Yeah.
amount
Well,
of reasonable time.
into each other. I mean, one of them could stab the
Yeah.
other.
One of them.
Yeah, Aymara is only at 8.
I think I'll swap Aymara and Mapuche as well, too.
Hmm.
Congo, I think Congo goes up and Abyssinia goes down, even a full tier down. I think Abyssinia does
Yeah.
not. Abyssinia is now in the position of stable, but I don't see them doing anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Honestly,
Yeah.
This has been a very cool game so far, I gotta say.
indeed.
Yeah. I think
Go ahead, please go ahead.
I'm just a little disappointed in Abyssinia. I just feel like they had a really good start, and
Yeah.
they still have remained completely unthreatened on their southern flank, and they just haven't really done a ton with the position.
Yeah, thing is, it's the push north towards Ottomans is usually very slow for Abyssinia.
Yeah, that's
A lot
fair.
of Abyssinia's open that way, but I don't know if it's correct. I
I think
think
from
Abyssinia needs to push more towards Central Africa first,
yeah,
because there the dots are a lot like closer to each other, and in general, pushing in the Red Sea is very difficult early on.
I want to say that from when we came back from the break, starting from that point forward, they should have been immediately gearing for a stab on Congo,
Yeah,
or some some reversal of direction, just because it just doesn't it hasn't played out well at continuing to attack into the Ottomans. The geography's
yeah,
against them.
they need more than
Yeah,
just attacking the Ottomans.
yeah.
Oh well, I think there's a lot of potential in stuff like British India still, so that's cool. Oh wait, I need
I
to adjudicate.
actually really like how Mughal has played defensively in India, denying England as many dots as they can manage, and I think they're doing it quite
Mm.
well. I don't
Yeah,
think
I
they're
think
going to
they've
continue.
defended very, very well.
I unfortunately don't think they're going to continue very well going into this final year. I think England cleans up another 2 dots from this region, but what they have done so
Yeah.
far has been impressive.
Yep, for sure.
I also adjusted the tier list slightly.
Yeah, because Cochin probably falls here to England, I'd imagine.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe not.
I moved a couple of things on the tier list as well here without discussing much. Biggest things is that Sweden I'm pushing down because I don't know where Sweden intends to make any gains here. And Poland I moved up because I like Poland. Poland has hugely bounced back here. So I still think
Well,
that I don't think either of them. I don't think anybody in A tier at this point really wins. And honestly, I unfortunately think Utes going to move down to B tier as well. But
with only 1 year left, I mean, it's not realistic that anybody really overtakes England or Qing.
Yeah.
it's really difficult to think. Also, our second casualty, Bing, has been eliminated.
Oh yeah. No, not Ming.
They went out second, which is honestly very impressive
Yeah.
given the position I came in and saw them at.
Yeah. For sure.
Wait, France is at 4? Why is France at 4? Oh, they have Genoa right now. Right.
Yep. Love how like just disconnected all their centers are. It's awesome.
All right.
You know,
I think
Ooh, there's some spicy builds for you guys soon.
okay. I want to we'll look at builds here in a second here and I think that will help make our decision. We need the biggest thing that I think is going to be talking point for I think the rest of this game. Let's do some math. Is England winning or is Qing going to force a draw? I think that's what needs to be
Mhm.
discussed.
I think Qing
Yep.
forces a draw.
I think
Yeah, I think that's
England has enough dots that they can claim, but I want to take a good look at it and really make sure of that.
mm.
All right, let's
Oh
see
my
here.
god, why is the bot so slow?
Let me pull up the scorecard because that will be helpful for looking at math as well here. England needs to be above Qing by 25%. That's what we need to be doing the math in terms of calculating to make sure that England is able to secure a win for this game. Let's see if they will be able to do that. All right. Right now, England has an advantage of what is that? 16.5%?
Yep.
Oh, the bot is slow now.
Gives me more time to do math, I guess.
Oh shit, that's scary. I don't want it to crash again.
All right. I suppose first off a conversation. Does England get to 100 this year? I think the answer is yes. England needs 8 more dots. I think they get those 8 dots. Real quick, just look at their centers and see where they get those dots. Fort Detroit. Fort Detroit, I think, is fairly good for them to pick up and claim here. They almost certainly get St. Augustine as well. If Spain is letting them, I think England gets Caracas, Cartagena, maybe even Mexico City. I don't know how much Spain is going to try and let England get dots, though. Yeah, let's see here. England's not getting any centers there. Am I still live, by the way? Sorry. Damien, you just haven't said anything in a minute here.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
No, I was just doing some math myself. So if Ching gets 3 centers in the next year, then even England getting to 100% doesn't let them win.
3 centers puts
So the
Ching at 75.
3 centers puts them above 75.
Well, then let's approach this from the other angle. How many centers do we think Ching gets this year? Let's see. I think Ching definitely gets Tara, for sure. I think Ching gets... Actually, there aren't a lot of centers that Ching are guaranteed here. Uju? Probably a good idea. And they have
Bliskin.
Okay, they'll get a lot of Toku centers here. I think they're guaranteed Okinawa. I think they're guaranteed. Well, they're not guaranteed any of the mainland ones here because Portugal could try and stop them. Portugal could throw some support holds or stop this. I think Ching guaranteed it's Okinawa, Tara, and Uju down here. But I don't think they get much more guaranteed. It really comes down to their press then. Is Ching going to be able to push the press idea that I need dots, otherwise England solos?
I mean, I have to think that they're able to take more than just that. There's Mughal dots they can take. They can take dots from Ayutthaya.
Real quick here. Prussia is asking if they can join back in for this last year here. I'm absolutely fine with that here. Prussia, are you
sure,
in the stage channel? You
Uh,
are. Hello.
Say my name and I shall appear. Oh my god, this game has evolved a little bit.
Indeed, we're
Just
talking
a
about
little
this
bit.
right now. You know what? We have plenty of time to discuss whether England will solo or this will end up in a draw. Why don't you want to give your opinion on how this game has developed while you've been out and just talk about what's happened and if you want to have any comments on it?
Yeah, from what I see, England's played this pretty well. Got a good stab in on the Dutch. Made Spain kind of play second fiddle to them. One second, let me sneeze. I'll have a sneeze coming up in the middle of this analysis, so you'll notice when I stop. I think that I noticed I've been following like loosely, but I've been kind of busy. I vaguely noticed that Poland and Sweden started fighting again, which I expected. I think that Poland still should have stabbed Sweden. I think I said that in the spectators channel. For anyone watching, Ching has played this position very well. Avoided taking too much damage from Ming's grudge and the throwing and whatnot. And landed a really brutal stab on Tokugawa, which, by the way, Tokugawa, I think, played this position not quite how you want to play a position as Tokugawa, which is to say, lost sight of the fleet security of the bigger picture and got kind of enmeshed in whatever was going on to their south. So that at least is kind of a pity in my end, and that's part of why Ching is doing so well. Obviously, is that entire evolution of Asia's position. But other than that, I also think that Portugal has slightly misplayed their position. They kind of got themselves killed in South America. I think them going out on Spain was, in the long run, probably a mistake. I think Spain was going to be too weak from France fiddling with them to really attempt to take down Portugal. And so Portugal should have kept Spain relatively strong so that Spain could have actually stood up to what England is doing in the Americas. And I think that the Portuguese stab on Spain has actually driven a lot of the evolution with regards to England's power.
Uh, I think that there's a diplomatic angle to that you haven't been seeing, which is that Spain's just been essentially saying that they're going to throw to England in a lot of the press. So I think that kind of steers a lot of opinions.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, it appears to me from the outside, at least, that Spain is definitely just playing second fiddle. Whether that's a choice or they're forced to, I think that it's mostly because they're forced to, because Spain was being attacked by Portugal and France, like, kind of kept their fleets in the med, which makes Spain kind of on edge. And Spain was always fighting the Dutch. So Spain didn't really have many options for a good colonial ally, which is something you kind of want as a colonial. And so they just kind of get forced by process of elimination into working with England.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree with that.
and that's how I've seen it develop, at least. Austria's done really well. I don't understand how Kai leverage Austria into Bordeaux. I wasn't watching when that happened, but
He
props to
he
It
him.
was actually a
he
forward
forward
retreat.
retreated. Yeah.
That was a four. Okay, yeah, that'll some tactical magic then, as it were. I can't begrudge that.
Yeah.
The Ottomans have collapsed, which I think is not necessarily an indictment of their position, but just kind of felt inevitable from the vibes, right? Like that it would happen eventually, right, Damien?
Yeah, I mean, they still have three islands of power that are semi-survivable. They're gonna last until the end of the game. How about that?
Yeah, they're going to last until the end of the game. But if this game went on longer than that, they probably wouldn't.
Probably
Um,
not.
yes.
We actually were saying we thought that Abyssinia needed to have stabbed Congo probably 2 or 3 years prior. Probably right from the break would have been a good time for them to have stabbed.
Probably, yeah, because a lot of their advantages seem to have not quite materialized the way we thought. I'm not sure if that's a consequence of play or the position, though. I'd have to look at it a little closer. But it
Yeah.
definitely looks like they got stalled out against the Ottomans, kind of pushed back a little bit. Ajuran, like, reconstituted itself, which appears to be, like, my first guess would have been that this was like a janissary relationship with Portugal, but Portugal just got kicked out of Zanzibar by them. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it's anyone's guess down there, I guess. Ajuran just somehow managed to survive. And I think the fact that there's an Ottoman fleet in what is this, Dambalin shore off the coast of Africa, um, is not necessarily good. I think that's kind of a nuisance to deal with as well. I guess the other thing that I think is that Abyssinia, maybe this is the only criticism I really have of their play generally, is that they have what is this, 4 fleets? I don't think Abyssinia needs 4 fleets with this position. I think you need like 2 or 3 maximum.
Yeah, actually, I think that
Um,
their fleets count is a big part of why they did stall out.
yeah, yeah. It's just it's not flexible enough. You need to be able to move your forces around and whatnot. We do have builds now though, so that's nice.
Yeah, I'll switch over maps then.
Let's see. Yeah, let's just switch to the new map. Okay. Yes, 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 yes.
Let's comment on these here. Are there any builds in
Okay,
particular?
Spain just disbanded the Philippines entirely,
Dang, really?
which which I
Yeah.
would say is not consistent with a Spain throwing to England.
It isn't. That's not really going to matter. I don't think it's going to. King isn't going to get any of those Philippine dots. Not at this point. If anything, Portugal.
No. Qing's not going to get those.
I don't think it matters.
It's like Portuguese and Dutch dots.
Right.
Um,
Army Belize.
I just wouldn't.
Yeah, sorry, finish.
Yeah.
I was commenting
I
here.
was going to say I just wouldn't have expected it because those are like pretty. You can hold on to at least 2 of those dots if you really want to, and I would, but that's me.
Army Belize from
Self-interest.
England is probably a really good shout from them. I think they're probably going to
but
test Mexico City with that, unless they're. I don't think they can test Panama with that unit.
But I think it's easier to get to Panama because they already have a fleet in Windward Passage, right? So you can get an army in Honduras and a fleet in Bay of Panama if you're lucky. Something like that. Get something Caribbean Sea for Cartagena. I guess if Spain is throwing to England, then it's going to be pretty effective here. I kind of don't like it, but that's me.
No, there's no way they're throwing to England if they disbanded their fleets in the
I
Philippines.
think so. Yeah. If
They would have just disbanded right in North America. So
I have a feeling that, and we'll need to go and double check press here. I think Spain might have turned around their position and is now no longer supporting an England solo.
yeah, it makes the most sense to me.
I
I'd be
am
glad to hear that. I think an England solo, getting handed a solo isn't what you want. I want England to fight for it, to really have to
agreed.
claw his way for the solo, claw their way, I guess, because it's Captain Eve and it's Yo.
I'm doing some math here, so please finish
Um,
up your opinions, and then once we're done, I'm gonna discuss math and as far as how things are looking.
yeah.
Netherlands
Yeah.
disbanded almost everything in South America. So we've got 2 units left in South America. That's
They're just looking for
bodes.
inertia because this is the last year. They're looking for inertia to kind of hold them over, I would suppose.
I mean, that bodes extremely well for Mapuche and Aymara. Aymara is going to get another few dots at least.
Yeah, and Mapuche is going to get both of the Spanish dots on the coast of Brazil in all likelihood. I'd imagine that Mapuche, given it's the last year, Mapuche and Amara might knife each other here to try to get some minor gains. We'll see if that happens. Um,
I do wonder if how much of a concern it is of like, is a few more dots worth leaving a sour taste in my ally's mouth, especially when you consider that I think that I hope that these blitz games become a regular thing. You know, you're not supposed to carry over feelings from game to game, but I can
but we're
see.
humans, so it happens for sure.
Yeah, I do think that that's a valid concern of what's one more dot, for me being somewhere in the center of the scoreboard versus, having somebody who I have a history of working together with well without stabbing.
Let's see. Poking around a bit as well.
Austria's builds are pro Poland again. I mean, as pro Poland as they really can be. They didn't build in
Yeah.
Prague, and they built a fleet, so.
Also, I'm just looking at England, Spain press. Spain is offering, or like at least in press, they're working together for the solo for England, saying how many centers they need and which ones they're going to plan to take. Whether Spain goes through with that or uses this to try to avoid throwing, we'll have to see, I guess. But I
Mali
oppose.
did end up building, by the way.
Yeah,
Mali
that
is
is certainly Mali surviving here.
I think anyone who has been experienced with watching the game, watching all of these games play by, is that a Mali who knows what they're doing cannot be killed. They just can't. Mali is too defensible.
Yeah.
I don't want to say can't. I would say it's in order for a Mali to die. I think Portugal has to land a good knife into Poland and just wipe out their colony. Because if Portugal has Poland's colony in Africa as well, once they get to that coalition, then Portugal will be able to finish the job against Mali. They'll have the resources to do it.
And Portugal has been making progress, especially against the Dutch. So I think that Portugal's definitely going to end on a good place on the leaderboard. They've got forward momentum going into the last year. No enormously dangerous opponents. Yeah, I think we're going to see a very good showing from Portugal.
Yeah, the only downside there really is that they lost Brazil.
Yes, that's true.
Portugal
But other
losing
than that,
Portugal
looks
losing
decent.
Yeah, Portugal losing South America is really the only slight I can give them on their play. They've made a ton of progress in the Iberian, quite a lot of progress in Africa, both North and South Africa, and they've managed to start taking Dutch dots in Southeast Asia. Portugal has done very well, and potentially, if they had been able to hold and make secure gains in South America, Portugal could have been a contender in this final year here.
Yeah, I think the other thing that hurt them a little bit is I have to at least imagine that the press between Portugal and Tokugawa was not very good. Because Tokugawa attacked Portugal and didn't get much out of it and just got killed by Qing immediately after they did that.
Agreed.
So I have to imagine at least that with some difference in press, maybe some better press, something like that, that could have been avoided, and that Tokugawa might have been convinced to focus a bit more on Ching instead.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm sure that that's going to be a learning experience for the Tokugawa player of like yes, he doesn't look that dangerous because he doesn't have that many fleets, and we have lots of fleets, but you moved your fleets real far away from your homeland, and you just all it takes is just one turn of not being able to build, and then all of a sudden you're getting
You're dead.
swamped. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
you're too close. You're dead. That's the one of the biggest things is Tokugawa. You have to really keep your eye on your neighbors, because if it goes poorly for you in a war against Ming or Qing, you're not losing like borderlands, and then you kind of slowly decline, or you can fight it back with a coalition. If one of these two gets into you, you're dead. Like you're losing like 2 of your 4 home centers. Your builds are limited. Your positioning is terrible, and you just get like, and you can see it happen on this map where if Tokugawa still had control of his home centers and of Korea and of Ezo, this is like a very coherent position, right? You have Japan, you have islands, you have Macau, you have Papua New Guinea, and you can use those positions to leverage pressure on the Philippines, and then you can kind of build from there. But now
Yeah.
that he doesn't have Japan locked down, the position itself is just an incoherent mess, and there's no rhyme or reason to it at all.
and
Um,
I know it doesn't really matter, but he did manage to core Macau and Hanoi, so or
Donna or Hainan. Yeah.
Haina. So as much as I called it a beta move when when I first saw it, kind of somewhat ironically, but it's just a concession of your homeland, right? You're like yeah, go ahead and take. I'm not gonna sail my fleets all the way home and try to save myself. I'm just gonna recore here. But I do think that ultimately, as far as lost positions go, this is one of the better ones, just because you do have those 2 centers that you can build fleets out of still.
They also
And
court Donnie in Papua New Guinea, so it's decent.
Indeed.
yeah,
I think a
It's
lot
like
of the way that
like
players
no,
have approached this game, it really needs to be approached in the light of we've played for 6 years, and that's not a lot of
yeah,
time.
yeah. This is by
yeah,
far the highest tempo game I've ever seen, which does make sense considering that it's a blitz game. But
yeah, it's Blitz. I think that the unique like pressure of Blitz, of the fact that like people have been sitting at their desks playing this game with like only a like a 45-minute break really since this morning, for me at least this morning. It's coming up on 9 hours since the game started, so there's going to be some fatigue, there's going to be some exhaustion, and that's going to kick in a little bit. And that's going to drive people to play as if it's late game Imperial Diplomacy, which by when the game ends it kind of is, but by how many years in we are, this is like solidly just the mid game. Like there
yeah,
really shouldn't be um like in England at 48 centers in 1646, but here we are, right?
Right. And,
I do think that if the game was going on longer, that we would see different tactics out of people. There's no way that Spain gives up the Philippines if the game was going to continue, right?
agreed. Yeah.
I
I
mean,
think
I don't know. I think I don't know if it's about the game continuing necessarily that they're doing that. I think that the reason Spain is giving up the Philippines, because like obviously, at least from what I can see, the best move here to maintain a coherent Spanish position and maintain any chance of winning is to disband like Balearic Sea, Ligurian Sea, Tyrrhenian Sea, just surrender the Mediterranean and focus on America, projecting power in, from that direction, and on trying to get some outposts on Portugal's western edge and push in to try to take Iberia back. But because the stab of Portugal into Spain and the kind of crippling of Spain that resulted from that happened only a few hours ago, it's still fresh in Spain's mind, and so Spain is going to be much more spiteful to Portugal as a result, despite the fact that it is most certainly not in Spain's best interests in a realpolitik sense to be this spiteful to Portugal.
Yeah,
and it takes
and
a
like we say, time heals all wounds, right, KOP?
I want to
I
point
don't know. I tried to heal that wound, and
Yeah.
I
and
want to
yeah,
point out because this is just it's really a good showcase of how you really need to approach a blitz game different than you do a normal game. The difference in time between 2 days for press and 20 minutes for press really just means that you have to approach your tactics and your strategies and how you message the other players and how you create alliances with them. You have to approach it entirely differently.
Yes, you have to be very careful about who you stab. If you stab, you got to go through with it. And I think that's like kind of a mistake that Salt made in this game. Is he tried to like kind of play a little bit too fast and loose, a little bit too finesse with Sweden when he should have just crushed them when he had the chance and just wiped it off the map and secured that border. That's another thing that I think really could have changed the game here. Is if Poland had crushed Sweden and kind of taken most of their dots, then I think that Poland in its own right would be a contender just by necessity by how many centers they'd have.
I really do
Um,
think it all comes down to that one fleet that they didn't build when they
Yeah.
built an army in Wilco instead of
yeah,
the fleet.
they needed a fleet in Vilno, and then it would have been fine.
Did they do that multiple
Um,
times this game? Because I remember commenting on this like last year. Did they do that early on in the game as well?
They did it.
Yeah, they had a
but
chance in year 2, I think, was it? No, it was year 3, right?
it was year 2, I believe.
Year 2? Okay. Yeah, after year 2 builds. Yeah, between year 2 and year 3.
Interesting. Yeah, I think
Because
had Poland
I
pushed into
think
Sweden harder, I think we really could be discussing Poland as a board topper here instead of just a good finisher, but not noteworthy towards trying to discuss the win. Speaking of, though,
yeah,
I do want to
the
try and discuss the England and Qing situation before moves come in, but let's finish out this conversation first. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I was just going to say that if you're Poland, you're not stabbing Sweden here. If you're doing it to get deeper into Russia, then you're playing the game wrong because the centers deep in Russia, you're going to need multiple units to defend each of those centers you take, and your power projection is going to be limited the more you go into Russia. You're not gaining from Russian centers. You're effectively losing units from taking Russian centers. You only take those if you're either if you have Sweden, so you can afford to project power that way smoothly, or if it's like the last few dots you need to a victory. If Poland is not going to stab Sweden, Poland should have stabbed Austria, um,
Yeah,
and taken that clump in the center.
I agree. I agree.
I
And
think that
go ahead.
I think that Poland just hangs out for the last year. I mean, I just
Oh
don't
yeah,
see any real progress that they can make. So
It's weird that we're.
no, especially with Army Kiev, they still didn't build another fleet. I mean,
I just want to point out how weird it is that our biggest criticism against the Polish player here, who is Salt, is that they didn't stab enough.
well,
um, it's more complicated than that, though. I think, right? Because like at least in my mind, is that he stabbed a little too much early on with getting Sweden and Russia both kind of angry at him and didn't really get one of them to commit against the other very hard. So Sweden and Russia ended up cooperating a bit and making it just very chaotic and hard to take advantage of.
That's fair.
But then once the bridges were burned from all the stabbing, he tried to be friendly again, and that's just
yeah, and
it's a little too much.
I think it's just even the slightest of miscalculations, really. I think that you played it, 85-90% correct, but that he just needed still a tiny bit more strength in order to be able to successfully stab Sweden. And then because that opportunity passed by, everything just kind of felt like he was like 1 or 2 tempos behind the curve.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it.
Indeed.
Although I guess we're going to talk about Qing in England now,
Yes.
at least.
I would like to
Um,
discuss the math because after running the numbers, England really needed more dots for last year. They needed to secure more dots last year because the numbers are not in their favor. England needs
Yeah.
bare minimum 8 more centers in order to even try and contend to win. If they get 7 or fewer, they don't get reach VSCC. This game ends in a draw regardless of what Qing does. But even if
Yep.
they get
Yeah.
those 8 centers, Qing getting a lot of dots would really stall. And by a lot, not even that much. If Qing gets 4 dots, then suddenly England needs 10 centers to win. And for each
Yeah.
dot Qing gets thereafter, it's another dot that England needs to secure. And as we already said, I think Qing is pretty guaranteed 3 centers at bare minimum. And if they press well and are like, I need centers so England doesn't solo, I don't think England has much of a chance.
Wait, did Sportsballs cut out for you?
They
Oh,
did. They did. Yeah.
No,
I
think so.
agree.
It's good analysis. I think that the key thing with Qing, at least, is some of their dots are going to be chaotic. Some of their dots are going to be hard to get. It depends on if other people want to throw to them. Like if Mughals doesn't want to throw the Qing, then he's going to have some trouble securing Mughal dots, and he might lose Yark hand. The other thing that I'm looking at in terms of like niche specific one little dot things is Tokugawa has a fleet in Kuril Sea, And Sahalian is undefended from Qing, and Qing doesn't have an easy way of getting that back without sacrificing other gains.
Yep.
Because if Qing, for example, takes both those fleets up to go make sure he gets it and doesn't get bounced by Inuits. Inuit, speaking of, could take Evans.
Which I'd be shocked if they
Qing
didn't.
Well,
Yeah.
that's West Coast Kiwis? Dang.
Yep.
Didn't even notice that.
Although I think Qing probably support holds, but it's it's hard to say. But in any case, Qing is going to have to devote units to getting Sahalian, so he might not get Aomori in Japan. Tokugawa has a NAO or NPO fleet, so Tokugawa can support his capital to hold to make it more difficult, or he can put a fleet in Kuroshio Current to make sure he holds Osaka, or try to make things annoying around Okinawa and Amami. There's just a lot of little tactical guessing games that are predisposed to go against Qing that I think will inhibit his ability to challenge England at the top of the leaderboard.
And
That's
you also have to think that Tokugawa and Russia, and probably Mughals as well, do everything in their power to stop a Qing victory, whereas somehow, some way, England has managed to get onto board lead without really pissing that many people off.
I would contest that. I would say England has pissed people off, but everyone who pissed England off is like dead or dying, and so there's
I mean,
nobody to do anything.
fair.
if you're gonna stab somebody, make sure you stab them hard enough that you no longer need to care about their opinion of you.
Such a lesson that I have
I
learned.
think that's a Napoleon quote, right?
Something like that.
All right.
I really want to go and I wish I could quickly go and investigate the Qing's press with other powers, because I think I do agree with your analysis there that there are a lot of centers that Qing is going to have struggle contesting and may even lose when it comes to like fleets and Kurilsi. But I think
Yeah.
Qing has an avenue of press to be able to approach and say, hey, England is close enough to VSCC, and we know Spain is probably throwing to them. I need some dots as well.
Okay, just a small update. It does look like there might be some cooperation on between Mughals and Qing. Insofar as Mughals is trying to coordinate with Qing to get a dot from Persia, and then Mughals wants a Yarkand back. And I think that Qing is just going to stab them in the fall and not let them have it, which sounds about right.
Yeah.
Which is a good sign for Qing.
If there's one power on the board who's still powerful and upset at England, it's probably Mughals, right?
I agree. Mughals it's going to be difficult for Mughals to try and prevent the rest of the dots, but they did a really good job last year making sure England got no more than they mathematically could.
Yeah, I think this year England can probably secure 2 dots, and that's it. Is what I would say here. It looks like 2 dots, and that's all you get.
I think so.
You saying England or Qing?
England. I mean, England in India specifically.
Oh, in India. Okay, I was gonna say they've got a lot more dots available to them in North America, but
yeah,
North America is a bigger contender.
I don't know if they have 8 or 10 in them, but they have more than 2.
North America
they have. I mean,
North America's really going to come down to how much does Spain let England have?
I don't think that they're willing to. They were trying to negotiate before with a, hey, I'll let you have my stuff if you spare me kind of thing. But after the most recent turn, I don't think that Spain is going to let England take much of anything voluntarily.
I think I have to
also
agree.
kind of depends on how Portugal plays. Because whether Spain throws, if obviously England can't win if Spain doesn't throw to them. I think that's pretty set in stone at this point. Just because of the margins. But I think it also depends on how Portugal plays and how much Portugal thinks of England as a threat. Because if England gets like a decent amount of fleets, England can get 3 fleets into NAO, and of those, if he can get actually 4 if he really tried. And then maybe he could take France's Greenland outpost, and maybe he could take the Azores from Portugal. If Portugal doesn't take him too seriously, there could be a couple of dots that England gets. Of course, the other way around is if Portugal. Yeah, and but the other way around is that if Portugal does take England seriously and fights England this last year, England might lose Bermuda, and that's a -1 rather than the +2. So it's kind of hard to really keep an eye on.
Given that England needs potentially double-digit number of centers here, -1 is very impactful.
Yes.
And just the fact that they built a fleet in Bermuda suggests to me that England at least considers Portugal to be quite a threat. So
either a threat or just somewhere to steal dots from and hope and pray, basically.
yeah, I mean the only hostile center that Bermuda can reach is Brattahild, I guess, in Greensboro or in Greenland or Azores.
Yeah.
So
I also think that the Inuit position specifically as it relates to England is bad for England, because if Inuit wants, if Inuit cooperates with Portugal at all, Inuit can force Naskapi, and that will also cut into England's margins quite a bit. So if I had to bet, I would bet against an English solo, not on the basis of Qing getting a particularly high amount of dots, but just because I think England has kind of reached his limit for blitzing out dots, and an English victory at this point would take like I think 2 or 3 more years to really grind it out and to get the dots you need.
Agreed. I think last year we talked a little bit while you weren't here. England misplayed a turn and turned in a lot of misorders that turned into not getting dots. I think we're seeing the domino effects of that now. They were one turn too slow to get all of these Spanish centers in the Caribbean, which has turned them to
Spring
be.
moves are out.
Ooh, yes, spring moves are out. We'll switch to that map. I think England's going to struggle to get the last dots that they need. It's not off the table though.
Okay.
keep in mind that we're talking about a year 8 solo, which is insanely fast.
Not year 8.
True.
Year 6. We're talking in year 6.
Year
Oh, yeah.
Year 6. So.
Year 6. That's
okay. Spain is throwing. We can confirm that Spain is throwing to England, which is good for England. Inuit's not stabbing England as well, which is surprising. Let's see. Looks like England is trying to steal Nantes from Austria, which may or may not happen.
Looks like they're also trying to go for like
Portugal. Portugal is not hostile to England in Africa at this point, although he could dot him afterwards. Yeah, he's going for Spitsbergen, but I don't think he'll get it. No, he doesn't have support, so he won't.
It may be possible.
Oh no, he has support up there, so he did get it.
Congo convoyed into Natse here. It may be possible that Congo and Mali are going to dot England and Cormonton.
I think. Yeah.
Props to Sweden for fighting England, for being like the one player who's actually fighting England.
Yeah, honestly, because I think that if Sweden had played it perhaps a little bit differently here, maybe he would have even gotten an English home center. Because if Norwegian Sea had gone to Norwegian Sea goes to North Sea with the support of Bergen, then Sweden would have had he would have had free access to, or I guess he would have had a 50-50. England would have retreated to York, and it would have been a 50-50 whether he could have gotten Edinburgh or Oxford.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's tight. It's a tight margin, though.
Yes, this is actually, I'm going to look at India now.
Yeah, India is where I was looking as well. Mughals supporting England? Hold on.
Mughals stabbed England here. This is a stab.
Mughals supported England into Bama, though.
Yes, Mughals did support England into Bama. Welcome back, Flare.
Hello
yeah,
there.
Mughals supported England into Bama, but Mughals moved Delhi to Sasaram when England moved Kolkata to Sasaram, which makes me think that's an attempted stab by Mughals in some fashion.
Yeah, that's really wacky.
Worth noting that Mapuche stabbed Aymara as well, which something we thought we predicted.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about that. If this game was going on for like 2 more years, I would be much more invested in the Mapuche and Aymara struggle here. But unfortunately, there's just not enough time for either of them.
Yeah, sadly.
Sad.
This game is all about if England can do their thing now. Oh wait, I have to unlock orders. Shit.
I still don't think England has quite enough juice to solo. It's really close though. They might.
Meanwhile,
let's look at. I guess we gotta look at Qing moves. Okay, so
meanwhile,
Tokugawa did not threaten.
Tokugawa did make some threatening moves here. Qing has convoyed Kyushu to Beijing. It looks like they're playing to retake.
What?
It looks like they're playing to retake that, but even if they do, doesn't Toku just retreat to Nanjing?
So here's what's so Tokugawa is throwing to Qing now. So England will not get a solo. Tokugawa is throwing to Qing.
But why?
Yeah, they're retreating out
in exchange for Beijing.
They're retreating.
He convoyed him to Beijing as a. he convoyed him to Beijing as a kind of a middle finger to Ming, because Ming originally was the one who built the two fleets or whatever and stabbed Tokugawa. So I
Oh.
imagine Tokugawa. This is a screw you to Tokugawa.
I wasn't
But
here for that part. I missed that. Dang.
yeah. So I mean,
That's a weird
yeah.
order. Okay.
I mean, Shin getting even one, like Shin getting Tokugawa specifically to throw to them, I think is the biggest win they could ask for.
Yeah.
It's especially. See, I'm not a fan of that because you're throwing to the person who caused you to lose the game. Like, I'm fine with
Yeah.
Spain throwing to England because at least Spain and England have had mostly friendly relations the whole time. But throwing to the guy who stabbed you, that's just. I'm sorry, that's such a beta move.
Yeah, I just like throwing as a beta move on principle, so I'm fine with it because you're throwing to prevent Spain's throw from taking effect.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
and that's fair.
That's how I view it. It's
That's
like,
fair.
oh, Spain, you think you're throwing to England, you're going to be so special, but as it turns out, buddy,
The counter throw, right?
yeah,
Counter
the
throw
counter
response. You've
denying a win. Yeah,
It's
I
just
guess like Tokugawa considers this draw a better position than the England solo, which makes sense, I suppose.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
I don't think
I mean,
England.
no, I'm not fine
yeah.
with that because it means that he's throwing to the person who stabbed him. It just
Yeah,
feels
which
so
is
bad.
sucks.
Yeah.
That's really sad.
Uh,
Yeah, I think.
but you know what? To each their own.
I
If
think
that's
this-
how you want to play the game, that's fine.
I think this means that unless some extraordinary circumstances occur, we're looking at a game draw. Do we think England is still the board topper, though? I think almost certainly.
yes, yeah. I think England is because Mughals isn't quite cooperative enough, I don't think, to give Qing a board top. Ayutthaya is not cooperating with Qing in the way that Tokugawa is.
No one else is even
No.
remotely close. No, they're England is miles ahead.
Yeah, that's true. The only one who could really challenge it would be Qing with a monstrous year in it, and it's not happening. It's just not happening, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Um,
Well played to everyone here, though. We're talking about the differences between England and Qing here, and Halasco. Both have played this game very well, and I think that needs to be credited. They both approach this game well. Again, we're talking about year 6 here. We're talking about solo impunity wins in year 6. So they have both done incredibly well to get to this position.
Yeah, for sure.
I think,
for sure.
Also, here's one of my suggestions that I would make. If we do this again for Blitz, what if we did, like, instead of 20-minute turns, we do 15-minute turns?
Yeah.
We were.
I'm gonna do
Punch.
poll for the players later, or feedback form where I'm gonna ask them about like turn timers, if they think we could shorten it or not.
I mentioned
And
earlier
I
that.
also think
Sorry.
the idea
Sorry.
of using 2 players per power and 3 for the colonials
Yeah, I also
would
thought
make
about that.
would make it a lot more viable to have the shorter turn timers. So you can have a tactics guy, a press guy, and for every power.
You have to be careful when you have too many people playing a small center's power at the start, then, because then that could lead to a lot of problems with opening maneuvers and people not agreeing on how you should approach an opening. That could cause cause more stifling in the early game.
It could, but I just feel like you just have to divide up your responsibilities, and the press guy, if you do it by press and tactics, then obviously the tactics player is going to be taking the lead from whoever's handling negotiations. So
yeah, I think the other thing to keep in mind, is that when you get later in the game, you really do need the 2 players to have effective to not gunboat, basically to have press and tactics. And the other thing is that I think, obviously, if we're doing more players, that we're going to do it probably similar to how we do now, where the multiple player powers got to choose whether they were like, whatever, whoever wants to be with me as random, that's fine. Or if you come in with somebody ahead of time that you're fine working with, that you can play with and really get along.
And if you do end up getting nearly knocked out, one of the 2 players can just go do something else. So, like, if you're down to 2 centers, you don't need 2 players for it anymore. You can just say, okay, I'll take.
I'm going to lunch.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can go play StarCraft if you want. I'll take care of that too.
I'll stay on I'll be the captain on the ship until it sinks. You can get on the lifeboat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Fair.
Down
Flare
with the
mentioned
ship.
earlier Flare mentioned specifically that if we can get the bot to work specifically through a website to automatically adjudicate orders and let players submit orders, then turning down to a 15-minute turn timer would be a lot more feasible. If
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
something
If we had a like backstabber UI, pretty much.
indeed,
Yeah.
Hmm.
as client, I
Yeah, that
think
would be a
would,
bigger.
like-
That would be like a month-long undertaking, I think, though.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
it would be an undertaking, but if something like that could be established to speed up specifically the adjudication process, that saves so much time over the course of an entire game. But I think then we could
Yeah.
feasibly do 8 years in roughly the same amount of time, maybe with an additional hour,
Yeah, exactly.
or like 10
Well,
hours
the other thing I
total,
think is that
1 hour break.
and you can weigh in, Flare, obviously. I just think it was also probably like an unfortunate day for your internet to have problems as well, from what I noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which isn't always going to be a
But-
problem, you know. That's like we have a lot of there's a lot of efficiency here that efficiency in time here that we can definitely hammer out.
Yeah.
Now that we've done
And
this once,
also
we've
the
really
bot-
gotten
I don't know if you saw it, but the bot crashed
yeah.
for a while, which lost us like 15 minutes.
Yeah, just like another year
so, yeah.
basically with
Mhm.
with all the time. So I think we can fit
Yeah.
in 2 additional years without even changing the formatting too much, as long as we get it more efficient. And I think we could on to 15-minute turns, and maybe if we lengthen it by like another hour, we could have like a 10-year Blitz Imperial Diplomacy game.
10
Yeah.
hours, 1 hour
Yeah, I
break
think
in
this
there.
was a really. Yeah, exactly. I think this was a really good try.
Yeah, it was a huge
like
success in my mind. Huge
Yeah.
success.
I think there's a lot of potential in this format that we could like evolve as we develop the bot and possibly some sort of UI for entering orders.
Mhm.
Indeed.
My dream would be like setting up a small blitz game competition of some sort. That would be really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be
I mean,
incredibly
you'd lose
fun.
me as a commentator because I'd have to play it, but
Exactly.
I was a commentator today because I couldn't play because most Sundays I'm busy in like the afternoons, unfortunately. But I can clear one of these days, maybe
Same.
Saturday or Sunday.
Same. I was busy this morning, and that's why I was commentator for only second half there. That might be your problem. If we get this too regularly, you're not going to have commentators because they're all going to want to play.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if we have 2 players, then I think Salt and I naturally have to play a country at one point and just let everybody stew. Let's see. I'm making a decent thumbnail right now. Can I get like a picture of fire? I
Oh,
think that
by the
kinda-
way, Perta, before you upload anything, we have a little plan. We can discuss it.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to talk to you about it
Uh,
before I actually finalize anything. I just wanted to
Yep.
Okay.
just in case.
so we were-
Sports want to edit.
I've been recording this entire second half as well, and at bare minimum, we can easily stitch the 2 VODs together and make it one continuous VOD rather than uploading the 2 halves separately.
I mean, I think we should upload the 2 halves separately, though. At least in my
Why though?
mind. Because I think there's diminishing returns in having different, like in having what it would be an 8-hour long VOD,
Hmm.
or would it be 9?
I
At
agree.
this point,
It would be
8.5
9.
hours of VOD.
I agree, but the difference between, as someone who has started to do VOD channel uploads and stuff like that recently, the difference in interest between a 4-hour VOD and an 8-hour VOD is not actually that great. If someone's invested enough to watch a 4-hour VOD, they will sit through an 8-hour VOD, I would wager.
That's true, honestly.
Yeah.
Here, let me see. How can I gotta.
The other upside as well is that if
Um,
we put Stitch the 2 together, then there is a very real possibility that we could put at least a couple of small edits in there as well. I'm not saying anything major. Oh god, I would not want to edit this down to anything significant
God.
level, but we could do a
Yeah.
couple of small things. All right.
Yeah.
With the end of this phrase,
I'm uploading this to Google Drive right now as well.
while we talk this, and we can discuss this
Okay.
more, like once the cameras are off and how exactly we want to approach getting this uploaded and prepped and whatnot. I want to look over
Yep.
voids because there is a lot of voids that have press in them, and I want to look over them. Yeah, we start with Ice Cream Guy. They've been putting a lot of press into their voids lately, and so talking about it. Austria top 3 is lovely to see here. Yep, warning about the Congo stab onto Abyssinia there. They're doing the math? They're doing the math to see if they could do a funny and not accidentally throw to England. I appreciate that. Love to see it.
Glad
here.
to see it. Yep. I mean, it looks like England's not going to win anyways, so luckily. But yeah, it could make the difference if there's some shenanigans.
Need a couple of small things here. Mapuche is talking about how they're making progress back against Portugal. Something I wanted to comment on, but we were talking about the board topper, so it wasn't relevant. Mapuche is back in Australia and around there. As much as Portugal has pushed in against Netherlands, Mapuche is the one really coming out on top here. Again, I think if this game was an 8-year Blitz game, if we had the ability to do so, I think Mapuche, surprise contender for, at the very least, showing a top 5 position.
Yeah, honestly, I think they've played really well. Problem is, Mapuche to win is going to have to be a long, drawn out
Yeah,
struggle,
we
and
talked.
unfortunately, it's Blitz.
Yeah, we talked about that when I first came in. I played Mapuche in A2. I love Mapuche. Mapuche needs 10 years to do anything. They just need all the time they can get, and you don't get that in a Blitz game. Salt, I dropped to 5th. Salt, you have been doing incredibly. So there's that to be proud of.
Do better.
But do better.
Joe. Do better. Okay.
Sweden has put a couple of things into their void here. Talking about their positions. A lot of this is about early game stuff, though. I'm really curious. And I talked about this when we were putting powers on the tier list. And by the way, when we're done, we're going to be redoing this tier list to see if we want to change anything and get the finalized list here. I put Sweden down
you
because
can't change the tier list. You can't change the tier list once the game's over.
end of the year
it's a tier list for how they. That's just the scoreboard.
Fair enough. We ended up booting Sweden down because we really had a hard time telling what Sweden's plan was and how they actually were planning to make progress. They didn't look like they wanted to stab Poland. They didn't look like they wanted to stab France. They didn't look like they wanted to stab England. We were having trouble trying to figure out what they were wanting to do.
I think the answer ended up being that they didn't do anything.
Guys, all
Yeah.
the Safavid home supply centers are owned by different people.
Wait, that's actually that's actually incredible to be thinking about.
That's pretty
That's fun.
amazing.
Here, let me pull,
Wait, no, that's not even true. Never mind.
let me pull up the
I
most
think.
recent map.
We've been lied to.
We've been had.
Yeah, the players lied to me. So sad.
That's still very
I
funny
love
though.
Portuguese Arabia, by the way. They are almost at like 5 centers up there, and I don't understand how.
We're doing work.
It's deceptive, that Portuguese Arabia, man. It's like you look at that and you're like, oh, that's probably like a one center outpost like Macau.
You look at Muscat and you go, how are
But,
they
like-
supposed to do anything? Muscat is a defensible hold.
Yeah,
It's
it's
defensible if
great.
half of it is like not actively fighting all of their neighbors.
True.
Yeah.
You can absolutely cook as Portugal in Arabia.
Yeah, if you get like started, I can see it.
All right. How much time do we have here? 12
orders 10 minutes. So quite a while.
Fair enough. Oops. Wrong button. All right. Is there anything else that we want?
I think I've reached the.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna send you. No, it's fine. This is unrelated to the game. So
Was
you
this
can go
about
ahead.
that video uploading thing?
I'm making a thumbnail. I'm gonna send you my. Here, I'm gonna add you as a friend, and
very
then
fair, very fair.
I can send both you. Actually, I can put it in the commentators channel. That's what I can do.
Oh, true.
Sounds good.
I Accept a
Like
friend
something
request
like
on my phone.
this.
I don't want to accidentally show my DMs list. I've been trying to be careful. I also was considering the idea of making a massive collage of memes to do for a thumbnail.
Mhm. If you check on your phone in the commentators chat, I don't know if you have any thoughts about that thumbnail flare, but that's what I'm thinking. Like maybe, like I was thinking of adding some fire as well, just to really emphasize it, but I couldn't find any good clip art to throw on in like 5 minutes.
I'll find in a
Yeah,
minute. Let's check in a minute.
Blitz thumbnail has to be made just as fast as the Blitz turns are.
Exactly.
Exactly. Go, go, go,
That's-
go, go.
It's thumbnail making. Love it.
I definitely think the thumbnail should show some sort of stage of the game. Like the map should be a progress shot at some point in the game rather than just the blank map.
The problem is
A tease.
spoilers, right?
I think
Like I had to imagine there were like a few dozen people who didn't get the chance to watch it live who might want to watch the VODs and see how it happened.
Yeah.
True.
I'm amazed that we have had like always 20 plus people in this chat, by the way. You guys are dedicated.
Absolutely. Like, let's give a shout out to the people who are here in the audience. Like these lovely people who have been watching this whole time. Look at them go.
Mm.
Yeah. How lovely. We love them.
Hope you guys have had as much fun as we have.
Yep, they're almost as insane as us and the
We're
players.
all AFK. Yes.
Yeah, this has been quite an experience to say the least.
Indeed. And I think we've been discussing this quite a bit. I think there is a good foundation here to make this like a maybe once monthly or once every other month sort of thing. I think that could be very entertaining.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. I don't really have the time right now to like long-term game master, but I absolutely can find like a day once in a while where I just dedicate the entire day. So
Because this is an
I'm
all
up
day
to
affair.
yeah. No, I started at 2 p.m. It's now 11 p.m.
And I,
So
Yeah.
ideally, we can get the bot and the potential website to the point where it doesn't take a GM. You know, that you don't have to dedicate the whole day to it because it's all automated.
Yep, exactly. The absolute dream would, of course, having like a good enough website to just run ImpDip without game masters.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Honestly, I really like that
We-
we have at the very least some people who are viewing over the entire experience to give a commentary sort of vibe. I really think that adds to the
Yeah.
experience as far as making this feel
yeah,
like a fun
absolutely.
experience.
It really does.
I think
Yeah.
the commentary is like necessary for this to really. No, maybe not necessary for it to work, but it like really, really adds a lot. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
I'm biased, but you know.
Maybe as the commentators,
No,
we shouldn't be
absolutely.
commenting on how much we want there to be more commentators, but
I just want to
Yeah.
say the commentators were amazing. They did an incredible job.
yes,
Yeah, same.
You all have
There we
done
go,
a
I'm
lovely
putting
job as
relevant messaging.
commentators. I have
Nice.
not. There has been a running total of every single mispronunciation I've named of a territory or a power. It's still a single digit number, but we're getting higher. So I really should not be congratulating myself on that.
Tell us how you think King is gonna do.
Yeah, King has done fantastically this game. Oh, but we really have to talk about Ute though. Ute's been doing so well.
Listen, mispronunciation of anything and everything is the American promise, okay? We're gonna come in, we're gonna pronounce your words the way we want to, and you are going to have to get used to it, okay? Who are we gonna say that to? What words do we like tragically mispronounce? Oh no, it's really funny. All the American cities, not all of them, but some of them are like they're pronounced phonetically, even when they're named after like European or Middle Eastern cities that aren't.
Yeah.
So like there's a city in Ohio named after like East Palestine, but it's not pronounced like East Palestine in Ohio. I just forget how it is. I think
Amazing.
there's like a town called Cairo in Illinois, I want to say, but it's pronounced like Cairo.
No.
Something stupid like
That's
that.
not okay.
Yeah, it's something. I will say there are a lot of funnily named towns in America.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay. 6 minutes until the last adjudication. Do we have any final comments on the map date?
I think
Um,
we should really, and if this is one of the things I would do if I actually put edits on here, really wanted to shout out the players who have gone through just as much to play this game.
Yeah.
Again, 9 hours with only a short break in the middle there. A lot of dedication from the,
Yeah.
what is it, 30 people who have been playing this whole game, this whole time?
Yeah. It's actually insane. Like,
Indeed,
actually just
indeed.
insane.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to bring this meme back up again. Yes, I did drop that king. I did drop that king. Catching up with the popcorn chat now. Yes,
Oh.
for the sake of commentary and for those wondering, this will be uploaded. How exactly, in what format, needs to be discussed. I think we're going to discuss it a
Yeah.
little while from now. I, at the very least, have not eaten since I hopped in the chat, and I'm hungry, so we're going to need to do
Yeah.
that.
okay. I gotta
Yeah.
correct my pronunciation things, by the way. The Cairo in Illinois is pronounced relatively properly, but in Georgia it's Cairo. I got my Cairo's wrong. In Georgia it's pronounced
Oh,
Cairo.
not nice.
There are cities named after Athens in Illinois and Kentucky, but they're pronounced Athens.
Just embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Stop doing that, guys.
God bless America. Right, guys? Can we get some support in the Popcorn Throwers channel?
We should have.
I
We should have just let them go when they wanted to do a civil war. Just all right. See you guys.
Yeah.
As far as the actual game is
Oh.
concerned, though, I think this is everything we want to talk about here. Well done by all of the players. This game has ended in a draw, but
really.
I think
Yeah.
next time we do
Quite
this,
likely, at least.
slightly
Let's wait and
better,
see the leaderboard.
slightly better adjudication, slightly better time management, so that we can get 8 years in a fairly reasonable time frame. I think next time
Yeah.
a Blitz game happens, there will be a winner.
I hope so.
I mean, the reason there isn't this time is because 2 people are throwing instead of 1. So
True.
Mm.
And even that, again, we're still only talking year 6 here. The number of powers.
Yeah, if you had
Yeah.
asked me without any context whether it's possible to win a solo in 6 years, I'd have told you absolutely not. It's impossible. So
the number
the
of
fact that it was even close is
yeah, I mean it's impressive. I think
Yeah.
people
We
are maybe
actually,
need to start
during
taking this meme and Etsu guy very seriously in diplomacy games.
during A1, we actually had a year 7 solo by Russia. That was insane.
True. A1C, yeah, that was Cassandra. She just basically just turned over the table and said, "Nope."
Yeah.
This is mine now. The other thing as well with the longer year cap is the number of powers who I think are going to be in much more contention if even just 2 years' time. With 2 years, Congo becomes a much larger threat. Mapuche becomes a much larger threat. You could even argue something like Ute Shoshone being a much larger threat with more time. I think there is an argument to be made that 2 more years would have done a lot to this game. But I think we would have seen
would.
a winner.
Yeah. It also would have changed, I think, a lot of the ways that people change their strategy based on how much time there is left. So
Agreed.
True. I think the calculations of England especially would have been different if there were 2 more years here.
and
Absolutely.
It'd be it would be like a long term. I think England would definitely set up an attack on Inuit right here if he thought he could get it off, but they can't, so they don't.
Agreed.
Yep.
Agreed. But end of the game board toppers of the Diplostrats channel. Wow, who would have guessed? No, that's still
Okay, listen,
disparaging.
guys, we got to take them out.
They played very well, and they deserve the board top, and we don't want to take that away from them at all. Like that's gonna be what? 3 different Imperial Diplomacy videos on the Diplostrats channel that are Diplostrats players just coming out very much on top.
Yeah, it's us.
Can't keep
Very
letting them
nice.
get away with this.
I say that about Salt every game, and somehow he keeps doing it. So
I was in A2K where Salt subbed in at the last minute, and I straight up said to Salt's face, "It is miraculous how you let everyone just turn around and present their backs to you. It is astounding how good Salt's press is."
Yeah, it's great.
He never fools me.
I really wanna play more Diplomacy
With
again.
Prussia.
This day has been hyping me up to play again.
Well, you know,
Exciting.
Flare, you're in luck, and that's all I can say, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, I am in luck. Oh, I'm looking forward to it a lot.
And that's all we're gonna say. See you guys on the live stream. You gotta wait.
Wait, what? Not just a live stream. What is this? What have I missed here? Hold on. Put me in the loop. Put me in the loop,
Secrets.
coach. Come on. Put me in.
Secrets.
Put me in, coach. Put me
Secrets.
in.
I am afraid that this is classified.
No.
Yeah, it's gonna be hype.
We're gonna have a good time.
Very hype. Yep. All right, just one
Oh, yeah.
more minute, and I'll lock these orders.
Yeah, we're
We
about
will
to.
adjudicate them.
exciting.
We will. You know, I have to say, I think that the players here today did a great job, really bringing this world towards world peace. As we all know,
Yeah.
Oceania has always been at war with Eurasia, and always been allied to East Asia.
Yep.
That's
something
how
like
I
that.
remember it.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is the first Imperial Diplomacy game and ever ending in a draw. So, what can we say?
Probably, but not guaranteed.
True.
Isn't that
We
something?
could still see a win here.
We could. There's an outside chance of an English solo. It's very low.
It's a
though.
non-zero.
Could we see
You know
the
what?
duo impunity?
You know what I want to discuss as we close out? As we close this out, I want to close out with all of the weird places that things have ended up in. We talk about how Spain has.
Do that while I adjudicate.
We talk about
How did Spain get the army Brazil? I didn't see. Like, how did that happen?
How did Spain usurp Portugal's starting position? How did this happen?
So what I think happened was that a unit from like Amazon retreated to J, and then it went to Goiás, and then it started taking Brazil.
It went on the long march through the Amazon rainforest and through the Brazilian plateau.
That is
Yep.
something.
That is a journey right there.
I think any
It
real
sure
army
is.
would have like just settled down and founded a town at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've already talked about how
true.
Safavid centers have been split almost uniformly across every one of the powers, which is really fun to look at.
Yeah.
Tokugawa Hainan being cored, along with Macau being cored, that's really funny.
They're doing their best
Yeah.
Republic of China impression, where they got exiled, but they got exiled from the other mainland.
Yeah. Formosa looking a bit squished here.
Yep.
Formosa squeeze.
Okay, we're almost done now, guys.
Portugal and
Almost done.
Reunion. France circled to Ceylon. France actually ended up
Can
in
we look at-
Sumatra as well. Hold on.
Can we look at Corsica again real quick? I want to point something out.
Absolutely.
Those two fleets are the only units France has left in Europe. France sacrificed everything else for the two fleets in the Mediterranean.
I have to wonder whether they heard KOP and I's dissing them for those fleets from turn 1 or year 2. It was at the end of year 1, right? That we were just
Yeah.
like,
because-
those fleets are so terrible. And they were
Because
like,
France was
show
at war
them.
France was implacably at war with England and the Netherlands, and they had put a fleet in Spanish Barcelona. And instead of going to Spain, hey, attack my fleet and force disband it, their move was, hey, I'm going to build a second fleet in Marseille, which did nothing.
Incredible.
All it did was guarantee that France would not only be fighting England and the Netherlands, but France would also be fighting Spain.
That's incredible.
Yeah,
I wish
and
I
it's
could have
like, and
commentated
so
this
Damien and I
whole
were
thing.
sitting there the entire time, like, we're sitting there the entire time, like, I wonder when France is going to disband those fleets they have in the Mediterranean, and they literally never did. Those are the only two units they have left anywhere near Paris.
And while we're talking
I
France,
think
we of course have to mention
this is
Army Greenland, of course.
Yeah, I will say that the French keeping around the Corsica, that's definitely them like trying to think about like how Napoleon did it, where they have a little base,
Yeah, exactly.
and then they'll convoy the army into Marseille, and then French armies will pop up all over France, and they'll just be like, voila,
Voila.
I have returned.
Eh, oui, oui.
I want to see that.
Vive l'empereur.
You see
Okay,
these
orders are out, guys.
see these cord French censors? They're actually units that just haven't moved yet.
They're partisans. They're
Ooh.
free French fighters, ready, ready to march up and win.
All right, final moves
let's
map.
see.
Awesome.
Let's do our math. Let's do our math. Actually, the
Yeah,
leaderboard's
we're
on our
gonna
map.
have a retreat as well.
Wow, that is quite the Spanish throw.
Wow,
That is quite a lot of
Ooh.
Congolese units moving to the Galapagos Islands.
Wow.
Yeah.
that is a
Oh, yeah,
lot.
Spain hard through. Oh my god.
Spain gave so much here. It's not going to be enough because King also.
Whoa.
I did it again.
Shit.
Qing also got very, very close. Only one from VSCC themselves at this point. Actually, we nearly just had a double win.
Yeah. very close.
Tokugawa only half through. He kept Formosa, but
Well-
still gave away Macau.
Hold on, I need to point this out. If we look at if Tokugawa doesn't bounce in Formosa there, that's actually an England Qing duo win.
Imperial Unity.
Imperial Unity.
Oh no.
We nearly got it. We were being so
Wow.
downers, and we nearly got it. Tokugawa, how could you? How could you?
That's insane. No way.
I will say this isn't just Tokugawa. How could you?
Right.
This is Qing had an army in Hunan, which should have moved to Macau. The fleet in Fukien Strait never should have it should.
True.
It should have. Oh wait, no, I lied. You know what the kicker is? Look at Qing's capital.
Wait, what?
Toku moved to Beijing.
Truth is, no. Let me say. The truth is, guys, the game was rigged from the start.
Well, wait. That unit can't even move that.
Can't move
can
there. It can't move there. It got forced out. But that's funny.
But
Yeah.
the game was rigged from the start,
The
guys.
game was
Tokugawa, they
rigged
got
from
that
the start.
teleportation.
Yes. Like, his people are all Olympic swimmers. They know what they're doing.
I do have to wonder, why did Spain do this throw?
I don't know. There's
No
not
idea.
actually a reason for Spain to be throwing like this.
They wanted to be
Yeah.
famous in the Diplostrats video.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But,
Can't keep
now
letting
they're
you get.
just famous for
I
But, like-
probably shouldn't be talking too much about throwing to Diplostrats players, though. Between
That's true. You do not have any grounds to talk about. Oh, he threw the Diplostrats player. Excuse me.
Yeah, we'll continue to have this conversation.
Specifically.
We'll continue to have this conversation. I don't know if you
Specifically.
can.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
just stay quiet.
Yeah, you sit there in the corner and think about what you've done.
Oh,
That was a really
I'm-
good point. You don't have.
I'm actually surprised. That was nearly Imperial. We were
was
we never
nearly a duo impunity.
we were talking so much
Yeah.
about how Qing trying to prevent England Imperial unity that we never saw the lining of
But it almost.
they were working
Yeah.
together.
They were going to cause it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say I think Qing played the move about as well as you reasonably could. I think.
Absolutely, Qing played incredibly.
But if
this
Qing
game.
had played, if Qing had objectively played this specific move set a little bit worse and only set one to Suzhou and then tried to get Macau the other way because you send the Chengdu to
Yeah.
Guishang and Hunan to Macau and support yourself into Formosa,
Mhm.
a little bit of objectively worse play could have resulted in the Imperial unity. Now
Yeah.
I do think
Yeah.
either way, pretty much a win for Qing. Honestly, it's really impressive. Obviously.
Yeah, it is.
Hold on, but
I do
Um,
think that
Chad's-
the ranking system actually would do a good job of kind of preventing what Spain is doing, just because
Yeah.
right now Spain has there's nothing really punishing Spain for doing what Spain's doing. It's just kind of
Yeah.
well, I'm not
Yeah,
going to
the
win.
rankings. Oh, maybe we should have said that the ranking system plays into this game.
No.
Little
we,
late
we
for
could
that.
have, we could have a blitz system, but I think that the issue is having the regular system be used in a blitz game is bad
Yeah,
because
exactly.
blitz is such a
Yeah.
different environment.
It's a
But-
completely
but,
different
you know,
format.
it's fun.
Absolutely.
the chat, the spectator chat has made a very good point. The real winner is Mali not ending at negative VSCC. They are positive this
This is
game.
true.
They are positive.
That's insane. Yeah. By the way, did you guys see Tokugawa in California?
Yeah, Toku California. That's 2 units
my God.
California. Wow, I didn't even. I thought it was
Yep.
just 1.
That's the
Very
power
cool.
of NPO.
North Pacific, baby. An absolute nightmare
Yep.
for every player to defend.
Yep.
This has been a wild
right.
game.
It really has. I gotta say, my favorite feature of this map is like Portuguese Arabia.
Yeah, Portuguese Arabia.
Like it's 5 dots.
They again. We talked about this already. If Portugal was able to hold and maintain position and even grow a little bit in South America, Portugal's also a contender on this board. Given more time,
Yeah,
Congo's also a contender, and Mapuche is also a contender. Like we're talking a lot about England and
Yeah.
Qing, but everyone at the top played very well this game.
Yeah, I think we need to just quickly, before wrapping up, look at Congo's stab at Abyssinia because it was pretty brutal.
Oh,
They picked up Tanem, Darfur, Sunday, and Havara.
absolutely. Abyssinia was. We were commenting earlier on how the demilitarization of the line was not good for Abyssinia, and here it is. It is a brutal move for Abyssinia.
Yeah, because Congo just has way more excuses to have armies in the area, and like fundamentally, it's just bad for Abyssinia to be conducting behavior like this.
Okay, I'm gonna let the players in here now.
Oh, are we gonna?
All right.
We're letting the players in to talk or just listen to our final commentary?
No, just view and connect.
Okay, that's very fair. We'll do final closing things there as well. I'm gonna say as well before everyone starts to get in. Huge thank you to Flare, of course, for organizing and running this, as well as the other angels who are participating as well, Tater Tot and Sophie, who have been helping. Would not have been possible without all of you dealing with the bot throwing a hissy fit over the last 9 hours.
Yeah, especially Potato Tot has been helping me out a lot. Thank you so much. You've been keeping this shit together. I'm gonna do the last adjudication now.
All right. Do it, and we will wrap up as everyone joins into the channel here. Have you like pinged the players to get them to join in here, or?
Oh yeah, I'll
yeah,
ping
I'm doing so
Have
now.
you pinged the players? Okay, I'll ping the players.
I'm doing it now.
Nice.
I think they should be able to join.
Yeah, it looks like they are able to join. Let me look at the audience.
Oh, dang. The chat makes
yep.
The stream chat makes a very good point. Had Qing gotten just one more dot, that would be technically Qing's only Imperial Diplomacy victory.
Whoa, that's
Qing has
that's
not
crazy.
Qing has not gotten a
Qing just barely got a winner.
Yeah.
Barely didn't get a winner.
Want me to open the spectator channel player?
Oh, sorry.
Want me to open the spec channel to players?
Yep, feel free.
Okay,
yes, please do. Also, people are pointing out how there's a cap of 50 on the channel here, and that might be enough.
Yeah,
for
that's
everyone.
Because we're screen sharing. It's because we're screen sharing.
Okay, you know what? Then I'll just stop the screen share. You all can see the map at this point. I don't need a screen share anymore.
Yep, we don't need it. We don't need it anymore. Hello there, all players. Thank you so much for playing. I hope you guys have been having as fun as we guys have. We have been chilling here the last 9 hours, and we have had so much fun watching you guys play. Thank you all so much for participating in this crazy experience. We have a lot of ideas on how to improve this system and all of that. So we're super hyped for the future of Imperial Diplomacy Blitz, and this was a crazy game.
Absolutely.
Well played to all the players involved.
Shall we do?
Well played to all the players.
Yes. Sorry. I want to ask: should we do a Blitz lightning round post game trophy handout as well?
Oh, go ahead. I don't know what that means, but go ahead.
We would drag up. I would imagine we would drag up a couple of players in here that did particularly well and force them to explain all the things that they did live after they were sitting and doing diplomacy for 9.5 hours.
Yes, you've done diplomacy for 9 hours. Now let's talk about diplomacy for 9 hours.
Hey, let's drag a couple of them up here. I have a couple that I think we need to talk to.
Oh, hello. Am I just...
Welcome.
That's
You're
the
talking
best
to
idea.
everyone.
Welcome.
Thank you
Congratulations
so
on your
much.
victory.
Thank you so much for running it, Flare. That was amazing. Like,
Yeah, it's been a
I
great
absolutely
sleep.
love
This
that.
was a blast. I also am going to say that I don't think we can call this a victory because we
No, no,
didn't
no.
get impunity.
That is a
Yeah,
this
so
is a
it's not
draw.
victory.
This is a draw
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
record
it's a draw.
books.
It's a draw, but board
Can you
talk,
guys
let's
just tell us for the record how much did you send to Spain's PayPal account?
$0.00.
Look, it's
They
all
were
that's
getting
we didn't
like-
directly send anything. It's all a business expense from Diplo Strats.
Oh, okay. I see.
It's a tax
The,
write-off.
the YouTube revenue's coming
Well,
through.
I guess my next question is whether you used American dollars or like Venezuelan dollars, because you did end up in Venezuela.
Yeah.
You have to ask Ezio. He was in charge of the Americans.
You should have heard KOP when I started calling somebody out for throwing to a Diplo Strats player. He was
There's someone on this channel.
Careful. You gotta stay clear of the spoilers because we have.
okay. Nobody knows what
With
happened.
all due
in
respect,
Aster. It's a secret.
we're 9 hours into a
secret, yeah.
recording. I don't think we need to dodge spoilers. The people who are still watching are really
No,
invested.
no.
He's talking
Aster
about the
spoilers.
Aster spoilers. Yeah.
Guys, it's not like anybody's already made an after action report on part of Aster with another player who's listening. I don't know. I'm just saying. You look at ImpDip
we gotta
influencers,
find
you can
one.
see what I'm gonna say.
Real
No,
talk.
this is
like,
fun to commentate though.
what
Yeah.
Spain what happened to Spain, right? Was they felt they couldn't win. This happens all the time. We were the only neighbor of theirs who didn't stab them and had kept good relations, and we were in position to win. And like that's
That's
oftentimes
No,
what
yeah,
gets people
it's
to throw.
Absolutely.
100%.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Good press will save you
Yeah,
games, and that's one of the reasons why. Like, it's hard to think of, it's really not fair to think of throws as in, oh, this player is letting them win. It's more to think about the player being thrown to had such good press that they are convincing them that that's the correct thing to do.
And I actually, as far as convincing people to throw to you, I'm more impressed that Ching managed to convince Tokugawa to throw to him because
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's the real miraculous.
Let's pull Ching up.
like,
Let's pull Ching up so they can talk a little bit.
Let me find.
Are
Ching.
they able to?
Is Ching? I have to scroll down and find it. Let's see. So,
Yeah, I believe
Ching,
they have
would
to.
you like to? Are
And
you,
if Ching is comfortable
there he is.
doing voice chats too.
If
Let
they
me
want to, of
look
course.
in.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got to find Ching. If you could like send a message somewhere in the Discord that I can try to pick up on.
Got him.
Yeah, he just sent one in the.
Oh, in the okay,
Got it,
there.
got it.
Yeah, in this channel.
Hello?
There he is.
Hello.
Awesome. Hello
Hello.
there, Ching.
Hi.
How
Congratulations.
was Tim? Good
Uh,
job.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been like 10 hours now, it feels like. But,
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a
Toku helped
crazy
out
game.
a lot. He gave me
How did
a
the
lot more.
negotiations and with Tokugawa end up in this position?
He was really mad at me most of the game, to be honest.
Yeah.
But apparently no one else would work with him, so he kept doing that.
No, that's fair. We were impressed. We thought you played a very, very good game. You'll get to hear all the commentary as people make the videos and whatnot, but it's very positive.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it was well played, honestly.
Absolutely.
Very well
Yep.
played.
I think the
I
only
went away.
person who took a lot of flack from us was probably France.
It was France. It was the fleet build in Marseille. I don't know. I know England paid more attention to this than Ching probably, but France,
Yeah.
in fall of the first year, dotted Spain and Barcelona with a fleet, and at the same time was already had to pick a fight with England, and then Netherlands picked a fight with them and took Paris, and so
Yeah.
we are, and so Damien and I are sitting in this VC, and we're thinking like, okay, so what France should do here is go to Spain and be like, hey, I have more important things to do. Sorry for dotting you. Like, I propose that what you could do is you could allow Spain to force, like, to force the Barcelona fleet to retreat and then disband it and just be like, we're done. I'm not fighting you. But
Yep.
instead, France was like, I'm fighting England and the Netherlands. But what's fighting Spain too? And just built another fleet.
Yeah, we were not happy with the Fleet Marseille build at all. But
We were
Yeah.
very happy with the
So
Fleet
Ice
Marseille
Cream
build.
Guy has a bit of a backstory, it seems.
Yeah. Should we finish? Bring them up if we're gonna talk with them as well. They can share it in the VC.
yeah, they're third place. So if the ice cream guy is comfortable with speaking, okay, sure, I'll bring them up.
You've been invited.
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic Austria result for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, amazing Austria playing.
Right. I guess what I was saying in the chat was that I was trying to cause problems for both France and Spain. And I'd been talking with Salt in Poland and trying to figure out how to make more problems for everybody for all the colonials. And we proposed that he'd tell France that England was causing trouble, and then I'd tell France that Spain was causing trouble. And then we'll all get busy
That makes
with each
sense.
other.
Yeah, that worked out for you very well.
Absolutely. You ended in a very strong position for Austria. And also, with Poland right there, also doing very well.
For sure. Very cool.
I think it helped that the game was time limited, so we didn't have to worry about long-term expansion very much.
Yeah,
for
makes
sure.
sense.
Indeed.
But even still, I think
What
your
a game.
prospects long term were fairly good. I mean, you had a huge number of fleets for an Austria. You know, I mean, you can only build one each turn basically. So
It turned
Yeah,
out well.
there was potential for expansion in the Mediterranean, I'd say.
yeah,
with Spain and
Which is
Ottoman,
cool.
but that allowed it. Yeah, but
Yeah,
typically,
exactly.
I don't think it would have been very easily.
Yeah. Yeah, the main difficulty towards the end game would of course be Poland still, since you kind of need to punch them out to reach VSC.
Poland's stretched
But-
super thin though. Like Austria
Yeah, they
wins
are.
this war.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
fair enough.
and I was a little confused by some of Sweden's moves towards the end of the game. I felt like they were sort of just waiting for the game to end, which is fair. There's not a ton of progress that they can make in just 1 or 2 years, but I do think there was sort of a, you know, the stalemate feeling that kind of approached the Poland, Sweden, Austria trio, right?
I suggested a convoy into Gdansk for them, which slowed them down and it didn't
Ooh.
work out because I was pretty confident Salt would walk out like he'd just walked in, but then he didn't.
Mhm.
Well done. Well
Kind of
done.
my
Them.
bad.
I will say maybe my favorite moment of the game was Salt telling me, "Okay, we're going in on Sweden now. We're 100% both going in, right?" And we both
Yeah.
absolutely agreed to it. And then both of us moved away from them.
Yeah.
Nice. Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You having flashbacks to your Borneo days?
Diplostrats.
Good times.
How is your video gonna be formatted?
I have no idea. Do you mind if I use clips from your commentary if you've got?
Oh, absolutely.
If you end up making a video on that.
Yeah,
Should
so
be fine.
we still need to figure
I
it
would
out.
be
but,
honored.
King of Prussia has the first 4-ish hours recorded. I have the second 4-ish hours recorded. We're going to stitch them together into one VOD, and then that will probably just be uploaded straight, I believe, to the Imperial Diplomacy YouTube channel, though we still need to figure that out for certain.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
we'll
probably-
discuss it.
You probably
Okay.
don't want 2 layers of YouTube compression over it, though. So you'd
True.
want.
We can just send you
I
the.
can get the sorry, I've got to do this real quick because I've got to do the sync with Ezio real quick as well.
worries.
But yeah, so we've got our own stuff recorded as well, but I'll just interject like little clips of the commentary and I'll advertise your guys' video first because you've got the full commentary with all the like spectators. All right, I need to go and quickly jump in to chat with Ezio. So it has been amazing. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I'm probably gonna.
It was great having you.
Indeed, I think.
Have fun.
Awesome.
I believe we're gonna wrap.
I'm gonna
this up
dip
here.
out too after having done this for 9 hours. So
Yeah.
We're gonna.
it's been fun.
Yeah,
I'll talk to you guys.
I'm ready to check out as well. So I guess we're just gonna
wrap this
finish
up
this up.
I'm gonna do the.
Yeah.
I've done a
Thank
lot of
you all
outros, so yes.
For
Okay, please go ahead.
yeah, thank you all for participating, spectating, playing, doing amazing commentating and game mastering. If Potato Tot is in here, and if someone is somehow still watching this VOD, thank you for watching. And yeah, that's it. Hopefully, we'll get some more Blitz in the future.
That's right. Blitz game next week, baby. Get ready for it. 1 week. It's only a week away.
Exactly. Oh, wow. Yeah, this was an experience.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. But yes. Thank you to everyone who is playing and running all this. I'm gonna stop my recording now. And then we're gonna stitch this up, and then this will go up on the YouTube channel very soon.
Woo!
Indeed.
Hype.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Stop recording.